The scene opens in Qinghe City, where civilians are whispering about the remnants of the limitless sect. Rumors spread quickly that these demonic cultivators practice their arts using the flesh and blood of a blue-haired man wearing a wide-brimmed hat listened, lightning gathering in his hand. Muttering, the man glanced around, his bloodshot eyes gleaming, realizing this place was no longer safe to stay. It turned out to be Chu Xuan, a former inner disciple of the limitless sect, the very demonic cultivator the civilians were discussing, who had been in hiding for a whole year. Chu Xuan recalled his past. As a transmigrator with poor aptitude, he had to secretly cultivate demonic arts to gain power and status within the sect. But the limitless sect was exposed, and the 5 great righteous sects of Wu Kingdom immediately joined forces to besiege and purge them. Almost all the disciples were slaughtered, and the survivors were fiercely hunted down. Chu Xuan's demonic cultivation technique required fresh blood to sustain, and he was in agonizing pain as his body began to suffer a backlash due to a lack of resources. The pain surged, and Chu Xuan gritted his teeth and endured. His body was on the verge of complete collapse from the side effects of the demonic arts. In a tea house, Chu Xuan, in disguise, muttered that he had finally contacted a surviving junior brother through a trading channel. Chu Xuan, in his blue robe, approached the meeting point, thinking to himself that this time he had to resolve his life or death problem. A disciple joyfully greeted him as Chu Xuan took off his hat. "Senior brother Chu Xuan, you've finally arrived." The disciple, He Liang, looked worried seeing Chu Xuan's terrible complexion, but Chu Xuan brushed it off, getting straight to the point. "He Liang, where are the goods?" He Liang took out a bag of blood orbs, both respectful and worried. "Senior brother is truly bold, still daring to cultivate demonic arts. If the 5 great righteous sects found out about these, we'd surely be wiped out." Chu Xuan sneered contemptuously, declaring that ever since the sect was framed and annihilated by the righteous path, they had already been executed. Cultivating demonic arts or not made no difference. He Liang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he explained that he only wanted to emphasize that these resources were not easy to obtain. Chu Xuan straightforwardly tossed He Liang a bag of spirit stones as promised, praising the good quality of the blood orbs. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu Xuan's mind. "It's almost time to cast the net." This startled him into vigilance. He had a premonition of trouble. It turned out someone was using a snail-shaped magic treasure to eavesdrop on the entire conversation from afar. A group of shadow assassins materialized and surrounded them, whispering about their plan to use the traitor He Liang as bait to lure Chu Xuan into the trap. Chu Xuan realized he had been set up in a painful scheme. He Liang prattled on about how demonic cultivators deserve to be skinned and have their tendons pulled, then turned to ask Chu Xuan for a blood spirit pill, a type of elixir used by Foundation establishment cultivators. He even cheerfully asked if Chu Xuan had found Zhu Liu and the others yet, his face showing great concern. Chu Xuan glared sideways, his voice as cold as ice. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If you have the blood spirit pill, hand it over quickly." He Liang began to show his true colors, enticing Chu Xuan by saying that if Chu Xuan led him to Zhu Liu for protection, he would give the blood spirit pill for free, and even add a mid-grade spirit stone. Chu Xuan smirked, pretending to ponder for a moment before agreeing due to his junior brother's sincerity, all while fiddling with the spirit stone in his hand. He Liang successfully led Chu Xuan away, the 2 figures gradually disappearing down the street under the watchful eyes of the ambushers. The trap setters revealed themselves, their old leader laughing gleefully, not expecting to catch such a big fish today, while his subordinates excitedly thought of the lucrative reward. He Liang led Chu Xuan to a secluded courtyard. It seemed this was the pre-arranged location. Both entered an underground secret passage. He Liang didn't forget to flatter and praise, saying senior brother was cautious and the location was perfect. After walking for a while, He Liang impatiently asked how much further it was. Chu Xuan replied curtly that they were almost there. Chu Xuan turned to He Liang, his tone full of hidden meaning. However, if junior brother is in a hurry, he smirked evilly, his eyes glowing crimson. "Or perhaps, I should send you on your way quickly?" Crash. A figure was kicked, flying, shattering the wooden wall like paper. He Liang face-planted into the ground. The ambushers outside realized in astonishment that the bait had been dealt with. He Liang struggled to his feet, mouth full of blood, and yelled, "Don't worry about me. Chu Xuan and Liu Zhengsheng are in the basement. Catch them quickly." Receiving the order, the trap setters rushed into the courtyard, determined not to let their prey escape. Back in the secret passage, it turned out Chu Xuan had grabbed another person, while Liu Zhengsheng ran ahead to clear the way. The trap setters froze as they rushed in. A shriveled corpse blocked the path, while Liu Zhengsheng's corpse lay sprawled in the distance. The old leader approached to check, discovering in horror that the corpse had its scalp and face completely peeled off in an extremely cruel manner. His pupils constricted as he recognized the familiar disfigured face, his voice trembling with shock. Is this He Liang? From inside the secret passage, the old leader frantically yelled, "The one outside is Chu Xuan. Turn back quickly. We've all been tricked by him." While the small fry were still bewildered, Chu Xuan had calmly slipped out of Qinghe City long ago. He looked tired, raising a hand to his forehead after escaping the encirclement. Tearing off the hastily made human skin mask, Chu Xuan secretly thanked the listening worm that had helped him turn the tables, having discovered the trap and He Liang's betrayal beforehand. Still holding the grotesque mask, he questioned himself. I can escape once, but how can I escape for a lifetime? A flicker of hesitation flashed in his crimson eyes. He briefly thought of turning back, following the path of the righteous, but he immediately dismissed that thought. Switching to the righteous path meant crippling his own cultivation, incurring an enormous backlash. With his trashy aptitude, he might die of old age before even reaching foundation establishment. Tossing aside the mask, he affirmed that only demonic arts, which didn't require high aptitude and yielded quick results, was the only path for an ordinary person like him to seek immortality. With no turning back, he was determined to continue on this demonic path stained with fresh blood and white bones. Although the future was bleak, today was a huge gain. Chu Xuan rubbed his hands together smugly beside a treasure chest. Not only had he absorbed He Liang's spiritual power, but he had also stumbled upon a mysterious treasure from the Limitless Sect's vault that this traitor had hidden. Chu Xuan pulled out his latest spoils of war, a small mirror emitting a faint purple demonic aura, rumored to be an ancient item from another world that no one in the entire sect could use. Thinking he was a transmigrator with special buffs, Chu Xuan was unafraid. He decided to prick his finger and drip blood on it to see if it would recognize him as its master. The moment he touched it, the mirror immediately glowed brightly, reacting extremely strongly to him. His eyes widened in horror when the mirror didn't show his face, but instead projected a scene of a ruined modern city, just like an apocalypse movie from his previous life. Before he could understand what was happening, a terrifying surge of power from the mirror sucked Chu Xuan inward, making him scream in helplessness. Then crack, the mirror shattered. Opening his eyes, Chu Xuan found himself directly teleported into the ruined world he had just seen, realizing this was not an illusion, but a real world. Standing amidst the ruins, he began to analyze the situation. War? Plague? Or an alien invasion? Chu Xuan began to search for survivors to extract information, but also told himself that this was definitely not the Earth he once knew. Just as he hoped for someone, he saw a staggering figure ahead, looking like an exhausted survivor. It turned out the survivor was actually a genuine zombie. It let out a roar and charged straight at Chu Xuan, welcoming him to the apocalypse. Facing the festering zombie, Chu Xuan didn't even bother to move, merely unleashing a blood-steel hybrid goo worm. Swish! The blood-steel hybrid goo worm tore the zombie in half with lightning speed. Chu Xuan placed his foot on the corpse, sneering contemptuously. False alarm. This body is no different from an ordinary person's, not worth a chi refinement cultivator's goo worm bothering with. But he suddenly paused, realizing the blood-steel hybrid goo worm was trembling, eager to devour the zombie corpse. A bold idea struck him. Zombies can move, so they count as living creatures. Would it be alright to use them to cultivate demonic arts and nurture goo worms? No sooner said than done. He ordered the goo worm to tear into it, and the gruesome sound of gnawing and swallowing echoed as the corpse was neatly dealt with. In a flash, the zombie was reduced to a dry skeleton. Chu Xuan delightedly looked at his goo worm. It seems this kind of flesh is truly your favorite. Just then, growls echoed from afar. A new horde of zombies had been attracted and was staggering closer. Seeing an entire mobile farm, Chu Xuan stood up and declared, "From now on, there's no need to worry about lacking fresh blood for demonic cultivation and nurturing goo worms." A sea of zombies was surging towards him, ready to become experience points for his upcoming grind. Chu Xuan looked down at the modern city under the sunset, declaring this place, and even this entire planet, would become his personal resource mine. With a sinister smile, he realized this world was a paradise for demonic cultivators, a playground for him to run wild. He plunged into the slaughter, his blood-steel hybrid goo worm unleashed, tearing the zombies to shreds in a rain of blood. Chu Xuan realized that here, he could practice demonic cultivation and infinitely increase his power, pursuing the path of immortality he never dared to dream of in his previous life. He stood atop a mountain of zombie corpses, his back exuding an overbearing aura. The path to immortality had opened before his eyes. After just a short monster grind, Chu Xuan had broken through from the 4th to the 5th level of chi refining. confirming this was indeed a sacred land for demonic cultivation. Realizing that hunting by hand was too exhausting, he came up with the idea of refining a few corpse soldiers to automatically farm for him. He glanced over the zombies, scoffing that they were all old, weak, and sickly, not meeting the standards for refining high-quality corpse soldiers. Chu Xuan clutched his head in frustration. The trash before him was truly rotten wood that couldn't be carved, utterly useless. Chu Xuan decided to turn the shopping mall into a temporary base, searching for more suitable targets than the useless ones he'd just seen. Suddenly, a glasses guy ran frantically from the horde of zombies, screaming for help from someone named Brother Hu. The glasses guy questioned Brother Hu, yelling that he had lured the zombies away to collect supplies as promised, begging to be saved because he still had his mother and sister. Tang Hu sneered, casually informing him that the kid's mother had died yesterday because his spirit hound gang wouldn't waste medicine on an old woman. The kid froze, his eyes wide with disbelief at the cruel truth he had just heard. Tang Hu turned and walked away, thanking the bait and promising to take good care of his sister after he died. Left behind for the undead, the glasses guy screamed his final curse at Tang Hu's retreating back. Tang Hu ran, smugly thinking that karma was nonsense, because in this world, only the strong survived. While swaggering, Tang Hu suddenly stopped when he saw a silent figure blocking the path ahead. Chu Xuan stepped out of the shadows with a hunter's smile, startling Tang Hu, who asked in a panic, "Who's there?" Chu Xuan stared at Tang Hu, making a loaded remark. "Your physique is quite good." Tang Hu stepped back into a defensive stance, asking again suspiciously, secretly judging that Chu Xuan's ancient attire clearly didn't belong to someone from Donghu City. Chu Xuan smirked sinisterly, his red eyes glowing, casually declaring that Tang Hu's body was perfect material for refining a corpse soldier, a magnificent puppet, treated like an object. Tang Hu roared in fury, "Do you want to die?" Then swung his knife and lunged straight at Chu Xuan. A streak of red light from Chu Xuan's hand easily blocked Tang Hu's strike. He didn't even flinch. The difference in their power was like heaven and earth. Clang! Tang Hu's dagger shattered upon impact with the blood-colored, hook-shaped weapon that had just emerged from Chu Xuan's hand, leaving him stunned. Tang Hu fell to his knees, drenched in sweat, muttering that his opponent was an extraordinary individual who could symbiotically bond with goo worms. Knowing he had no chance of winning, he planned to flee. He immediately switched to a fawning attitude, smiling apologetically and begging for his life, offering his entire bag of supplies and threatening, "My brother-in-law is the boss of the Spirit Hound Gang." Chu Xuan gave him a cold, indifferent look. Spirit Hound Gang? Never heard of it. Tang Hu broke out in a cold sweat, hastily boasting that it was the biggest gang in Donghu City, and his brother-in-law, Zhao Hong, was an extraordinary, 10 times stronger than him. Chu Xuan sneered, scoffing at Tang Hu's bragging. "If he's only 10 times stronger than a normal person like you, then there's nothing to worry about." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xuan's bloodsteel hybrid goo worm immediately bound Tang Hu, hoisting him upside down into the air like a pig. Tang Hu screamed miserably as he hung suspended over a giant corpse refining cauldron, surrounded by skulls and eerie candles. Chu Xuan calmly explained, "Once I use a secret technique to ignite your resentment, you will become a true corpse soldier." About to be submerged in the cauldron of blood, Tang Hu frantically pleaded, "Wait, we have no enmity. Why are you killing me?" Chu Xuan leaned in close, his voice full of sarcasm, repeating the man's own words. "Didn't you yourself say that, in this world, the strong prey on the weak, killing trash like you won't even dirty my hands, it's perfect for refining a corpse." Without another word, Chu Xuan dropped Tang Hu into the cauldron of blood amidst his desperate screams. The ranks of corpse soldiers correspond to cultivation realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and the method Chu Xuan used was the Vajra corpse refining method of the corpse puppet sect. This method creates corpse soldiers impervious to blades and spears, possessing unparalleled strength. Once refined, they can fight evenly with Qi refining cultivators. 3 days later, as Chu Xuan waited, a grotesque hand with sharp claws slowly emerged from the cauldron of blood. Crack! From within the cauldron of blood, a muscular corpse soldier with bloodshot eyes roared, its chest splitting open to reveal a blazing energy core. Chu Xuan smirked with satisfaction. His efforts weren't in vain. His first attempt at refining a corpse had produced a high-quality product. He pulled out a small pagoda-shaped magic treasure, the Corpse Nurturing Pagoda, a low-grade artifact used to nurture and appraise corpse soldiers. The stats panel appeared. Mid-grade corpse soldier, level 2, possessing 2 excellent innate skills that could complement each other, strong enough to fight a Qi refining cultivator at the 4th level to the death. Chu Xuan named his new creation Xiao Hu and ordered, Go gear up and farm some zombie meat for me. With a roar, the corpse soldier charged like a wild beast, moving at terrifying speed. Xiao Hu plunged straight into the horde of zombies, tearing them apart with his bare hands, smashing the monsters' heads like a destruction machine. Observing from above, Chu Xuan crossed his arms and sneered, truly living like an immortal, simply enjoying the fruits of his labor. A zombie, still bewildered and unaware of what was happening, had its skull crushed by Xiao Hu's hand. Clearing the battlefield, the corpse soldier piled the freshly farmed zombie corpses into a supermarket cart. While corpse soldier Xiao Hu pushed a cart full of zombie corpses back to report his success, Chu Xuan leisurely slurped a bowl of instant noodles, like a true boss. Chu Xuan rested his feet on the corpse soldier, nodding in praise. Well done. With a subordinate like this, my cultivation efficiency has skyrocketed. He patted the corpse soldier's head like a pet, promising, once I've extracted the blood essence, you can feast on this pile of meat. It'll help you level up too. Chu Xuan stood up, smugly thinking about his changed life. Struggling to survive in the cultivation world, he had now become the overlord here, holding life and death in his hands. He pulled out a blood mirror, the item that had given him this chance to change his life. But unfortunately, after bringing him here, it had lost all its functions. However, Chu Xuan noticed the mirror was slowly absorbing energy, believing that one day it would be fully restored. Chu Xuan smirked sinisterly, deciding to hide and cultivate demonic arts on this zombie planet, waiting for the opportune moment to return for revenge, just as the blood mirror awaited its day of recovery. At the same time, in another location, a dark corridor was packed with sluggishly moving zombies. The scene shifted to the Hao Tai Hotel in Donghu City, a skyscraper still intact amidst the apocalypse. Inside a room, a glasses guy smirked at a young man trembling with fear, who stammered, "But you promised me." The terrified subordinate knelt before his boss, reporting tremblingly while a giant spirit wolf growled menacingly. The leader of the spirit hound gang, Zhao Hong, growled angrily. A month had passed, and there was still no news of Tang Hu. Cornered by the spirit wolf, the subordinate stammered out the news of Tang Hu's disappearance at Runfa Shopping Mall, an extremely dangerous place where 2 scouts had gone in and never returned. Zhao Hong patted his pet, then turned to his subordinate and said meaningfully, "It's not your fault, because you're just an ordinary person." Thinking he was spared, the subordinate was overjoyed, profusely thanking his boss. But Zhao Hong coldly declared, "However, I'm no longer interested in keeping a useless person like you." The spirit wolf bared its blood-stained jaws, ready to pounce. A spray of blood erupted as the spirit wolf tore the useless subordinate to shreds right in front of Zhao Hong. With blood still on his face, Zhao Hong ordered Wang Bao, "Take Da Huang and her hay, and go to the shopping mall. I want to see him alive, or his corpse dead." The spirit hound gang set off in a formidable armored vehicle, ready to sweep away everything in their path. Zhao Hong, along with his 2 spirit wolves, Da Huang and He, stood in the deserted street in front of the shopping mall. He felt something was off. Strange. Why are there so few zombies here? Arriving at the entrance of the shopping mall, Zhao Hong ordered his 2 pets, Da Huang and He. "You two, go inside and scout the situation first." The 2 wolves barked, signaling that the inside was also empty, which made Zhao Hong feel even stranger, and decided to go in and investigate himself. As soon as he stepped in, Zhao Hong's foot landed in a thick puddle of blood, signaling an ominous sign. The strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Zhao Hong frowned, a premonition telling him something was wrong. Venturing deeper inside, Zhao Hong and Wang Bao were astonished to see rows of large barrels filled with a murky black liquid. Suddenly, Da Huang growled ferociously, startling Zhao Hong, who didn't understand what was happening. The group looked up and froze. Dozens of zombie corpses hung from the ceiling by thin threads, swaying like a ghostly forest. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent. Which pervert did this? Could it be that Tang Hu was taken down here? Wang Bao's face was drained of color, his voice trembling as he asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Zhao Hong sneered cruelly, declaring that no matter who was behind this, the Spirit Hound gang would absolutely not let it go. Zhao Hong's murderous aura erupted, and the 2 spirit wolves beside him roared fiercely as he declared, "Anyone who dares to touch a brother of the Spirit Hound gang is looking for trouble with me. We must find them and turn them into dried corpses." The scene shifts to the Kongshuan continent, inside a dark, secluded cave. Whoosh! A purple spatial vortex suddenly opened, energy surging violently. Chu Xuan calmly stepped out, took a deep, refreshing breath, and declared his return, realizing that the spiritual energy here was much richer than in his old world. Suddenly, he paused, his sharp gaze fixed towards the cave entrance as if sensing something. He muttered with disgust upon seeing a group of people approaching. It's those persistent Shengang sect disciples again, like leeches. The Shengang sect leader pointed directly at Chu Xuan and roared with indignation. Chu Xuan, you're good at hiding. Fortunately, we found your lair. This time, you have nowhere to run. Chu Xuan sneered contemptuously, his red eyes glowing with an evil aura. A few chi. Refining fifth layer nobodies dare to boast in front of me? Foolish. Attack. At the leader's command, 5 Shengang sect disciples simultaneously drew their swords, rushing to attack Chu Xuan from all directions. Chu Xuan calmly raised his hand, crimson blood energy pouring from his fingertips, ready to meet the challenge. Let me show you the power of my upgraded bloodsteel threads. Chu Xuan didn't bother with more words. The crimson bloodsteel threads burst forth like a deadly net, easily binding all the screaming, helpless Shengang sect nobodies. The Shengang sect leader couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, "How can this be? You were only at the chi refining 4th layer." Chu Xuan scoffed, replying lightly, "Your information is outdated. I've already reached the 6th layer." "Impossible!" the leader screamed in panic. "How the hell did you break through to the 6th layer in just 3 days? Chu Xuan frowned, realizing the time difference. 3 days? I've been in the Blood Mirror world for a whole month. It seems the time ratio is 10 to 1. He turned back with a condescending look, asking the prisoners directly. "A quick question. Besides you guys, are there any reinforcements? Have your Foundation establishment elders arrived?" Seeing them silent, Chu Xuan lost patience. Not talking? The blood energy on his hand flared violently, signaling that a torture session was about to begin. Immediately, the blood threads tightened around the leader, their sharp tips beginning to pierce his flesh. The leader could only let out a choked gurgle as the blood threads wrapped tightly around his neck and face, stifling his screams. Suddenly, shadowy figures appeared from nowhere, lunging to tear at the bodies of the Shengang sect disciples amidst horrifying screams. Chu Xuan sneered evilly, giving the surviving one an ultimatum. "Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, this will be your end." Under pressure, a Shengang sect disciple was scared out of his wits and quickly confessed everything. "It's just us. We thought a few people would be enough for someone as weak as you, so Marshal Uncle didn't come." Hearing there were no reinforcements, Chu Xuan smirked. "Is that so? Then I don't have to worry." The blood threads on the nobodies simultaneously tightened. The net of blood threads tore everything apart, one person screaming in despair. "Chu Xuan, you said you'd spare us." Chu Xuan laughed eerily, licking his lips with bloodlust. "You actually believed that? I am the cold-blooded, ruthless demonic cultivator you've all been spreading rumors about." With that, the bloodsteel hybrid goo worms pierced through the disciples' skulls, ending them in an instant. Chu Xuan stood there, coldly, looking down at the useless corpses. He muttered, assessing his strength. From chi, refining 4th layer with 1 blood thread. Now, at the 6th layer, the blood threads had new skills, and he even had a 3rd-rank corpse soldier as a trump card. This cultivation speed on the Kangshuan continent was truly that of a genius, but he also realized the price. His lifespan in this world was consumed 10 times faster. Standing on the cliff, Chu Xuan made a firm resolution. "I must break through realms even faster to prolong my life." He looked into the distance, calculating his next move. This zombie planet is an endless resource mine. I must prepare before the blood mirror recovers its energy. The next destination had been determined. Qinghe City, Taiping Market, a bustling and crowded market. Chu Xuan strolled through the bustling Taiping Market, muttering that he had bought enough materials for corpse refining. But the most important item wasn't mass-produced and required a special channel. Suddenly, his gaze halted, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes as he spotted something familiar. Amidst a watermelon stall, a withered bone grass, a symbol of the Wuji sect, lay prominently, shaped like a small skull sprouting. Chu Xuan approached the stall, pointed at the pile of melons, and asked the seller, "Fellow Taoist, how much is this Qilong melon?" The chubby melon seller puffed out his chest and quoted, 2 small spirit stones per melon." Chu Xuan frowned and cursed inwardly, but the seller quickly covered up, saying it was a rare item found in the Wuji sect ruins, so the high price was justified. He asked to choose one and directly inquired, "Is this melon ripe?" The seller confidently replied that for medicinal fruits, there was no such thing as selling unripe ones. An invisible pressure emanated. Chu Xuan smirked eerily, his voice low as he repeated one question. "I'm asking you, is this melon ripe?" The melon seller immediately broke out in a cold sweat, a premonition telling him he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, his face turning pale. Changing his tune faster than flipping a pancake, the melon seller quickly fawned. If you pay a high price, I have much better quality goods in my warehouse. Chu Xuan coldly ordered. Good, lead the way. The melon seller led Chu Xuan into a secluded courtyard, his cunning demeanor replaced by a serious attitude. He clasped his hands, probing Chu Xuan's identity. May I ask who fellow Taoist is? Chu Xuan slightly lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a half-smile full of evil, and replied concisely. Chu Xuan. The melon seller, named Chen Ge, was utterly shocked to realize this was the legendary senior brother Chu of his generation, and he began to become fanatical. Chen Ge praised Chu Xuan to the heavens, recounting how among the outer sect disciples of that time, only Chu Xuan was truly exceptional, earning his admiration long ago. He rattled off a string of information. The surviving disciples, including Martial Uncle Liu, were hiding in the Yu family mansion, and the news of Chu Xuan, dealing with the traitor He Liang, had greatly boosted everyone's morale. Chu Xuan smirked, calculating inwardly, confirming that Martial Uncle Liu was indeed the Foundation establishment stage elder Liu Zhenxiong, truly a cunning old fox who knew how to hide among the crowd. Chen Ge earnestly invited Chu Xuan to join their group to survive together, but Chu Xuan coldly dismissed him. No, I'm just here to buy a few things. Thinking he'd stumbled upon a good deal, Chen Ge quickly asked, Senior brother, what would you like to buy? With an eager, ready-to-serve demeanor, demonic killing intent began to leak out. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes, a deadly smile on his face, and growled, I want to buy a blood refinement array. Hearing the 3 words, blood refinement array, Chen Ge was so shocked his face contorted, his mouth agape. He calculated in his head. The blood refinement array, one of the great blood sacrifice arrays of demonic cultivators. Even a basic version is powerful enough to slaughter an entire city. He recalled a demonic fiend in the past who used this array to sacrifice countless people, just to refine 10,000 blood soul pearls, a heinous crime that the righteous path immediately dealt with. But Chu Xuan smirked sinisterly, thinking, if I take this array to a zombie planet and farm, it wouldn't just be harmless, it would be a great act of merit. Chen Ge broke out in a cold sweat, warning that the 5 righteous sects were hunting fiercely, and as soon as Chu Xuan activated the array, they would come knocking at his door. Chu Xuan sneered, pointless worry. Just tell me, do you have it or not? Chen Ge led the way to a secret chamber of the Wuji sect, where another disciple was holding a blood refinement array, and admitted, it's true, I have 1 set. The seller was Xu Ming, the Wuji sect's 11th ranked inner disciple, who provocatively flexed his muscles. But why should I sell it to you? Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes, sparks flying as he recognized the person opposite him. It was Xu Ming, an old rival who had once competed with him for resources. Xu Ming was clearly gloating, thinking Chu Xuan would have to beg him this time. Chu Xuan sneered, leisurely pulling out a small pouch and shaking it lightly, his voice full of confidence. I'm guessing you really need this, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, he poured out a bowl full of sparkling crimson blood pearls, utterly shocking both Xu Ming and Chen Ge, who cried out, blood pearls? Xu Ming and Chen Ge's mouths hung open, calculating that this pile of blood pearls must have been exchanged for thousands of lives. A female disciple named Wei Hua, the 12th ranked inner disciple, also marveled at Chu Xuan's incredible farming ability, right under the noses of the righteous path. Annoyed at being outmaneuvered, Xu Ming gritted his teeth and named his price. That damned Chu Xuan, 200 blood pearls, and I'll sell you the blood refinement array. Chu Xuan sneered, exposing him on the spot. Greed will cost you. This crappy array only costs 80 pearls on the market. Are you really ripping off your fellow disciples like this, Xu Ming? Xu Ming arrogantly argued, defiantly. What fellow disciples? Business is business. Among all these remnants of the Wuji sect, I'm the only one who has this item. Buy it or get lost. Chu Xuan's red eyes flashed, his voice icy. Xu Ming, it seems you're mistaken about something, aren't you? He released his demonic qi, completely overwhelming him. The array in your hand is trash, but my blood pearls are what you need to avoid qi deviation. Now tell me, who needs whom? Choked, Xu Ming broke out in a cold sweat and gave in. All right, 80 pearls. But Chu Xuan pressed the price even harder. 60. Xu Ming was furious. You dare to haggle even more? Chu Xuan calmly began to pack up his goods, coolly stating, if you're not selling, I'm leaving. The psychological blow was too strong. Xu Ming frantically raised his hand to stop him, his voice pleading, wait, let me think for a moment. Seeing his opponent about to collapse, Chu Xuan delivered the finishing blow, smiling brightly. The current price is 50 pearls. Xu Ming was so furious his eyes nearly popped out, veins bulging on his face, but he could do nothing but swallow his anger, Cornered, Shuming gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation, his voice trembling as he bitterly finalized the deal. 50. Deal. Chu Xuan smirked slyly, took the pouch and declared, "That's more like it. This blood refinement array is mine." Having gotten a bargain, Chu Xuan glanced at the remaining fellow disciples, thinking, "I still have extra blood pearls. Might as well bestow some favor upon others." He turned to Wei Hua, directly offering to exchange blood pearls for spirit stones. Wei Hua was overjoyed, immediately agreeing to pay a higher price than the market, with 30 small spirit stones. Finalizing another good deal, Chu Xuan shook hands with Wei Hua, his mind already having calculated a plan to use these resources to level up rapidly when he returned to the apocalyptic world. After the transaction was complete, Wei Hua spoke up, asking if Chu Xuan truly didn't intend to stay with them. Wei Hua tried to persuade him, suggesting that martial Uncle Liu was very strong, and following him would be much safer than going it alone. Chu Xuan put on his hat and coolly stated, "No need." He asserted that the Foundation establishment cultivators sent by the righteous path were just small fry compared to the foes he had faced. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Xuan was called back by Wei Hua and Chen Ge, both of their faces looking quite tense. A squad of brightly armored soldiers appeared. The Shengang captain roared, declaring they were here to investigate the remnants of the Yu family and demonic cultivators, demanding everyone step out and present themselves. Chen Ge broke out in a cold sweat, realizing these were people from the Shengang sect, and there was even a Qi refinement stage, 7 master among them. He asserted that all 4 of them combined would be no match. Chu Xuan thought to himself, "This is truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. It would be easy for me to escape, but my fellow disciples would surely be wiped out." He began to calculate whether he should intervene. Suddenly, Shuming turned coat, pointing directly at Chu Xuan and shouting, "Fellow Taoists, that man in the hat is the demonic cultivator Chu Xuan you're looking for." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuming immediately ran away with all his might, leaving Wei Hua frozen in utter astonishment. Chu Xuan gritted his teeth, resentfully realizing that the scoundrel Shuming had stabbed him in the back because he hadn't been ruthless enough. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan threw off his hat, his red eyes blazing with killing intent, and ordered Wei Hua and Chen Ge, "You two, retreat quickly. I'll hold them off." Wei Hua and Chen Ge ran for their lives, looking back and shouting that they would never forget Chu Xuan's kindness. The Shengang captain sneered, ordering his soldiers not to chase the small fry, because Chu Xuan's head was worth much more. The Shengang captain mocked Chu Xuan for acting righteous, but Chu Xuan calmly replied that demonic cultivators only calculate benefits, and sparing his fellow disciples was an investment for the future. The captain roared, asserting that with Chu Xuan's crappy cultivation, he had no future. Today would be his end. Chu Xuan merely sneered, a crimson dragon-shaped blood-steel hybrid goo worm coiling around his hand, as killing intent began to emanate. Without another word, Chu Xuan charged forward, swinging the blood thread, which tore through the air and attacked the Shengang captain directly. The blood thread wrapped tightly around the captain's sword. The man looked surprised by this strange weapon. Realizing Chu Xuan's worm was both poisonous and tricky to deal with, the captain frantically ordered 2 measly soldiers to rush forward and gang up on him. The 2 Shengang soldiers roared, demanding his life, and swung their swords, but Chu Xuan remained still, his face as cold as ice. Chu Xuan called out, "Xiao Hu." A muscular corpse soldier emerged from the ground, pounced on one soldier, and tore him in half in an instant. The Shengang captain was gripped tightly by the corpse soldier's hand, utterly terrified, unable to believe that the abandoned pawn had such a terrifying trump card. Corpse soldier Tang Hu growled. Chu Xuan sneered from afar. "Ridiculous. As a demonic cultivator, how could I not have a trump card?" Corpse soldier Tang Hu let out a savage roar, while Chu Xuan stood behind the Shengang captain, who was frozen stiff, his hand gathering purple demonic qi, and coldly asked, "Do you agree?" Chu Xuan smirked sinisterly, his crimson eyes fixed on his prey. "All right, it's your turn. I hope your storage pouch doesn't disappoint me." At a villa of the Yu family, Wei Hua questioned the fellow disciples who had just escaped, in anger. "What? You left Chu Xuan there alone?" A long-haired man in a luxurious robe appeared, introducing himself as Liu Zhengsheng, a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Wuji sect. He sighed, stating that leaving Chu Xuan behind was unavoidable. The muscular Xu Ming hastily explained himself, praising Chu Xuan as one of the top 10 inner disciples, a truly formidable individual, and that they should trust him. Liu Zhengsheng's expression suddenly changed. He sensed the aura of another Foundation establishment cultivator rushing straight towards them, and said tensely, "No more time. He's coming for me." The remaining Wuji sect disciples, though panicked, still showed their loyalty, demanding to live and die with their martial uncle. Liu Zhensheng stopped them, his voice tragic and heroic. "No, with your level, staying would be useless. You are the hope of the sect. I alone am enough to stop him." Liu Zhensheng gave a decisive order, demanding all disciples immediately disperse and retreat to Baimang Mountain to regroup. Whoosh! An old man in golden armor with an overwhelming aura descended, laughing sinisterly and pointing directly. "Liu Zhensheng, so you really were hiding here." The golden armor elder sneered, boasting that he had sealed off the entire Qinghe city, and those petty demonic cultivators shouldn't even dream of escaping. Hearing their martial uncle's order, the Wuji sect disciples ran desperately out of the encirclement. Wei Hua led the way, deciding to take a gamble as per their martial uncle's words, turning back towards the most dangerous place, Taiping Alley, betting that the enemy wouldn't expect it. The muscular Shuming taunted as he ran, sarcastically saying that they might as well pick up Chushuan's corpse while they were at it. As they ran, the group suddenly stopped. Before them lay a pile of cultivators' corpses, all gruesomely dismembered. Shuming wondered if Chushuan was responsible, but Chen Gei immediately dismissed it, believing Chushuan wasn't skilled enough to clean up so neatly. It would require at least the 8th level of qi refinement. Wei Hua cut into the argument, realizing that enemies dying here meant more pursuers would arrive, so he urged them all to flee quickly. 5 days later, at White Mang Mountain outside the city, the remaining forces had regrouped. As the Wuji sect disciples gathered in the forest, Chen Gei joyfully shouted upon seeing martial Uncle Liu return. But Liu Zhensheng stumbled out, clutching a severe arm wound, looking utterly miserable. Liu Zhensheng was covered in injuries but remained resolute, stating that his wounds were the price for their escape, and praising the disciples for their good fortune in returning alive. Wei Hua reported that, thanks to the sect's protection, their journey encountered no obstacles, and even the 3 enemies blocking the path had been mysteriously dealt with by someone. Liu Zhensheng looked suspicious, wondering if a passing master or rogue cultivator had conveniently lent a hand. Changing the subject, Liu Zhensheng asked about Chushuan, but Wei Hua replied that in their hasty retreat, they hadn't found him. Shuming immediately boasted loudly, claiming that a 4th-level qi refinement cultivator, like Chushuan, facing 3 enemies, would surely have been turned to dust, which made Chen Ge angrily retort that he was a foul-mouthed idiot. Liu Zhensheng stroked his chin in thought, recalling that Chushuan was the 10th-ranked inner disciple. Though his talent was ordinary, his mind was quite sharp, so he didn't believe Chushuan would perish so easily. Displaying the demeanor of a leader, Liu Zhensheng ordered Wei Hua to lead a search for Chushuan's whereabouts, and if found, to bring him back so they could rely on each other. Meanwhile, in another location, Chushuan was laughing with extreme exhilaration. He shouted, "Ha ha ha, life is getting better and better." It turned out he was sitting amidst a pile of loot in a cave, counting hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, 2 mid-grade ones, and a set of spirit gathering and illusion arrays to set up his home. More surprisingly, Chushuan also pulled out a 10,000 soul banner, an infamous demonic artifact that could severely harm the karma of its user. Chushuan marveled at the 10,000 soul banner, a mid-grade demonic artifact, secretly thinking that the righteous Shingang sect were nothing but hypocrites for secretly refining such a vicious weapon. He grinned sinisterly, believing this toy was made for him, because on this zombie planet, the materials to upgrade the 10,000 soul banner were endless. Once unleashed, it would be a reliable trump card. "I've gathered enough goods, and the blood mirror is fully charged. It's time to go," Chushuan declared, preparing to activate teleportation. Purple energy erupted as Chushuan used the blood mirror to open a portal back to the Xiaorunfa supermarket, but he landed in desolate ruins instead. Seeing the hanging corpses, Chushuan frowned. He had only been gone for 2 months, yet his base was already in such a mess. He kicked away a still-hot barrel, his face hardening. Zombies don't play these kinds of tricks. Someone clearly set this fire deliberately. I should have left more yin corpses to guard the place. Chushuan's rage flared when he discovered the real reason. Damn it, my snack stash is all burned up. Which bastard came here not to loot, but just to burn my place down for fun? Chushuan pulled out his summoning artifact and ordered in a low growl. Xiao Hu, go capture a living person and bring them back for me to interrogate. Xiao Hu roared in response. Meanwhile, a man in a black jacket was threatening 2 survivors who were kneeling and begging. He sneered. If you know nothing, then what's the point of keeping you alive? The villain suddenly changed his mind, grabbing the girl with a lecherous gaze. Wait, perhaps you still have some use after all. The girl could only scream in despair. Just as he was about to commit his depraved act, the man in the black jacket laughed savagely. Suddenly, a giant black shadow enveloped him with a crimson aura of killing intent. Xiao Hu had appeared. The man in the black jacket spun around, his smug expression turning to extreme terror. The two other survivors screamed in terror and fled headlong, realizing this was a high-level zombie, while the man in the black jacket was trapped. Xiao Hu reached out, and the man in the black jacket could only raise his hands in a desperate plea. No, please. Upon closer inspection, the man in the black jacket froze, realizing the monster before him was Tong Hu, and not understanding why his boss had turned into this form. Clutch! Xiao Hu grabbed the man in the black jacket by the neck like a chicken, dragging him away, ignoring his screams. Roar! Xiao Hu threw the captive down before Chu Xuan, who was already waiting amidst the rubble. Chu Xuan smirked with satisfaction, praising his subordinate. You're fast. Chu Xuan patted Xiao Hu's head like a docile pet, making the man in the black jacket stunned. He stammered, Who are you? How can you command Boss Hu? Chu Xuan questioned the captive, his tone sharp. You know Xiao Hu? Are you also from the Spirit Hound gang? Did you bastards burn this place down? Pinned to the ground, Wang Bao still tried to act tough, straining his neck defiantly. So what if we did? Chu Xuan smirked mockingly, glancing at Xiao Hu beside him, and declared, I originally didn't want trouble, but you brought it upon yourselves. To cultivate in peace, I must first deal with these troublesome dogs. He continued, his voice full of interest. Now, I'm just curious. How many corpses can they provide for me to refine? Hearing this, Wang Bao's face drained of all color. He stammered, Refine corpses? What do you mean by that? Chu Xuan waved him off, not in a hurry to deal with him. No need to refine them yet. Tell me everything you know about the Spirit Hound gang. As he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with crimson light, activating his demonic art. Soul-seizing eye. Under the effect of the technique, Wang Bao, with vacant eyes, began to confess. My name is Wang Bao, and I am the confidant of Boss Zhao Hong, leader of the Spirit Hound gang. Our base is in Haotai. We set fire to this place while looking for Brother Hu. Wang Bao continued to narrate like a machine. At that time, the scene here was too terrifying, so Boss ordered everything to be burned down. Chu Xuan, with glowing purple eyes, delved deeper into crucial information. What abilities does Zhao Hong possess? Wang Bao dutifully replied, Zhao Hong is a first-tier, extraordinary. He tamed 3 spirit wolves, each over 3 meters long and extremely ferocious. His physique also far surpasses ordinary people. He can even solo high-level zombies. Sensing the effect of the soul-seizing eye was about to wear off, Chu Xuan asked his final question, concluding the opponent's crimes. Wang Bao, I'll ask you one last time. This game of murder and arson, this isn't the first time you've done it, is it? Under the soul-seizing technique, Wang Bao laughed like a madman, admitting that in this apocalyptic world, killing was commonplace, and he even found a strange pleasure in it. Chu Xuan smirked, declaring bluntly, If that's the case, I won't be polite and will use you as high-quality corpse-refining material. As the demonic art's effect wore off, Wang Bao snapped awake, his face pale, not understanding what the hell had just happened to him. Without giving him time to collect himself, Xiao Hu grabbed Wang Bao, who was screaming miserably, and threw him straight into a glowing red corpse-refining cauldron under Chu Xuan's calm gaze. Splash! Wang Bao was completely submerged in the boiling blood, his cries for help dying out. Gazing at the gruesome scene, Chu Xuan merely stroked his chin thoughtfully, judging this world to be more interesting than he had imagined, but still needing to be cautious, as the qi refinement cultivators here were not to be trifled with. Standing atop a ruined building, Chu Xuan realized his power was limited, and he needed to gather more information and zombie materials more efficiently. He calculated that while the Yin Corps soldiers were strong, they were empty-headed. So subduing a group of living people to be his subordinates would be far more effective, and his target was none other than the Spirit Hound gang. Roar! From within the cauldron, a brand new mid-grade Yin Corps soldier emerged, its entire body covered in bone armor, a glowing blue energy core shining brightly, possessing 2 innate skills, Ghost Walk Technique and Yin Fire Thorn. Chu Xuan was visibly pleased, praising the new product as not bad in quality and perfect for an assassin. He then named it Xiao Bao, making it a pair with Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao suddenly simultaneously knelt down, their eyes glowing brightly, showing absolute obedience to their master. Chu Xuan was speechless, rubbing his forehead helplessly as the 2 muscular corpse soldiers started vying to flatter him, clinging to his legs like children. Regaining his cold demeanor, Chu Xuan grinned sinisterly, declaring it was time to take his pets to settle scores and warning them not to make him lose face. Chu Xuan stood in the center, exuding an overwhelming aura, while Xiao Hu erupted with a crimson fiery aura and Xiao Bao emitted a deadly blue chilling aura. Outside the entrance of the Hao Tai Hotel, a zombie lurked in the shadows, completely unaware that disaster was about to befall the stronghold of the living inside. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hound Gang's subordinates were leisurely gathered to play cards. A mohawked thug triumphantly shouted, "Four of a kind, twos," unaware that death had come knocking. Boom! A terrifying sound echoed as the nearby wall exploded into pieces, blowing away the thug's card table. The cornrows thug and the mohawked thug, startled, spun around, their faces blank, not understanding what had just happened. The mohawked thug growled, "Who's that?" Amidst the smoke and dust, Chu Xuan and Xiao Hu majestically appeared. He calmly declared, "I am the new boss of the Spirit Hound Gang." The cornrows thug burst out laughing as if hearing a joke, cursing Chu Xuan as an idiot who crawled out of nowhere, then swung his arm and threw a bottle straight at his face, ordering him to die. Crash! The bottle shattered before it could even touch Chu Xuan, hitting an invisible layer of protective qi, while corpse soldier Tang Hu growled with murderous intent. The two thugs turned pale, realizing that what was in front of them was no ordinary foe, a high-level zombie. Chu Xuan scorned the small fry, calmly summoning a more formidable asset. These wastes of space only consume resources by living. Xiao Bao, deal with them. Whoosh! Xiao Bao shot out like a ghost, appearing right in front of the bewildered thugs who still didn't understand what was happening. Without a word, Xiao Bao closed in on a thug, opening its mouth and biting straight into the unfortunate man's throat. Rip! The thug's throat was torn open, blood gushing like a fountain amidst Xiao Bao's savage roar. Chu Xuan glanced at the remaining thugs with half an eye, issuing an ultimatum. "If you don't want to end up like him, call Zhao Hong out here now." Xiao Bao grabbed the braided-haired thug by the hair and lifted him, while the mohawk-haired thug next to him was so scared he could only clutch his head. The braided-haired thug quickly pleaded, "Don't kill us. I'll call our boss right away." The remaining Spirit Hound Gang members panicked, throwing down their clubs and knives before turning tail and fleeing. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the stairs. Zhao Hong appeared with his two giant wolves, He and Da Huang. "Looking for me?" Chu Xuan's gaze swept over Zhao Hong, recognizing him as an extraordinary with energy fluctuations. Though weaker than spiritual power, it was still a good catch. He smirked. "If I refine him into a yin corpse, he'll definitely be very powerful." Zhao Hong was silenced for a few seconds by the opponent's murderous aura, then spoke directly. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Chu Xuan sneered, declaring bluntly, "Xiao Runfa is my territory. If you dare burn it down, I'll come settle the score." Zhao Hong broke out in a cold sweat, staring at Chu Xuan and his two corpse soldiers, thinking to himself that this man was even more dangerous than an extraordinary, with his cruel methods and unprecedented ability to control zombies. Knowing he had encountered a formidable foe, Zhao Hong immediately backed down, claiming it was just a misunderstanding, and promising to compensate with another shopping mall to make peace. Chu Xuan ignored the offer, calmly retorting, "I hear most of Donghu City belongs to your Spirit Hound Gang. One shopping mall won't be enough." Zhao Hong began to growl, his two battle wolves, Da Huang and He, snarling behind him. He warned, "So what do you want? If you know what's good for you, stop now. The Spirit Hound Gang isn't easy to bully." Chu Xuan flashed an ambitious smile, delivering his final demand. "I want the entire Spirit Hound Gang." Zhao Hong was furious, veins bulging on his face, and roared, "You truly don't know your place." Without further ado, Zhao Hong pointed, ordering his three battle wolves, Da Huang, He, Xiao Bai, "Attack! Tear him to shreds for me." The three giant spirit wolves roared, charging straight at Chu Xuan, while he merely curled his lip in disdain. Da Huang lunged with a devastating bite at corpse soldier Tang Hu, but was repelled by the golden light charm skill, shattering its entire jaw. The wolf Da Huang collapsed on the spot, blood gushing from its mouth, while Zhao Hong froze, unable to believe his eyes. Just as Zhao Hong was still reeling, corpse soldier Wang Bao silently appeared behind him like a ghost, emanating a chilling, murderous aura. Corpse soldier Wang Bao shot past, unleashing the Yin Fire Thorn skill directly into the wolf He, neutralizing it instantly before Zhao Hong's helpless gaze. The two corpse soldiers, one red and one blue, stood tall, their eyes blazing as they stared at the enemy, displaying absolute overwhelming power. Zhao Hong's eyes widened in horror as he recognized these two monsters as Wang Bao and Tang Hu, muttering, "They took down my spirit wolves with just one blow. These aren't ordinary zombies." Losing all his arrogance, Zhao Hong frantically screamed, calling for his two remaining wolves, He and Xiao Bai, to rush forward and protect him. Chu Xuan stood with his arms crossed, calmly asking, "Still planning to use these dogs to shield you?" Under Chu Xuan's imposing aura, The 2 remaining wolves and all the Spirit Hound gang members cowered on the ground in fear. He offered them a choice: continue to be sacrificial lambs for him, or become my subordinates? Even though he was completely outmatched, Zhao Hong still strained his neck, shouting, "Don't celebrate too soon. No one can steal my Spirit Hound gang." Out of options, the leader frantically drew a pistol, yelling desperately, "Die for me." Bang! He fired continuously. But his target, Chu Xuan, merely stood still, watching with disdain while the corpse soldier stood guard beside him. Clang, clang, clang. The barrage of bullets stopped dead in front of Chu Xuan, as if hitting an invisible wall. It turned out a network of blood-steel hybrid goo worms had spread out, effortlessly blocking the scrap metal without leaving a single scratch. Zhao Hong froze, his eyes wide with disbelief at the magic that had just unfolded, while his subordinates behind him screamed in terror. Chu Xuan sneered, a blood thread transforming into a small dragon coiling around his arm. "Is this gun your last hope? How pathetic." Clatter. Zhao Hong's will shattered, and the useless gun fell from his powerless hand. The leader cast aside all dignity, kowtowing to the ground and begging, "The Spirit Hound gang is yours, please spare my life." Chu Xuan calmly accepted, "I will take over the Spirit Hound gang. As for your body, I quite like it, so I'll take that too." Upon hearing the demand, Zhao Hong suddenly blushed, making a perverse offer. "Although I don't like men, if you insist, I will comply." Chu Xuan's face showed disgust, and he quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand, I have no interest in such things." He began to assign tasks like a true boss. "Xiao Bao, tie him up for me. Xiao Hu, you manage these 2 dogs. As for you, small fry." Hearing the command, all the Spirit Hound gang members obediently kowtowed in submission, without a single word of protest. Chu Xuan looked at his new subordinates with satisfaction. That's right. Only those who adapt to the times are true heroes. Under interrogation, Zhao Hong began to spill information about the world. 10 years ago, a spiritual energy explosion swept across the planet, transforming most of the population into bloodthirsty monsters. Those monsters are the zombies currently roaming everywhere. However, a small number of survivors awakened special abilities, becoming extraordinaries, with powers ranked from 1 to 9 based on the number of spiritual cores they possessed. Zhao Hong continued to reveal local information. Donghu City only has 2 main forces, his Spirit Hound gang and the Black Front Security. After revealing everything, Zhao Hong was tied up, continuing to beg to be a loyal dog. "That's all I know. Whatever you need, I can provide." Chu Xuan ordered the corpse soldier to take Zhao Hong away for a medicinal bath, causing the former Spirit Hound gang leader's face to turn ashen. Casually enjoying a snack, Chu Xuan smirked, as he explained that this time he had prepared the best medicinal ingredients for corpse refinement, ensuring that the raw material's full physical potential would be unleashed. Zhao Hong stammered, demanding that Chu Xuan honor his promise of sparing his life, but Chu Xuan paid him no mind. He slurped his drink and announced his next plan, using zombies to set up a blood sacrifice array. Standing on his blood sword, Chu Xuan soared into the air, gliding past ruined buildings and calculating that his spirit stones would only last him half an hour of flight to find an area with a high concentration of zombies. Scanning the desolate city, he unexpectedly discovered signs of life on the rooftop of a nearby building. On the ground, a muscular bodyguard was straining to block a door against a zombie, while the sunglasses bodyguard urged an old man to evacuate quickly. The old man, Professor Zheng, clutched his briefcase tightly, his voice resolute. "This is a level 3 spiritual core, exchanged for many lives. It cannot be lost. You go. Don't worry about me." The sunglasses bodyguard roared, asserting that the life of Professor Zheng, director of the Institute of Life Sciences, was far more important, and reassured him that a distress signal had been sent. Professor Zheng sighed wearily, his eyes filled with despair. Alas, times have changed. Waiting for rescue? Crash! The door was smashed open, and a hungry horde of zombies surged in, pouncing on the 2 bodyguards in utter helplessness. The horde of zombies screamed wildly, rushing forward like a hungry flood. Surrounded, Professor Zheng and the 2 bodyguards could only stand and await death, thinking to themselves that this was truly the end. Just as they hung by a thread, a blood sword descended from the sky, radiating an overwhelming murderous aura. Swish! The sword pierced straight through a zombie's head before the stunned eyes of the muscular bodyguard. The blood sword transformed into a crimson whirlwind, sweeping away the trashy zombies in an instant, sending blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Chu Xuan landed as light as a feather amidst the pile of corpses, a smirk playing on his lips. "Quite lively here, isn't it?" The 3 survivors quickly bowed low, profusely thanking Your Excellency for saving their lives. Chu Xuan glanced at the briefcase, asking coldly, "What's inside?" These zombies seem to be targeting it. The sunglasses bodyguard quickly explained, his voice still trembling. This is a third-grade spiritual core, taken from a third-grade zombie bear. Chu Xuan showed interest, a ring of red energy appearing on his fingertip. Oh, let me see. Without another word, Chu Xuan's blood sword snatched the briefcase from Professor Zheng's hand, startling the old man. The old professor tried to explain the importance of the spiritual core inside, but Chu Xuan merely picked it up, examined it, and then declared bluntly, "Its energy is even inferior to a low-grade spirit stone." He flatly declared his disinterest in this low-grade trinket, leaving the three others dumbfounded, unable to believe a third-grade spiritual core was dismissed as trash. The sunglasses bodyguard confirmed that he and the muscular bodyguard were first-grade extraordinaries, dispatched by the Linjiang army to protect the professor and retrieve the core. Seeing Chu Xuan's overwhelming power, the sunglasses bodyguard immediately pleaded for protection, promising that the Linjiang army would reward him handsomely. Chu Xuan secretly assessed the Linjiang army as mere small fry, not worth his concern, but another idea had sparked in his mind. He made an offer. "Help me with one task, and I will ensure your safe departure," making the bodyguard and the old professor rejoice as if they had struck gold. Professor Zheng quickly set a boundary, his voice trembling as he said they couldn't do anything that violated regulations. Chu Xuan smirked, revealing his simple yet cruel plan. "You don't need to do anything, just go to the rooftop and lure the zombies here." With that, Chu Xuan snapped his fingers. A talisman flew out and activated a massive blue array on the ground, ready for the hunt. The zombies roared furiously, clawing at the blue light shield, but Chu Xuan merely stood there with a composed expression, ignoring Professor Zheng behind him, who was pale with fear. Chu Xuan smirked confidently, reassuring the rookies. "Don't worry, I've reinforced it with stone talismans. These zombies can't break through, just stay here and play while I'm gone." With that, he leaped onto a giant crimson flying sword, soaring through the city sky like a deity, leaving the bewildered small fry zombies below. In Chu Xuan's hand appeared a small, red and black array banner, exuding surging demonic energy. It was the blood transformation array banner. He roared "Go!" channeling spiritual power into the banner, causing it to erupt in dazzling red light, ready for a massacre. The blood transformation array banner shot forth, unfurling a massive array with countless ancient characters enveloping the entire target building. The smaller banners took root around the building, officially activating the array, trapping all zombies within its range in a deadly snare. Hovering in the air, Chu Xuan secretly assessed. This basic blood transformation array has a slightly small range, just enough to cover this dilapidated building. Thanks to the spiritual core as bait, thousands of zombies from all directions were swarming in, willingly walking into the trap, saving Chu Xuan a great deal of effort. Returning to the rooftop, Chu Xuan hovered in midair, coldly looking down at the three decoys sitting on the ground, completely overwhelmed by his aura. Chu Xuan smirked, the bloodsteel hybrid goo worm in his hand coiling like a venomous snake, declaring, "Everything is ready. It's time to take you away." The two bodyguards' faces were drained of color, while Chu Xuan coldly asked, "What's wrong? Don't you trust me?" Despite the muscular bodyguard's horrified expression, the elderly Professor Zheng unexpectedly agreed. "We will follow you." The old professor explained the simple logic to the two simple-minded bodyguards. If this esteemed expert wanted to kill us, it would have been done long ago. There's no need for such theatrics. With that, Chu Xuan's blood thread shot out like lightning, tightly binding all three in utter horror. Chu Xuan landed on his flying sword, dragging the three screaming captives as they shot into the sky like paper kites. Landing as lightly as a leaf, Chu Xuan demonstrated his superb mastery of the flying sword. Dropping the three to the ground without mercy, Chu Xuan retracted his blood thread and waved his hand. "All right, go contact the rescue team yourselves. I won't see you off." Professor Zheng quickly crawled forward, his voice full of gratitude. "Many thanks for your excellency's life-saving grace. May I ask your esteemed name?" Chu Xuan turned his back and walked away amidst the red glows of the operating array, replying coldly, "Chu Xuan." After dropping the three survivors in a safe location, Chu Xuan rode his flying sword away, leaving the three figures staring after him in disbelief. Professor Zheng's face changed color, realizing that Chu Xuan's power was not some small fry supernatural ability, but that of a genuine immortal cultivator, and he urgently pressed to report it immediately to General Ye. Returning to the building, Chu Xuan formed a hand seal, activating the blood transmutation array, a massive crimson demonic array descending from the sky, enveloping the entire undead horde. The zombies shrieked miserably as they were swept away by the array's sanguine energy, utterly unable to resist. The flesh of the undead was stripped clean, leaving only bleached bones before completely dissolving within the demonic array, literally vanishing into thin air. Chushuan laughed maniacally, delightedly observing the results. The blood transmutation array has refined all the zombies into pure blood pearls. Declaring this batch of experience points was enough for him to break through to the 9th layer of chi refinement. While reveling in his spoils, Chushuan suddenly froze, looking up at the sky with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. From the sky, brilliant golden lotuses began to fall, shocking Chushuan. Golden lotuses of merit? This is an auspicious phenomenon that only appears when someone accumulates granite credit, isn't it? He looked down at the empty plot where he had just cleared out all the zombies, breaking out in a cold sweat, vaguely guessing the reason. Could it be because I eliminated these undead? Chushuan slapped his forehead, smiling wryly. Demonic cultivators had always only accumulated karma. It was already fortunate if they weren't struck down by heavenly lightning. Yet here he was, farming monsters for merit. Truly a domineering demonic cultivator unlike any other in history. Chushuan gazed at the golden lotus in his hand, feeling for the first time in his life as a demonic cultivator what it was like to possess merit. His entire body was enveloped in brilliant golden light. Feeling as if he had been enlightened, his lifespan increased, and his luck also boosted. The exhilarating sensation faded, but Chushuan remained bewildered by this sudden change. He smirked sinisterly, finally understanding why the righteous sects constantly prattled on about eliminating demons and eradicating evil. It turned out they coveted the benefits of merit. Chushuan had found a new path. If I later sacrifice billions of zombies with blood, accumulating immeasurable merit, wouldn't the path to my physical body becoming a saint be right before my eyes? The scene shifted to the Black Front Security Company headquarters, where a subordinate reported that he had seen off old Zheng and the others. The subordinate wondered about the bloodless corpses, and suspected old Zheng was hiding something, while his boss calmly sat playing a game. He suggested his boss send someone to inquire about the situation from Zhao Hong of the Spirit Hound Gang, but the boss sneered, "I have to go ask that Zhao Hong? What's there to care about a first-grade extraordinary?" The boss looked disdainfully at his game screen, smugly boasting that his Black Front Security Company was backed by the Linjiang Army, considering the Spirit Hound Gang nothing more than a pack of stray dogs. His name was Wang Gengjian, the boss of the Black Front Security Company, who confidently declared that once reinforcements from the Linjiang Army arrived, the entire Donghu city would be his. A lavish hot pot feast was served, steam rising profusely, preparing for the celebration feast. The remaining Spirit Hound Gang members now obediently served Chushuan like a king, sweetly calling him Big Brother. Chushuan smirked, secretly calculating that keeping these small fry would be useful for various chores, and after tasting merit, he would limit indiscriminate killing to avoid harming his path to sainthood. "Well done, everyone. Sit down and eat with me," Chushuan said magnanimously, causing the gang members to freeze in surprise. The whole group was overjoyed to the point of tears, praising their new big brother as approachable and 1,000 times better than their old boss, Zhao Hong, no longer exuding the murderous aura he had when they first met. Relieved and encouraged, the entire group buried their heads in their bowls, feasting heartily and forgetting everything else. In the midst of their joyful meal, a piece of beef accidentally rolled off a plate and fell to the ground. Plop! The meat piece broke open, revealing a green poison goo worm wriggling inside. It turned out everything was within Chushuan's calculations. He knew living people weren't as loyal as corpse soldiers, but if these guys ingested his poison, they wouldn't dare betray him even for gold. After they finished eating, Chushuan stood up, and crimson bloodsteel hybrid goo worms immediately surged from his hand, preparing for the next phase of his plan. Chushuan smirked, looking at the bubbling blood cauldron, confident that the product he had been cultivating for so long was definitely top-notch. He snapped his fingers and commanded, "Emerge," and a grotesque armored figure began to rise from the corpse-refining cauldron. Whoosh! A colossal armored corpse soldier, its entire body covered in sharp bone armor, stood towering before Chushuan, exuding an overwhelming aura. The bone armor on its chest was thick and angular, radiating a crimson energy flow, looking like a true war machine. Its arm was not human, but a spiraling bone weapon, sharp at the tip, ready to pierce through anything. Chushuan laughed with delight, realizing this freshly forged product was of unexpected quality. This Yin corpse's arm is a natural magic weapon. The armored corpse soldier let out an earth-shattering roar, its crimson eyes glaring at Chushuan as if to tear its master apart. You traitor," Chushuan growled, his eyes flashing with deadly red light, releasing the full pressure of his 6th layer of chi, refining to crush the corpse soldier. "You don't know your place. Now kneel." Overwhelmed by its master's pressure, The armored corpse soldier immediately knelt obediently on the ground, trembling like a puppy. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction as the status panel appeared. Top grade aptitude, level 7. Possessing 2 innate divine abilities. Golden Light Charm and Divine Strength Charm. Good, it truly didn't disappoint me. Chu Xuan placed his hand on the head of the brand new creation, bestowing upon it a cool name, Xiao Long. Chu Xuan ordered his new disciples. Xiao Long, go with Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao to familiarize yourself with the territory. You too, teach it my rules. Near the Hao Tai Hotel, a black front soldier stood on a military truck, sensing something amiss as the Spirit Hound gang's territory was unusually quiet. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat, a premonition of impending death telling him something was wrong. He froze when he saw 3 high-level corpse soldiers and Zhao Hong's pack of wolves standing there, his brain automatically concluding, the entire Spirit Hound gang has been wiped out. Suddenly, the armored corpse soldier spun around, its crimson eyes locking onto the target like radar. Discovered, the soldier cried out in panic and despair. Damn it, I've been exposed. Xiao Long's grotesque face magnified before his eyes. The soldier could only gape, a single word echoing in his mind. Doomed. Just as Xiao Long was about to pounce and tear its prey apart, Xiao Hu raised a hand to stop it, while the white wolf Xiao Bai stood watching, seemingly awaiting its master's final command. Chu Xuan ordered his disciples, "You were created by me, and the karma you incur will fall upon me. Remember, without my command, you are absolutely forbidden from killing humans." The armored corpse soldier looked back, seemingly understanding the order, then quickly vanished into the night with its companions. The black front soldier breathed a sigh of relief, unable to believe he had just escaped death. They're not chasing me? With the task complete, Chu Xuan sat down in meditation, a series of pure blood beads floating around him, preparing for a massive power boost. His eyes flashed, and the essence from all the blood beads began to be absorbed. Energy exploded, the blood beads shattered into pure spiritual energy pouring directly into his body, and Chu Xuan roared, "Breakthrough! 7th layer of Qi refining." Clenching his fists, feeling the new power, Chu Xuan confidently declared that at his current level, he was unrivaled below Foundation Establishment, and it was time to prepare to refine the Foundation Establishment pill. To break through to Foundation Establishment, cultivators must compress the spiritual power in their dantian until it liquefies, a process almost impossible without high-grade elixirs. But bitterly, the rare medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Foundation Establishment pill were tightly controlled by the righteous sects. Without branded Foundation Establishment pills, demonic cultivators still had a shortcut. Using powerful creatures as ingredients to cultivate soul flowers to refine blood pills, which, though weaker, were dirt cheap. Chu Xuan smirked. He had prepared the seeds long ago, just waiting to reach the 9th layer of Qi refining before going to find fertile land to plant them. In the night of the ruined city, a pack of giant wolves was sowing terror, howling atop burning vehicles. An unfortunate man became prey for the beasts, while an alpha stood high above, howling under the eerie full moon. A month later, news of a pack of giant wolves appearing on the highway was reported. Chu Xuan sat casually listening to the report, his high-level corpse soldiers standing silently behind him. It turned out his own disciples had just been ambushed by that wolf pack. Hearing the news, Chu Xuan merely sneered. His corpse soldiers were already level 7 to 8, yet they dared to provoke them, proving this wolf pack was no ordinary threat, perfectly suited to be fertilizer for his soul flowers. With that, a small tower of purple demonic energy appeared in Chu Xuan's palm. Now that he had broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refining, Chu Xuan declared it was time to go stretch his muscles. Chu Xuan landed at the ruined scene, coldly asking, "Is this it?" While corpse soldier Tang Hu let out a warning roar. A Lingjiang army guard, barely clinging to life, reported that even a level 1 extraordinary had been wiped out by the fangs and claws of this wolf pack. Standing amidst the silent scene, Chu Xuan suddenly heard a faint cry echoing from the edge of the forest. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing it as a child's cry. Amidst the piles of corpses, the child's cry continued to resound, clearly a trap awaiting its prey. The corner of Chu Xuan's mouth curled into an evil smile, a green energy orb gathering in his palm. With a whoosh, he threw the energy orb directly at the source of the sound, causing a small explosion to probe. Immediately, a wolf's paw with sharp claws materialized from thin air right beside Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan sneered, completely unsurprised. Even an extraordinary from the Lingjiang army died. How could a child survive? If it were someone else, they might have been fooled. But you're too unlucky to encounter a cold-blooded demonic cultivator like me. It turned out the trap was just a pack of giant wolves. their eyes bloodshot, roaring ferociously. Chu Xuan remained unfazed, silently summoning a purple pagoda filled with demonic energy in his palm. The entire wolf pack charged madly, but facing them was Chu Xuan's undead army. Xiao Hu, Xiao Bao, and the armored bone corpse soldier Xiao Long. Leading the pack was a large, mutated wolf king, with a horn on its head, growling provocatively. Chu Xuan smirked, immediately recognizing the high-quality goods. This wolf king is indeed a level 2 extraordinary creature. In response, the wolf king threw its head back and let out a long howl. It sounded like a summons to war. Immediately, an entire army of wolves poured out from the forest, each one with glowing red eyes, ready to tear apart their enemies. Chu Xuan pointed directly at the boss, ordering his disciples. "The extraordinary wolf king is mine. The rest of the small fry are yours." Receiving the order, all 3 corpse soldiers immediately charged forward, confronting the madly rushing wolf pack head-on. The battle began. Chu Xuan stood face-to-face with the giant wolf king, his aura no less imposing. Without further ado, the wolf king roared and charged, opening its jaws full of sharp teeth, intending to swallow Chu Xuan whole. Chu Xuan merely raised a hand to effortlessly block the devastating bite, calmly remarking, "Not a bad bite, and sturdy bones too. Acceptable for now." Easily blocked. The wolf king growled, realizing this enemy was no pushover. Chu Xuan smirked with a sinister grin, a surge of blood energy gathering in his palm. Thump! He unleashed a blood-colored palm strike directly at the wolf king's face at point-blank range. The terrifying force sent the colossal monster flying backward, tearing up a patch of ground. The wolf king lay flattened on the ground, while Chu Xuan still stood calmly, controlling a bloodworm and continuing his assessment. Hit by one strike and not dead. Good skin elasticity. Acceptable. He glanced behind him, where the 3 corpse soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield. The numerous wolf pack was now just blurry shadows in the thick dust and smoke. Amidst the battlefield, the 3 corpse soldiers, corpse soldier Tang Hu, corpse soldier Wang Bao, and the armored corpse soldier, roared wildly, tearing apart and smashing the wolf pack like toys. With the cleanup complete, Chu Xuan coldly ordered his corpse soldier disciples, "Carry everything back to the hotel." Meanwhile, a convoy of military vehicles was moving on the highway, entering the area. A man in a vest led 2 soldiers to the scene. He knelt down in horror upon seeing that everything had vanished. What happened here? The vehicles, supplies, and even the bodies of our Lingjiang army brothers are all gone? The wood spirit user confidently declared his trump card was his wood spirit, extraordinary ability, allowing him to communicate with plants to extract information, asserting he would find a clue. Without further ado, he approached a tree, pressed his hand against it, and activated his ability, a green aura enveloping his palm. The tree's memories surfaced. 3 muscular corpse soldiers carrying the corpses of the Wolf King and its pack on their shoulders, silently departing. A faint reflection of Chu Xuan appeared, and the information from the tree was conveyed. A battle between a human, 3 corpse soldiers, and a wolf pack, resulting in heavy losses for the wolves while the other party calmly left. The wood spirit user gaped, unable to believe his ears. The Wolf King is a level 2 extraordinary creature. Who could escape without a scratch? The army investigator analyzed with the wood spirit user that there definitely wasn't a level 3 extraordinary in Donghu City, because someone that powerful couldn't be a lone wolf without backing. He continued to lament that this city was truly a deep pool, with high-level zombies appearing alongside a mysterious force. But the wood spirit user brushed him off, telling him to focus on finding their comrades' bodies first. Suddenly, the wood spirit user broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the opponent might not be an extraordinary, and an image of Chu Xuan flashed in his mind. Meanwhile, at the new base, Chu Xuan had begun setting up, holding a spirit flame between 2 fingers and coldly chanted, "Activate." A gigantic golden array flared up, engulfing the entire rooftop, where the Spirit Hound gang members stood frozen, watching spiritual plants sprout from thin air. Chu Xuan smiled smugly, declaring he had completed the Spirit Gathering Array and the Illusion Array, transforming this place into a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy where they could cultivate and farm in peace. The Spirit Hound gang members erupted in joy, raising their freshly harvested vegetables, hailing their boss as the real deal, and unable to believe they would one day be self-sufficient with precious spiritual food. Chu Xuan entrusted this land to the Spirit Hound gang members for management to ensure logistics, all to serve the demonic path he was about to embark on. He stepped into a dark room where a giant, black wolf was tightly bound by soulflower vines and he affirmed that his path to foundation establishment depended entirely on it. The scene shifts to Qinghe City, an ancient and bustling metropolis on the Kangshuan continent. Chu Xuan blended into the crowd, a conical hat on his head, silently calculating. The soul flower has been sown, now it's time to return to the continent to find a powerful cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage. He mused that the quickest way to contact Marshal Uncle Liu Zhengsheng was to find a disciple of the Wuji sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xuan activated his divine sense, and crimson energy waves swept across the neighborhood to search for his target. Immediately, he locked onto two cloaked figures, whispering, who were none other than his former sectmates, Wei Hua and Chen Ge. Chu Xuan hid nearby, eavesdropping. Wei Hua was panicking that another person named Zhang Cheng would betray them to the Shengang sect. Chu Xuan analyzed the situation, concluding that whether the person was an informant or not, they were in deep trouble, and it was best for him to stay out of it. Suddenly, a blood-soaked figure was flung through the air like a broken toy. The unfortunate cultivator crashed to the ground in the middle of the street, his blood-drenched state sending the civilians into panicked screams. A silver-haired swordsman with twin swords strode forward coldly, his imposing aura overwhelming the entire street as he roared, "Get out of the way!" A loud-mouthed civilian pointed directly at the silver-haired swordsman, straining his neck to demand, "Who are you to dare act so cruelly in broad daylight?" The silver-haired swordsman sneered, confidently introducing himself. "I am Ouyang Hao, the fourth disciple of the Shengang sect, hereby ordered to hunt down the remnants of the Wuji sect." The civilian had just realized he'd provoked a formidable foe when another blue-haired Shengang sect disciple struck him, sending him flying, with a warning. "Ignorance may spare your life." Ouyang Hao's gaze swept through the crowd, immediately locking onto Wei Hua and Chen Ge, who were trembling uncontrollably. He smirked. "Ha, the real devils are all here." He waved his hand, and a brilliant green sword chi exploded in the middle of the street, sending the civilians screaming and scattering in terror at Ouyang Hao's overwhelming power. The crowd whispered, revealing that Ouyang Hao was a genius of the Shengang sect, soon to become a true disciple, and had single-handedly sent 3 of the top 10 Wuji sect disciples to their deaths. Standing in a hidden corner, Chu Xuan smirked, assessing the situation. It seems Ouyang Hao is the only pursuer. A genius at the 9th level of chi refinement? Just a fat sheep. A blue sword chi and a red-purple energy beam clashed fiercely in the alley, signaling that the hunt had officially begun. Ouyang Hao laughed savagely, pointing his finger forward and unleashing his spirit rhinoceros sword finger. "You Wuji sect scum, prepare to die." The sword chi shot forward, and Chen Ji screamed in despair as the technique locked onto him, leaving no escape. Just as the sword chi was about to engulf Chen Ge, a giant blood-colored shield created by Chu Xuan easily absorbed the full damage. Ouyang Hao hovered on his sword in the air, his face showing surprise as his attack was blocked, while below, Chu Xuan stood shielding a pale-faced Chen Ge. The silver-haired sword cultivator smirked with interest. "You blocked my spirit rhinoceros sword finger? Which Wuji sect trash are you to possess such skill?" From beneath his hat, Chu Xuan spoke in a demonic voice, as if from hell. "Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Chu Xuan lifted his head, his blood-soaked face twisted into a maniacal grin, enunciating each word. "I am Zhang Cheng. I have returned to take your eyes as proof." Chen Ge and Wei Hua froze. Chen Ge stammered, recognizing the name Zhang Cheng in horror. Then Chu Xuan shot him a glance, signaling him to get lost. Ouyang Hao sneered, completely disregarding his opponent, believing it to be nothing more than a cheap act. Drawing his twin swords, Ouyang Hao became extremely excited, roaring a challenge to Chu Xuan not to let his prey escape, or he would make him wish for death. Chu Xuan burst out laughing, declaring that Ouyang Hao was gravely mistaken. Right behind him, 3 formidable corpse soldiers slowly appeared with overwhelming aura. "You are the prey here." The 3 corpse soldiers charged, sweeping through. The Shengang sect disciples' faces turned ashen, but Ouyang Hao remained utterly smug. "We Shengang sect sword cultivators possess indestructible sword chi. These low-level corpses think they can trouble me? Dream on." Thinking it would be an easy kill, Ouyang Hao roared, swinging a streak of sickly green sword chi directly at the corpse soldiers. Clang! His sword chi clashed fiercely with a crimson blood thread, unable to pierce through it. It turned out to be Chu Xuan's blood-steel threadworms, the mutated creatures tightly coiling around his opponent's sword. Ouyang Hao was stunned, realizing that this worm wasn't cut through at all, and could even transform. This technique was too strange. Chu Xuan smirked, activating the blood-binding art. The blood threads immediately bound Ouyang Hao like a cocoon. The sword cultivator didn't flinch. Instead, he showed interest. "Interesting. a secret Shengang art. Roaring break. Ouyang Hao unleashed his spiritual power, shattering the blood shackles in an instant. His entire body radiated dazzling golden light, and he growled, "Your petty tricks end here. Take my strongest killing move." Chu Xuan sneered. Corpse soldier Tang Hu stood towering behind him. "Is this your trump card? It looks decent. Coincidentally, I also need a passable opponent to test the results of my cultivation." Ouyang Hao poured all his strength into one strike. Roaring. Shengang Absolute Sword Finger. Thinking his trump card was impressive, Ouyang Hao didn't expect Chu Xuan to be hiding something even more potent. A formidable level 8 armored corpse soldier named Xiao Long. The sword cultivator's Shengang Absolute Sword Finger directly collided with Xiao Long's bone-armored fist, causing an earth-shattering impact. As the dust settled, Ouyang Hao froze, seeing his attack completely nullified by a small tower in Chu Xuan's hand. His protective artifact shattered. Ouyang Hao collapsed to his knees, unable to believe he had lost. He stammered, asking for Chu Xuan's true identity. Chu Xuan grabbed the genius by his hair, his voice full of disdain. "Is this all a genius of the Shengang sect amounts to?" Meanwhile, at their hiding place, Chen Ge and Wei Hua finally realized that the one who had used disguise and blood threads to save them twice was Chu Xuan. Hearing the news, Marshal Uncle Liu Zhenxiong slammed the table and roared, deeming Chu Xuan a troublemaking disciple and demanding to personally go rescue Ouyang Hao. A cold voice echoed from the doorway. "No need. Chu Xuan has returned." He casually tossed Ouyang Hao's head onto the ground like a welcoming gift, then looked up and greeted Liu Zhenxiong with an arrogant air. Chen Ge joyfully ran over upon seeing Chu Xuan safe and sound, completely oblivious to the headless corpse that had just been brought back. Wei Hua froze, realizing that the head Chu Xuan was carrying belonged to Ouyang Hao, while Chu Xuan nonchalantly declared it was just him conveniently avenging his junior brother. Liu Zhenxiong couldn't believe his eyes, deducing that Chu Xuan must have reached the 9th level of qi refinement to be able to kill a genius like Ouyang Hao. Hearing the words 9th level, Chen Ge and Wei Hua gasped in horror, while Chu Xuan merely gave a mysterious smirk. Liu Zhenxiong was overjoyed, declaring Chu Xuan the sect's blessing and promising to do everything in his power to help him break through to Foundation establishment. Chu Xuan flatly refused, saying he wanted to rely on himself and had personal business on Blue Sea Star, making it inconvenient to stay. He began to act profoundly, nobly stating that he couldn't let his personal interests implicate his senior and junior brothers, causing them suffering. The act was too successful. Chen Ge and Wei Hua were moved to tears, revering Chu Xuan as a living saint for his selfless heart. Liu Zhenxiong was also completely convinced. He clapped Chu Xuan on the shoulder with emotion, affirming that if he needed anything, he should just say so, as the sect would not abandon such a talent. Getting down to business, Chu Xuan no longer beat around the bush and directly asked about Foundation establishment cultivation methods and the price of the blood refinement scripture. Liu Zhenxiong quoted 500 blood pearls for a copy of the blood refinement scripture, emphasizing that this was already a bargain compared to exchanging it for sect contribution points in the past. Chu Xuan feigned poverty, saying he only had 300 blood pearls, but Liu Zhenxiong cheerfully declared that if other disciples didn't need it, he would give it to him for free. Chu Xuan was slightly shocked, realizing he had just judged a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind by thinking this uncle was also stingy, and quickly resumed his role as a grateful disciple. Liu Zhenxiong handed over the cultivation method and instructed Chu Xuan to be careful on his journey and to seek out the Wu family if he encountered any difficulties. Chu Xuan departed, secretly sighing to himself that a demonic sect like the Wuji sect could have such a good person as Liu Zhenxiong, wondering if there were any good people left on the Kongshuan continent. Outside in the courtyard, Xu Ming questioned Liu Zhenxiong about the enormous number of blood pearls and was told that it was a resource brought back by Chu Xuan. Xu Ming gasped, unable to believe Chu Xuan was still alive, only to be further shocked by Wei Hua. Not only is he alive, he's also broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement and killed the genius Ouyang Hao. Xu Ming broke out in a cold sweat, recalling old events and utterly unable to understand why Chu Xuan's strength could grow so unreasonably. Wei Hua and Chen Ge began to taunt Xu Ming, sarcastically remarking that if he looked down on senior brother Chu, he probably wouldn't bother taking the blood pearls, right? Provoked, Xu Ming immediately changed his tune, shouting, "I want them! I want them!" While Chen Ge and Wei Hua laughed gleefully. Xu Ming's face showed his bitterness, suspecting that Chu Xuan must have stumbled upon some great fortune and was hiding an earth-shattering secret. At the Grand Hotel, a purple spatial vortex suddenly appeared, startling the two giant wolves, He and Da Huang. who were on guard. Chu Xuan stepped out of the vortex with an overwhelming aura. The two wolves immediately recognized their master and wagged their tails, barking happily. As he patted He, Chu Xuan saw a subordinate from the Spirit Hound gang poke his head out, his face beaming with joy at seeing his boss return. The two subordinates hastily reported, "Boss, you've been gone for 2 months. Everything is fine. Thanks to your corpse soldiers, the wolf pack, and your formation, no one has dared to come near here." Chu Xuan nodded dismissively. What he cared about most right now were the soul flowers, so he went straight to a secret room. As soon as his hand touched the door, sharp purple energy streams shot out from within, signaling something unusual. Throwing open the door, Chu Xuan was overwhelmed by the sight inside. The entire room was densely packed with thorny vines and blooming soul flowers, enough to refine an entire furnace of foundation establishment pills. He calmly stepped inside, treading on the thick vines as if they were solid ground. Going deeper, Chu Xuan discovered the wolf He tightly bound by countless vines, its body withered from having its life force drained, barely clinging to life thanks to its strong physique. His eyes flashing with a bloody glint, Chu Xuan coldly plucked a soul flower, declaring, "Everything is ready. Your life should also come to an end." Chu Xuan muttered, "This path of cultivation truly is a game of resources. Innate talent is merely trash." Wasting no time, he threw all the soul flowers and ingredients into the furnace, beginning to refine foundation establishment blood pills, each pill increasing the success rate by 30%. Whoosh! The alchemy furnace shook violently, then shot out 3 scorching red blood pills, fresh out of the oven. Adding the genuine foundation establishment pill, snatched from Wu Yanghao's corpse, Chu Xuan smirked confidently, having a total of 4 attempts to break through. No sooner said than done, he swallowed the first foundation establishment blood pill without hesitation. Crack! The terrifying medicinal power erupted, golden energy swirling around Chu Xuan, causing him to convulse as the breakthrough process officially began. The spiritual energy in his body began to condense, gradually liquefying into a pure energy orb in his palm. But Chu Xuan quickly realized that the power of this single, inferior pill was not enough to complete the liquefaction of all his spiritual energy. He then poured all his strength, utilizing all the foundation establishment blood pills, and a massive red and gold energy vortex erupted fiercely. As everything settled, Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, his aura completely transformed, having officially entered the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xuan's crimson eyes gleamed with determination. He was highly focused on the final step. Inside his sea of consciousness, he faced his meditating self, breaking through in a terrifyingly silent space. Suddenly, a giant wolf's paw broke the surface of the water, and a voice full of resentment echoed, "Chu Xuan, you ruthless demonic cultivator." The monster's dark shadow enveloped Chu Xuan. It snarled, vowing, "I will never let you break through to foundation establishment." The heart demon wolf revealed its true form with blazing blue eyes, lunging to attack, making Chu Xuan realize, no, this is a heart demon illusion. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes turning crimson, filled with murderous intent. Chu Xuan didn't flinch. He unleashed streams of blood-colored energy that tore through the air, growling, "Get lost." He quickly analyzed the situation, realizing that although the foundation establishment blood pills were effective, they had summoned this thing because they contained the resentment of countless living beings. Heart demon energy flowed ceaselessly. The monster couldn't be destroyed. On the contrary, it was growing stronger. The heart demon wolf roared, provoking Chu Xuan. "Don't waste your strength," ignoring his continuous attacks. The heart demon wolf began its sermon, disparaging Chu Xuan as having mediocre talent, a trash background, and no chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. Chu Xuan smirked, a challenging expression on his face. "Oh, you want to debate the Tao with me?" He began to retort, exposing how the righteous sects treated common people like grass, monopolized resources, and asserted that the demonic cultivation path was the true way. The heart demon wolf roared furiously, refusing to accept that an evil path could succeed, swinging its claws to attack, while Chu Xuan calmly declared that demonic cultivators were those who plundered the life force of all things. Half of Chu Xuan's face transformed into a demon. He growled, declaring that if heaven wouldn't grant it, he would slaughter his own way, using 10,000 corpses to pave a path to the heavens. With an overwhelming aura, Chu Xuan boldly affirmed that he now possessed enough power to change his fate and defy the heavens. Chu Xuan's Tao heart was as firm as a rock, causing the heart demon wolf illusion to be unable to withstand it and explode into pieces. After the explosion, the monster completely vanished, leaving only Chu Xuan standing tall in the sea of consciousness. But the challenge wasn't over. The water surface behind him rippled, and a pair of hands slowly emerged. A seductive fox spirit demon appeared, using sweet words to persuade Chu Xuan to recall his original reason for cultivating, shifting from attack to temptation. The fox heart demon began to play word games, embracing Chu Xuan from behind and tempting him. I know you used to be oppressed, but now you're the boss here. Why do you need to suffer anymore? She continued to whisper honeyed words, painting a picture of power, wealth, beautiful women, and advised Chu Xuan to stop and enjoy himself. Chu Xuan smirked disdainfully, exposing the heart demon's trick. Indeed, a heart demon's petty trick. You're just trying to stall until the effects of the Foundation establishment blood pill wear off, aren't you? Caught red-handed, the heart demon's purple eyes flashed with cunning, responding only with a sneer. Too bad you miscalculated. Chu Xuan laid his cards on the table, showing 2 more Foundation establishment blood pills, which made the fox heart demon freeze. Without hesitation, he threw both pills straight into his mouth, going all in. Energy erupted. Flames blazed fiercely around Chu Xuan, making the heart demon shriek in panic. Are you crazy? You dare to swallow 2 Foundation establishment blood pills at once? You'll only die a more miserable death. Amidst the sea of flames, Chu Xuan remained unfazed, declaring that he didn't want to waste any more time with this small fry, and thanked it for helping him gain a deeper understanding of his Tao. Boom! A pair of massive, domineering fire wings unfurled from Chu Xuan's back, his aura soaring to the heavens. With his fire wings, Chu Xuan soared upwards, leaving the stunned heart demon behind and boldly declaring, "There is no reason that can stop humanity's will to progress." Overwhelmed by Chu Xuan's aura, the fox heart demon could only grit her teeth and endure, unable to utter a word. With no way to resist, she covered her face with her hands, bitterly admitting, "You win." Chu Xuan flashed a cunning smile, clearly not intending to stop there. Seeing that his opponent still wouldn't let go, the fox shrieked in panic. "Chu Xuan, I won't stop your breakthrough anymore. What else do you want?" Chu Xuan smirked, making a statement that sent shivers down his opponent's spine. "I'm just a little curious if the blood demon scripture can refine your heart demon." With that, he clenched his fist, preparing to strike without mercy. The demonic cultivation flames erupted fiercely, incinerating the fox amidst desperate screams. "No," she cursed Chu Xuan, saying his cruel and heartless actions would bring retribution. But he merely replied indifferently, "Retribution? A beast like you doesn't need to worry about that." Chu Xuan boldly declared that his demonic path would advance further and further, his merits would grow greater and greater, and his will was unshakable. After crushing the heart demon, Chu Xuan sat down in meditation, beginning the process of consolidating the Foundation establishment realm he had just broken through to. After absorbing the heart demon, Chu Xuan's crimson eyes snapped open, demonic energy surging. "Break for me!" he roared, terrifying Foundation establishment energy shooting straight from his eyes and mouth, tearing apart the surrounding space. A terrifying surge of power blew the door open, startling the 3 loyal corpse soldiers standing guard outside with their master's might. On the street below, 2 civilians working froze in place, dropping their tools in panic at the sight of the shocking phenomenon in the sky. A colossal pillar of blazing red energy shot straight up from the rooftop of the building into the night sky, signaling the official birth of an overlord. Attracted by the horrifying power, a horde of zombies below simultaneously raised their heads and growled, becoming intensely agitated. From a nearby base, Xu Ming and another Wuji sect disciple witnessed the scene, fearing it was an omen for an impending zombie tide. In another base, a commander also noticed the anomaly, immediately ordering soldiers to scout. A zombie tide is no joke. Even level 7 or 8, extraordinaries can be wiped out easily. Having completed his breakthrough, Chu Xuan stood up, his aura soaring to the heavens, proudly declaring, "Foundation establishment first layer, successful." He gleefully calculated the powerful buffs he had just received, a lifespan increase of 100 years, the ability to fly, and most importantly, enough power to forge his own natal magic treasure. After leveling up, Chu Xuan immediately researched demonic cultivation arts, settling on the hot item, the soul-devouring rope, a soul-piercing whip that could be controlled remotely. The main ingredient for its creation was yin sha steel, a rare and hard-to-find mineral, as all areas containing it were occupied by the righteous sects. Chu Xuan sneered, devising an alternative plan. In this apocalyptic world, the flesh and souls of 10,000 zombies would be enough to refine what he needed. He came up with a brilliant idea. Remembering that zombies were extremely fond of high-level soul cores, the plan was set. Hunt a few extraordinary beasts for their cores as bait, lure the entire zombie horde to one spot, set up an array formation, and get high-quality yin sha steel without breaking a sweat. Just as predicted, a sea of zombies was crawling up. attracted by something extremely powerful. A massive zombie tide surged through the streets, led by a mutated monster with glowing blue eyes and an energy orb in its hand. An army scout on duty nearby was terrified, hiding behind a corner, watching the river of walking dead flow past. Standing on his blood sword in midair, Chu Xuan observed his results, calculating that the number of zombies was almost 10,000, preparing to find a good spot for harvesting. The scout looked up in horror, stunned to see a figure hovering high in the sky, dominantly looking down at the sea of corpses. Standing in the air, Chu Xuan watched the scout running for his life below, thinking, where did this small fry come from? Accidentally injuring him would mean losing merit. Meanwhile, another security team was also at the scene. The captain had just turned around when he saw a fat man frantically running to report. The fat man, Tang Jinchuan, a Black Blade security member, reported breathlessly. 5 high-level zombies, and the torn corpse of a level 1 spirit beast. This is definitely a sign of a zombie tide. The captain broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that if this zombie tide herded all the spirit beasts into a beast tide, Donghu City would be doomed. Before he could worry further, a purple mutated spider suddenly lunged from the shadows, sinking its fangs into a soldier's neck, making him scream tragically. Help me! Help me! Tang Jinchuan was no pushover. He roared, activating his spiritual talent, fat manipulation, transforming his excess fat into a fiery golden battle axe in his hand. Without hesitation, Tang Jinchuan swung his golden axe directly at his unfortunate comrade, ending him with a final scream. The captain calmly explained, that spider is a mutated spirit beast with extraordinary abilities. This guy's body has already been corroded by digestive enzymes. There's no saving him. The team cautiously entered a nearby warehouse. The captain was vigilant upon seeing spider webs everywhere. So many webs, there can't be just one. No sooner had he spoken than they all froze, looking up to see a giant spider queen and a horde of spiderlings hanging from the ceiling. The captain screamed in horror. Damn it, this is a spider nest. Run! Tang Jinchuan and the Black Blade security captain ran headlong, but crashed straight into a preset spider web trap. They all froze when they saw a level 3 spider queen hanging a comrade as bait. The captain screamed for help in vain. Razor-sharp spider webs shot towards them, ready to tear the small fries apart. The captain frantically pulled out his dagger to cut the webs, but the damn things were harder than steel, sparking but remaining unharmed. Surrounded by the spiderlings, the entire Black Blade security team sank into despair, realizing they were about to become dinner for the whole nest. Suddenly, a fiery red sword, Qi, flashed past, severing all the stubborn spiderwebs in an instant. The captain fell backward, unable to believe his eyes. Someone can cut the webs of a level 3 spider queen with a mere flick of their hand? Chu Xuan appeared like a god, holding a great blood sword, his overwhelming aura preventing the trashy spiderlings from approaching. Tang Jinchuan and the captain could only gape, speechless at the display of power beyond their comprehension. The spider queen and her spiderlings all turned, realizing they had encountered the real deal, not just a few mere soldiers. Chu Xuan smirked, looking at the spider queen as a lucrative prize. Excellent. A level 3 spirit beast core is definitely more valuable than those level 1, level 2 small fries. Standing tall on the rooftop, Chu Xuan pointed his great blood sword directly at the spider queen, his aura overwhelming the entire horde. He sneered, uttering words of contempt directly at the monster. A mere insect dares to challenge me? What a joke. Not bothering to act himself, Chu Xuan waved his hand, summoning a small tower emitting deadly purple demonic energy. Whoosh! From within the tower, 3 formidable beings were released. Fiery Tanghu, elusive Wang Bao, and the formidable armored corpse soldier, who charged into the spiderlings like a whirlwind. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the captain and Tang Jinchuan were completely shocked. He can control zombies? This is the legendary spiritual talent. Tang Jinchuan suddenly remembered something, his face turning pale. Wait, these 3 zombies are the vanguards of the wave of Walking Dead. Could it be that he intentionally caused this disaster? While her spiderlings were being massacred, the Spider Queen was also locked down by an invisible force, unable to move. Chu Xuan smiled sinisterly, gathering a blazing purple energy orb in his palm, ready to unleash the finishing blow called Ethereal Flame Bomb. Boom! The energy orb shot out like a cannonball, creating a terrifying explosion that devoured everything in its path. Poof! Chu Xuan's attack exploded directly on the Spider Queen, the eerie purple flame completely engulfing the monster. The spiderlings trying to escape were also swept away by the ethereal flame. Chu Xuan merely sneered, trying to run. Hilarious. Standing on his blood sword, Chu Xuan coldly watched the Spider Queen scream in the sea of purple flames, utterly helpless against absolute power. The three corpse soldier disciples, Tang Hu, Wang Bao, and the armored corpse soldier, stood still as statues while the flames continued their work, leaving the security team members in the distance, stunned. The steel-hard shell of the Spider Queen began to crack under the terrifying heat of the flames. As the monster's body disintegrated, it left behind its spoils: 3 cyan spirit cores and a pile of shimmering spider webs. Chuchuan collected the loot. He realized that the spider webs, after being tempered by fire, had become tougher, truly excellent material for forging the soul-shackling magic treasure. He tossed the 3 spirit cores to his corpse soldier disciples, ordering, "Use these 3 cores to continue luring the zombies here for me." Chuchuan's fiery red eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Everything was perfectly within his plan. Tang Jinchuan and the security captain finally understood, sweat pouring down them. So, he caused the zombie disaster. Is he going to silence us? Chuchuan, enveloped in demonic energy, questioned the mere soldiers. "You are from the Black Blade Security Company, correct?" The Black Blade security soldiers, led by Tang Jinchuan and the captain, were scared out of their wits, bowing deeply to thank the immortal for saving their lives, while Chuchuan thought that scaring them a bit saved him the trouble of explaining. With a demonic smile and fiery red eyes, Chuchuan issued a strict command. "Get out of here immediately, and tell your people not to loiter within 1,000 meters, or they'll face the consequences." The security captain and Tang Jinchuan shouted their assurances not to bother him, and ran for their lives, leaving Chuchuan alone amidst the demonic energy. Chuchuan decided to immediately use this spider nest, filled with death key, as the center to set up the soul-snatching array. A grand array formation began to take shape. At headquarters, Black Blade Security's boss, Wang Gangjian, slammed his hand on the table, unable to believe that someone so powerful could fly on a sword, control zombies, use fire, and effortlessly slice apart a level 3 Spider Queen's corpse. Wang Gangjian suddenly remembered the Wolfpack massacre on the highway. The culprit was also an extraordinary capable of controlling zombies, and the images of the 3 corpse soldier disciples, armored corpse soldier, Tang Hu, and Wang Bao, flashed in his mind. Tang Jinchuan realized, concluding that both incidents were caused by the same person, while the security captain frantically concluded that a level 3, or even level 4, extraordinary had just appeared in the city. Wang Gangjian frowned, analyzing, realizing that this person was not only powerful but also intentionally creating a wave of zombies. If the worst happened, the entire Donghu city would be wiped out. Tang Jinchuan still naively believed that no one would destroy a city over a minor conflict, while the security captain defended, insisting that the person who saved them couldn't be evil. Despite the dissuasion, Wang Gangjian growled, deciding he had to go personally to see what the other person's true intentions were. The security captain hastily held his boss back, arguing that such an action was too dangerous, no different from suicide. But Wang Gangjian brushed his hand away, firmly declaring that the lives of hundreds of Black Blade security brothers were at stake, and he had to take responsibility. He erupted with imposing aura, confident that with the strength of a Tier 2 extraordinary, he could persuade the other party, or at least buy time for everyone to evacuate if things went south. An armored vehicle sped off into the night, but a strange black and red mist suddenly enveloped the road, signaling an ominous sign. Wang Gangjian poked his head out of the car, astonished to see the unusually thick fog, and had a premonition that this was also part of the other person's power. He cursed under his breath when the walkie-talkie in his hand suddenly experienced interference and then died. All communication with the outside completely cut off. Stepping out of the car, Wang Gangjian noticed something unusual. It was pitch black all around and eerily silent, nothing like a place where tens of thousands of zombies were gathering. Suddenly, Chuchuan appeared right behind him, with 2 floating flying swords, his voice chilling. "You're also from Black Blade Security? Your teammates already warned you this is a forbidden area, didn't they?" Wang Gangjian's face drained of color, sweat pouring down him like rain under the terrifying pressure, as he stammered an explanation that he only came to check the situation out of concern for the safety of the survivors. Chuchuan sneered contemptuously at the Tier 2 extraordinary, declaring bluntly, "Let me show you." Immediately, a hellish scene unfolded. Chuchuan stood amidst a pillar of crimson light. Below him was a sea of zombie corpses piled up like mountains, pierced by countless swords, leaving Wang Gangjian stunned. Wang Gangjian was utterly shocked, his face pale, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word at this unimaginable scale of power. Chuchuan coldly turned his back, holding a formation plate, and issued his final warning. "Any zombie or spirit beast that steps in here will be wiped out. That's all I'm saying." In extreme panic, Wang Gangjian rushed back to the car, hastily grabbing the walkie-talkie as his teammates yelled, asking about the situation. Even though sweat was pouring down him, Wang Gongjian still tried to reassure them over the walkie-talkie, lying that everything was fine and that Donghu City would soon be the safest place. 2 days later, Chu Xuan stood high above, looking down at the Grand Formation, which had now transformed into a colossal pit filled with resentment, energy, and corpses, declaring that it was time to harvest. He waved his hand, and a crimson blood thread shot straight into the middle of the mountain of piled-up zombie corpses. The blood thread pulled back, carrying a glowing crimson crystal, a substance crystallized from the resentment energy of tens of thousands of living beings. Chu Xuan looked at the result with satisfaction, a red dragon-shaped aura swirling around the stone, and sneered. Not bad. Nearly 100,000 zombies have condensed into high-quality resentment energy. Now I have enough materials to refine the soul-locking rope. Just as he was about to refine the item, the sky suddenly changed, a swirling vortex of golden clouds churning, signaling an impending catastrophe. The towering resentment energy from the pile of zombie corpses was sucked straight up into the sky, and dazzling golden lightning covered the entire area. While Chu Xuan was still bewildered, pure golden light began to gather, exuding a terrifying aura. The pinnacle, dragon and phoenix auspice appeared, two divine beasts made of brilliant golden light taking form, circling Chu Xuan like guardians. It turned out this was a phenomenon of merit, even grander in scale than before. Chu Xuan stood at the eye of the storm, his aura radiant. The golden rain began to pour down, each drop seeping into his body like a supreme tonic. Chu Xuan's divine soul was buffed twofold, and all his cultivation bottlenecks were automatically resolved. He hadn't expected that eliminating nearly 100,000 zombies would bring such a high-end reward, a fortuitous encounter that other Foundation establishment stage cultivators could only dream of. Chu Xuan sneered, feeling the new power. This merit was truly overwhelming and boundless. The rain of merit not only buffed people but also seeped into the ground, causing even weeds to glow. Chu Xuan chuckled. Even the plants benefited. It wouldn't be strange if spirit medicines or exotic herbs grew here in the future. 3 months later, 2 civilians were exchanging items outside a high-rise building. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan had emerged from seclusion, successfully refining a brand new item, the soul-locking rope, a chain whip full of sharp thorns that looked extremely bloodthirsty. Chu Xuan sneered. Thanks to the merit buffing his luck, the refinement of the soul-locking rope went much smoother than expected. Whoosh! He swung the whip, and the chain tore through the air at terrifying speed. Boom! An energy explosion swept through, blowing away 2 unfortunate civilians who were screaming in terror. Chu Xuan showed his satisfaction. This innate magic treasure had merged with his divine soul, its potential for growth almost limitless. With the powerful item acquired, it was time to upgrade his software. Chu Xuan pulled out a secret manual to begin cultivating Foundation Establishment stage magic. The Blood Demon Monster refining scripture was divided into 9 layers. Each Foundation Establishment layer unlocked a new magic art. The first layer was Escape Technique, and the second was Demonic Claw. The special feature of these magic arts was their ability to use yin energy to amplify their power, turning a weak move into something formidable. But for other demonic cultivators, this feature was useless. But for Chu Xuan, it was different. He had a whole treasury of yin energy. With just a small jade bottle, the yin energy from the previous soul-snatching Grand Formation poured out like a flood, enough for him to use freely. Several bottles of pure yin energy were laid out by Chu Xuan, and an enchanting blue spiritual energy rose in wisps, preparing for the power boost. Chu Xuan took a deep breath, absorbing all the yin energy into his body, a look of satisfaction clearly visible on his face. He growled, deciding to use this formidable energy source to accelerate his cultivation progress. Lightning and thunder crackled around him, looking incredibly domineering. The scene shifts to Longjiang City, the capital of Linjiang Province, a bustling modern metropolis at dusk. In a military conference room, Professor Zheng rushed in frantically, calling out the name of a general amidst the astonishment of the officers. The silver-haired general with a scar on his face, named Ye Nantian, leader of the Linjiang army, announced an emergency meeting because an extraordinary creature had just appeared. A female analyst projected an image of a cargo ship entangled by gigantic tentacles, reporting that it was over 30 meters long and had swiftly dealt with 30 people on board. The army commanders broke into a sweat, concluding that this was a Tier 3 monster, a creature their current forces had no chance of defeating. Ye Nantian ordered, "The mission is not to kill, but to scare the monster away from our territory at all costs." All the officers unanimously obeyed. Professor Zheng hastily spoke up, proposing to Ye Nantian about an extremely powerful expert in Donghu City, whom he had mentioned before, suggesting they invite this person to act. Ye Nantian immediately dismissed Professor Zheng's idea, scoffing that no matter how strong one person was, they couldn't contend with his hundreds of thousands of soldiers, then asked directly, "Where is he?" The scene shifts. Chu Xuan, disguised as a merchant, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, entered a tea house that looked familiar, but had a changed signboard. Chu Xuan called the tea house waiter over, feigning curiosity, asking why this place, which was the Wu family's tea house 3 months ago, had now changed owners. The tea house waiter honestly spilled everything, saying that the Wu family had their assets confiscated by the Shingang sect for harboring Wuji sect remnants. Chu Xuan secretly thought that, indeed, the Wu family had too many people and was too conspicuous, so they were bound to be wiped out sooner or later. Chu Xuan feigned fear, acting deeply. "That's terrible. Have all those demonic cultivators been caught yet?" I'm constantly worried in the city. The tea house waiter proudly boasted that the Shingang sect had joined forces with the Golden Dragon Temple, dispatching troops to sweep through and drive the Wuji sect remnants into the southern Cloud Mist Mountains, asserting that the city was now absolutely safe. After finishing his act, Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and casually tipped the tea house waiter some silver, making him overjoyed and profusely grateful. After getting the information, Chu Xuan calculated that among the survivors, only Martial Uncle Liu was at the Foundation establishment stage. The hunting party definitely had no Golden Core experts. He was confident that with his Foundation establishment cultivation, he could handle them all. Chu Xuan's eyes flashed with a bloody glint. He thought of his innate magic treasure, the soul-locking rope, which needed the divine souls of Foundation establishment cultivators to unleash its maximum power. Those useless zombies weren't strong enough. This was a golden opportunity to lie in wait like a sparrow. The scene shifts to the majestic southern Cloud Mist Mountains, shrouded in fog, a place about to become a hunting ground for both the righteous sects and demonic overlords. While walking in the forest, Chu Xuan was suddenly stopped by a loud shout. "Stop!" Whoosh! A group of Shingang sect disciples, led by an arrogant-looking man, landed, blocking his path. Chu Xuan feigned innocence, asking what was wrong, but internally he was roaring. "Excellent! One Foundation establishment Tier 3 and 3 Qi refinement cultivators, truly a gift from the heavens." The Shingang sect team leader raised his chin and asked Chu Xuan who he was. He calmly fabricated a story that he was just a rogue cultivator who entered the mountains to hunt demonic beasts for spirit stones. The rabble behind him immediately started shouting, accusing him of being a demonic cultivator disguised as a rogue cultivator to sneak into the mountains and rescue his accomplices, then demanded to attack. Chu Xuan put on a show, feigning indignation. "You Shingang sect members claim to be of the righteous path, yet you slander innocent people without evidence?" The Shingang captain sneered, laying his cards on the table. "Haha, let me tell you before you die, whether you're a demonic cultivator or not doesn't matter. Your head is enough to exchange for contribution points." The group surrounded him, boasting that they had killed 8 people this way and Chu Xuan would be the 9th, then simultaneously unleashed streaks of lightning to attack, but they had chosen the wrong target. Chu Xuan coldly activated the Black Soul Vortex, and a burst of reddish-purple demonic energy exploded, shattering their attacks. Instantly, the blood-steel threadworm shot out from his hand like a blazing red python, whipping around once, and all the Shingang disciples were wiped out in an instant, their bodies mangled. The Shingang captain perished before he could even understand what was happening, his corpse flying like a kite with a broken string. Chu Xuan sneered, holding the blood-steel threadworm, a smirk on his face. "Congratulations, this time you've met the real deal." Without further ado, Chu Xuan immediately unleashed the soul-snatching art, sucking away the souls of all those who had just fallen. He stored the souls of the Qi refinement cultivators in his bag to nourish the 10,000 souls banner, while the soul of the Foundation establishment cultivator needed a quiet place to be processed separately. In a desolate place, Chu Xuan began the process of refining the Shingang captain's soul, attempting to turn it into a new spiritual artifact. Boom! The Foundation establishment soul was too tough. It exploded during the refinement process, sending blazing red energy scattering in all directions. Another failure. Chu Xuan covered his face in disappointment, when suddenly a strange voice asked if he had also failed. He thought to himself, a month had passed, and he had killed 4 Foundation establishment cultivators and over a dozen Qi refinement cultivators, yet he still hadn't successfully refined the soul-shackling cord because it was too picky about materials. Chu Xuan concluded, "It seems I need to find a more formidable Foundation establishment soul to refine." Feeling dejected, he suddenly heard earth-shattering sounds of fighting outside. A new opportunity had arrived. An old man in white robes, eyes blazing with fire, roared for blood, chasing Liu Zhengxiong frantically through the forest and shouting, "Liu Zhengxiong, you killed my brother Zhao." Even though he was at a disadvantage, Liu Zhangxiang stubbornly argued. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But don't pin absurd blame on me. His words were tough, but his body was not. Liu Zhangxiang coughed up a mouthful of blood. His injuries were clearly extremely severe. The old man in white robes sneered, judging. You're beyond saving. With such severe injuries, you have only one path, death. Suddenly, a blazing red bone whip flew out of nowhere, aimed directly at the old man in white robes. The old man was startled, and quickly formed a hand seal, conjuring a blue spiritual energy shield to defend himself. Crack! The shield was as thin as paper. It shattered upon impact, and the bone whip pierced straight into the old man's chest. The old man in white robes gritted his teeth, his face changing color because the sudden attack was too insidious. His pupils constricted, reflecting the image of a blazing red hand reaching out. A massive surge of evil energy erupted, enveloping the old man like an evil spirit devouring its prey. Chu Xuan appeared, exuding an incredibly cool and overbearing Foundation Establishment stage aura, making the old man in white robes, Sun Shi, gape in astonishment. Chu Xuan, you've broken through to Foundation Establishment? Swallowed by Chu Xuan's blood refinement art, Sun Shi roared in the sea of blazing red flames, feeling the sinister power eroding his spiritual power. Not some small fry, Sun Shi roared, unleashing his azure cloud divine sword art, and countless streaks of green sword chi flew across the sky, tearing through the red flame barrier. Standing from afar, Liu Zhangxiang was sweating profusely, clearly worried because Sun Shi was a veteran Foundation Establishment cultivator with a solid foundation, while Chu Xuan was just a newcomer. Sun Shi's face filled with killing intent, and he bitterly roared. Last time I let you escape, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. You truly brought disaster upon yourself. With that, the old man waved his hand, and countless flying swords shot out like rain, vowing to send Chu Xuan to heaven, just as he had entered the Foundation Establishment stage. The sword formation tightened, piercing straight into Chu Xuan from all sides, seemingly finishing him off in an instant. But no. Chu Xuan merely sneered, and a surge of purple demonic chi erupted from his body, easily blocking all the incoming flying swords. It was just an afterimage. Chu Xuan's body dissolved into a purple light and vanished. Sun Shi realized he had been tricked and shouted, "Damn it, it's an earth evasion technique." Knowing something was amiss, Sun Shi dared not be careless and immediately set up a defensive sword formation, highly vigilant against Chu Xuan's next attack. Unexpectedly emerging from the ground, Chu Xuan unleashed a blood-colored thorny whip, smashing Sun Shi's defensive sword formation to pieces. Much to the old man's astonishment, quick as a flash, Chu Xuan closed in from behind, grabbing Sun Shi's head with a demonic grin that utterly terrified the old man before he died. Having just finished off his opponent, Chu Xuan immediately cast the soul-snatching art, extracting a pure blue soul from Sun Shi's body. Holding the soul of a veteran Foundation Establishment cultivator in his hand, Chu Xuan smirked in satisfaction, praising it repeatedly as high-quality goods, perfect for refining the soul-shackling cord. Liu Zhangxiang approached, his face still in shock. Chu Xuan, I can't believe you won. I remember you were still stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement just recently. Chu Xuan casually explained that he had picked up a Foundation Establishment pill from Ouyang Hao, swallowed it, and broken through thanks to luck. Liu Zhangxiang gaped, thinking that this leveling speed was truly unprecedented. Liu Zhangxiang questioned Sun Shi's words, asking if Chu Xuan had also killed his junior brothers, and he casually admitted, "Yes, I killed them." Liu Zhangxiang was extremely excited, praising Chu Xuan as too formidable for crushing a veteran right after reaching Foundation Establishment, asserting that with this achievement, if recommended to the old ancestor, he would surely be accepted as a true disciple. Hearing old ancestor, Chu Xuan's face immediately turned serious, and he inquired, "Martial uncle, do you mean there's news of the golden core old ancestor?" Liu Zhengxiang confirmed, his expression becoming even more solemn, saying that this was not the place to discuss important matters and urged Chu Xuan to follow him. At the hidden base, the Wuji sect disciples burst into joyous cheers upon seeing Liu Zhengxiang return safely. But right behind the old man was Chu Xuan, whose overbearing Foundation Establishment stage aura immediately made the atmosphere grow heavy. The disciples, especially Wei Hua and Xu Ming, gaped in astonishment, asking how Chu Xuan was here and how he had broken through the Shenggang sect's encirclement. Liu Zhengxiang solemnly declared that Chu Xuan had not only broken through to Foundation Establishment, but also made a great contribution by eliminating the enemy, so he decided to promote him to the rank of Martial Uncle. Hearing the order, all the disciples dutifully bowed their heads to greet Martial Uncle Chu, except for Xu Ming, whose face was sullen, clearly unconvinced. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes, His sharp gaze locked onto the one showing defiance. He sneered, his voice filled with killing intent. Heh heh, Xu Ming, you don't need to follow. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Chu Xuan waved his hand, and the blood-steel threadworm transformed into a blazing red thorny whip, lashing out. Swish! The blood whip pierced straight through Xu Ming's throat, a clean finishing blow, leaving no chance for resistance. Before the horrified gazes of the others, Xu Ming's corpse collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out, while Chu Xuan stood there, coldly retracting his weapon. Liu Zhengsheng looked at Chu Xuan and bluntly declared that they had no need for a junior like Xu Ming, fully agreeing with the internal purge. Chen Ge and Wei Hua gloatingly pointed at Xu Ming's corpse, revealing that he was the one who had betrayed Chu Xuan to the Shengang sect, believing he deserved to die. Liu Jingxiong turned, bowing his head in apology to Chu Xuan for not seeing the traitor's true colors, while Chu Xuan merely responded modestly. Chu Xuan swept a knife-sharp gaze across the crowd, bluntly declaring, Xu Ming dared to betray us. His crime deserves death. Today, I enforce the sect's laws to set an example for all of you. After hearing his intimidating words, the remaining disciples not only showed no fear, but even displayed reverence, completely subdued by Chu Xuan's overbearing aura. Having wielded the stick, Chu Xuan then offered the carrot, pouring out a whole bag of blood pearls seized from the enemy, and declaring that he would distribute them all to everyone, as he was now at Foundation establishment and no longer needed such things. The Wuji sect disciples burst into joyous cheers, unanimously hailing Martial Uncle Chu, while Liu Zhengsheng nodded in admiration at this ruthless yet generous display of winning over hearts. Suddenly, a man with a muscular build, his body wrapped in white bandages, appeared with an overwhelming aura, drawing Chu Xuan's attention. Liu Zhengsheng introduced him as Wu Ke, the patriarch of the Wu family, who had risked his life and was injured to gather intelligence, and Chu Xuan immediately expressed his admiration. Wu Ke modestly replied, but inwardly he was calculating, secretly acknowledging Chu Xuan's extraordinary abilities, and telling himself that he absolutely must not become his enemy. Chu Xuan got straight to the point, asking Wu Ke if he had any news about their sect's old ancestor. Wu Ke dropped a bombshell. Their golden core old ancestor Wan Weiying, master of Liu Zhangsheng, had been captured alive by the Shangang sect and imprisoned at Cloud Mist Mountain Villa. Liu Zhensheng was deeply shocked, never expecting them to spare his life. Wu Ke explained the Shengang sect's sinister plot. They were using old ancestor Wan Weiying's special physique to drain his blood, nurturing vengeful spirits to refine sword qi, with the goal of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Chu Xuan growled in anger, but then immediately sneered mockingly, remarking that such dirty tactics were indeed typical of those trashy righteous sects. Liu Zhensheng, brimming with urgency, reported that Cloud Mist Mountain Villa was guarded by only 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, and he cried out, urging Chu Xuan to join forces to rescue their master. Liu Zhensheng analyzed the situation, admitting that their side only had 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, making their chances of victory very low. But he immediately revealed their trump card, another expert at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. The trump card appeared. Senior Sister Li Xianyue, hailed as a genius among Foundation establishment cultivators, with the highest potential to break through to the Golden Core. Liu Zhengsheng stated that he had contacted Li Xianyue, and despite being in secluded cultivation, she agreed to appear on the sole condition that old ancestor Wan accept her as his chief disciple. Liu Zhensheng played his final card, bowing deeply to beg Chu Xuan to join, promising that once successful, he would ask their master to accept Chu Xuan as a true disciple. Chu Xuan helped Liu Zhensheng up, calmly saying there was no need for that, and revealed his true motive. He was also aiming for the Golden Core realm, and having a Golden Core old ancestor teach him cultivation techniques would make the path much easier. Chu Xuan smirked with a hint of malevolence, reassuring Liu Zhengsheng. Senior brother Liu, rest assured. For the greater good, I am willing to risk this humble life. The group of 3 arrived at the rendezvous point, where a graceful figure was already waiting their trump card, Li Xianyue. She spoke directly. Are you junior brother Chu Xuan? Li Xianyue glanced at him, her overwhelming 3rd-level Foundation establishment aura radiating as she calmly remarked, not bad. To break through to Foundation establishment under such difficult circumstances, you certainly have some capability. Li Xianyue explained the plan, stating that Cloud Mist Mountain Villa was enveloped by a formation capable of suppressing demonic cultivators, but their side had a formation-breaking mirror to pinpoint the formation eyes. Li Xianyue tossed the mirror to Chu Xuan, tasking him with breaking the formation from the outside, as he had just broken through and his strength was still weak. But Chu Xuan secretly rejoiced, as it was exactly what he wanted. Let them charge ahead. I'll be free to act outside. Holding the formation-breaking mirror, Chu Xuan chuckled inwardly as the enemy's information became crystal clear. 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 1 strongest at the 3rd level, and 1 weakest at the 1st level. Li Xianyue confidently laid out the plan. I'll handle 2, each of you take 1. No objections? Then let's go. The entire team responded in unison, their morale soaring. Whoosh! A colossal beam of light from the formation-breaking mirror shot straight into Cloud Mist, Mountain Villa, causing an earth-shattering explosion that violently shook the defensive formation. The mirror in Chu Xuan's hand reflected the scene of the formation crumbling. He coldly declared, "It's time." The moment the formation was neutralized, Chu Xuan immediately summoned his 3 formidable creations, growling his command. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, Xiao Bao, Chu Xuan observed from the sidelines, letting his 3 formidable corpse soldiers, the armored corpse soldier, Tang Hu, and Wang Bao, charge ahead. He thought to himself, the situation is unclear. Why waste spiritual energy on trivial matters? Let the minions go first. Meanwhile, Li Xianyue and Liu Zhengsheng had plunged into combat, fighting fiercely amidst the Shenggang sect disciples. Sword chi and spells flew wildly, and the battle erupted instantly. A disciple reported good news. "Senior sister, the suppression formation has been broken." Li Xianyue smiled contentedly, acknowledging Chu Xuan's talent. "Good. Junior brother Chu is quite capable. He finished faster than I thought." The moment the formation was lost, a Shenggang sect disciple frantically cried for help, as Li Xianyue prepared to deliver a finishing blow. "Master Huikong, the formation is broken. If you don't act, we're all doomed." Boom! A powerful golden light tore through the wall, flying straight towards the battlefield. An angry voice rang out. "Fools! This old monk was waiting for the right moment. You've ruined everything." Li Xianyue was startled, quickly turning to block the sudden attack, but the golden light sword chi struck too fast for her to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not just one, but countless golden light flying swords surged forward like a storm, tearing up a large section of the courtyard with astonishing power. The attacker revealed himself, a muscular monk with a sinister grin, holding a golden light magic treasure. He greeted Li Xianyue with a mocking tone. A mysterious observer with a glowing red aura stood in the distance, muttering, "It's martial monk Hui Kong of Golden Dragon Temple. Rumor has it he's a genius, reaching Foundation establishment at 30, with more victories than defeats." Li Xianyue confronted Hui Kong, growling her accusation. "Hui Kong, your Golden Dragon Temple always preaches compassion, so why collude with the demonic cultivators of the Shenggang sect, who specialize in blood-sacrificing ghost souls?" The monk vehemently denied it. "Nonsense. This poor monk is only here to provide support. I know nothing." Hui Kong boasted loudly, declaring that the Wuji sect remnants had walked straight into a trap, and he would personally send them on their way. Hui Kong's prayer beads seemed to have eyes, fiercely pursuing Li Xianyue and Liu Zhengsheng, forcing both to struggle to evade them. Li Xianyue bitterly realized she had fallen into a trap. Hui Kong had deliberately waited for her side to exhaust their spiritual energy before emerging to finish them off. And if they lingered, enemy reinforcements would arrive immediately. With no other choice, Li Xianyue summoned her innate magic treasure, the Black Wind Flag, roaring for her opponent to get out of the way. Hui Kong turned his back, fully displaying his dragon tattoo, and sneered defiantly. "Trying to run? Have you asked this poor monk for permission yet?" Li Xianyue's Black Wind Flag collided head-on with Hui Kong's golden light, creating a terrifying energy explosion. As a result, Li Xianyue was sent flying, spitting blood, her clothes tattered after taking a blow that highlighted the vast difference in their cultivation levels. The ground cracked after the attack, and Hui Kong stood tall, completely dominating the situation. Hui Kong grinned sinisterly, raised his magic treasure, and ordered Li Xianyue to accept the fate of a defeated opponent. Collapsed on the ground, Li Xianyue realized with horror that her opponent had even mastered the evil-suppressing rune. Secretly understanding why he dared to take on 3 of them alone, he had been hiding his trump card. Hui Kong laughed savagely, raising his gleaming golden sword, preparing to send Li Xianyue to her demise as she watched helplessly. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of killing intent tore through the air, causing the martial monk to freeze and look up warily. Reacting like a machine, Hui Kong immediately threw his sword, circulating his cultivation to summon a golden bowl to block the sudden attack. Clang! A blood-colored bone whip descended from the sky, striking the golden bowl directly, causing it to crack open, and making Hui Kong's eyes widen in shock. In midair, Chu Xuan appeared in his black robe, causing the gasping Li Xianyue to utter his name in astonishment. Li Xianyue couldn't believe it. Not only did Chu Xuan not flee, but he returned at the perfect moment, shattering Hui Kong's evil suppressing rune with a single move. Interrupted at the last minute, Hui Kong clutched his chest, growling at the stranger. "You brat, who are you?" Chu Xuan didn't bother with words, responding with a fiery black demonic claw that shot straight towards the martial monk's face. A Shengang sect disciple, watching from the side, sneered, mocking Chu Xuan's technique as crude and slow, certain it wouldn't even graze Master Hui Kong's robes. But immediately, the slap to the face arrived as the black demonic claw exploded into a colossal sea of sinister flames, engulfing Hui Kong in his utter horror. Trapped by the black demonic claw, Hui Kong strained with all his might, gritting his teeth to resist the sinister flames burning him. Liu Zhengxiong explained Chu Xuan's brilliant strategy to Li Xianyue, using ordinary spiritual energy as a lure, then suddenly revealing his demonic energy. Li Xianyue gasped, unable to comprehend where Chu Xuan had acquired such terrifying demonic power. Escaping the flames, Hui Kong roared bitterly, calling Chu Xuan a cunning demonic cultivator, then unleashed his Vajra Beans technique, firing countless gleaming golden energy pellets. In the air, Chu Xuan merely flicked his blood-colored bone whip, effortlessly shattering all of Hui Kong's Vajra Beans as if they were toys. The whip transformed into a sharp bone short sword. Chu Xuan smirked with a malevolent aura, then uttered a chilling word. Die. With the sword tip pointed directly at his forehead, Hui Kong was drenched in sweat, stammering as he invoked his master's name, hoping to save his life. Slash. Chu Xuan didn't bother listening, piercing straight through with a clean strike, splitting the martial monk's head in two. Standing over Hui Kong's corpse, Chu Xuan coldly swung his sword, calmly asking, "Did you think I was easily intimidated?" Without a moment's rest, Chu Xuan turned to the Shengang sect disciples who were watching, sweeping his bone whip in a circle, cleanly dispatching the small fry amidst their desperate screams. When it was done, Li Xianyue approached, her voice hesitant as she thanked Chu Xuan for saving her life. Wu Ke and Li Xianyue were deeply shocked by the Foundation establishment power Chu Xuan had just displayed, but he merely replied calmly that one must know how to hide their cards when navigating the cultivation world. Having dealt with the small fry, Chu Xuan waved his hand, declaring it was time to proceed directly to their main objective, rescuing the old ancestor. The group entered a dark dungeon, discovering an old silver-haired man tightly bound by chains. He mistook them for jailers who had come to torture him. The old man gritted his teeth, his voice filled with resentment and despair. "You're here again? How much more of my blood do you intend to drain this time?" Liu Zhengxiong recognized his master, crying out in extreme surprise and joy. "Master, it's me, Zhengxiong." Old ancestor Wan Huaying, who had only one eye left, was stunned to recognize his beloved disciple amidst his despair. The group unanimously paid their respects to the ancestor, while Liu Zhengxiong, without hesitation, rushed forward to channel his energy and break the restraining chains. Wan Wuying burst into maniacal laughter, overjoyed to finally see the day he would escape hell. "Good. You are all true disciples of my Wuji sect." Crash. The restraining chains shattered under Liu Zhengxiong's attack, and purple energy enveloped Wan Wuying, freeing him. Immediately, Liu Zhengxiong took out a bag of elixirs, anxiously telling his master, "Master, your recovery is the most important thing." As soon as he was released, Wan Wuying snatched the pile of elixirs from Liu Zhengxiong's hand and devoured them like a hungry tiger. Replenishing some energy, Wan Wuying laughed heartily, declaring that heaven never blocks all paths, and praising his disciples as genuine members of the Wuji sect. Spiritual energy began to surge. Wan Wuying's muscles bulged, and the old man urged them all to flee quickly before the enemy discovered his escape. 3 days earlier, Chu Xuan was meditating in a cave abundant with spiritual energy, but this was actually a trap set by the alliance of righteous sects. While cultivating, Chu Xuan suddenly felt a tremor from the soul-devouring chain in his hand. It seemed the arena within was about to yield a result. He muttered about his initial plan to only use Sun Shi's soul, but then casually threw in Master Hui Kong's soul as well, letting them deal with each other. Inside the spiritual artifact, the souls of Sun Shi and Master Hui Kong had engaged in a life-and-death battle, and now the victor had emerged. With a sneer, Chu Xuan summoned his new warrior, a muscular ghost in the form of Master Hui Kong. Hui Kong's ghost roared ferociously, lunging straight at Chu Xuan as if to tear his new master apart. Chu Xuan remained unfazed, using the soul-devouring chain to seize the ghost's wrist, easily stifling its roar. Clink! The soul-devouring chain tightened, completely binding the new soul, its crisp sound signaling the birth of an overwhelmingly powerful new toy. 10 minutes later, Chu Xuan stood there, holding the glowing red chain, while Master Huikong's ghost knelt obediently like a dog, completely tamed. Chu Xuan smirked, thinking to himself that this life-bound spiritual artifact would grow stronger as he did, and Master Huikong's ghost would also level up accordingly. A Wuji sect disciple appeared at the cave entrance, reporting that the ancestor had emerged from seclusion and martial Uncle Liu was urgently calling for Chu Xuan. Wan Huaying praised Li Xianyue, but immediately wondered how she could defeat the martial monk of Golden Dragon Temple, who possessed the evil-suppressing rune. Li Xianyue humbly replied to the ancestor, stating directly that the one who defeated Master Huikong was not her, but junior brother Chu Xuan. Wan Huaying narrowed his eyes, showing extreme interest in this unfamiliar name. Liu Zhengsheng immediately reported, recounting the details of the life-and-death battle, affirming that Chu Xuan had single-handedly turned the tide and even provided blood pearls to everyone. Chu Xuan stepped forward, cupping his hands confidently. Wuji sect disciple Chu Xuan greets the ancestor. Wan Huaying was bewildered, having never heard this name. Liu Zhengxiang quickly explained that when the sect was destroyed, Chu Xuan was merely a low-level qi refining disciple, and all his current strength was self-cultivated. Ancestor Wan Huaying narrowed his eyes, questioning Chu Xuan's origins, as there was no such name among the qi refining stage 8 to 9 disciples back then. Chu Xuan calmly fabricated a story, saying he was only at qi refining stage 4 at the time, and later achieved enlightenment and found some blood pearls, which led to his rapid advancement. The ancestor was utterly shocked. From qi refining stage 4 to foundation establishment in 1 year, such a genuine talent is sure to reach the golden core stage in the future. I must recruit him to my side immediately. Without further ado, Wan Wuring unleashed his aura and asked directly, Chu Xuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Chu Xuan secretly thought this was a golden opportunity. Without a second of hesitation, he kowtowed in apprenticeship. Disciple greets master. Under the witness of Liu Zhengxiang and Li Xianyue, the official apprenticeship ceremony took place. Chu Xuan had found a powerful backer. Wan Huaying laughed heartily, helping Chu Xuan up. Acquiring such a talented disciple was truly a huge gain. Done with the matter, the ancestor turned to Li Xianyue and Wu Kei, casually taking them both in. I am the only golden core cultivator left in the Wuji sect. Do you two wish to become my disciples? Without needing to be asked, both Wu Kei and Li Xianyue unanimously paid their respects as disciples, and the ceremony was completed before the incense burner. Wan Wuying concluded, declaring that although Chu Xuan had the highest talent, he was still the junior disciple brother, ranked after senior disciple sister Li Xianyue, second senior disciple brother Liu Zhengxiang, and third senior disciple brother Wu Kei. Li Xianyue secretly realized that in her master's eyes, Chu Xuan's value had surpassed her own. Otherwise, the ancestor would never have proactively offered to take him in. Liu Zhenxiang cupped his hands and asked Master Wan Wuying about their next plan. Wu Ke stood beside him, listening intently. Wan Wuying did not answer directly, but instead asked his disciples, Let me ask you, who has occupied the 3 provinces of the Wuji sect? Li Xianyue immediately spoke up, clearly reporting the situation of their divided territory. The Shengang sect swallowed Dong province, the Golden Dragon Palace and Wondrous Sound Nunnery divided Chuan province, while Wu province was torn apart by Jade Spirit Mountain and the Heavenly Seal sect. Liu Zhongxiang added intelligence, stating that the Heavenly Seal sect also suffered heavy losses when attacking the Wuji sect, losing 2 golden core ancestors. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes, offering a sharp insight. With such an uneven division, those factions will sooner or later turn on each other. Finding his point valid, Liu Zhenxiang then asked his master who their target was. All the disciples looked towards Wan Wuying, awaiting orders. Wan Huaying gave a sinister smile, finalizing the plan. Indeed, now is the perfect time to join the Heavenly Seal sect, and announced that the person he was waiting for had arrived. Whoosh! A green-haired cultivator with a snake coiled around his neck appeared, his tone full of challenge. Old Devil Wan, you're quite bold, daring to stay in the Heavenly Seal sect's territory. Aren't you afraid we'll betray you? Wan Wuying scoffed in response, asserting that with the Wuji sect's cultivation techniques and cultivators, the Heavenly Seal sect would only drool with envy and not dare to make a move. Otherwise, they would have sent Golden Core experts to clean up already. Li Xianyue explained to Chu Xuan that this Golden Core elder, Zhao Wuyai, was acquainted with their master and had long been displeased with the Shengang sect's overbearing ways. Zhao Wuyai stroked his pet snake, admitting that the Heavenly Seal sect was short on manpower and didn't want to miss this opportunity. But openly accepting demonic cultivators would be a huge scandal. He continued to outline the plan. The Heavenly Seal sect has just been allocated a new territory in the south of Wu province, a dense forest full of snakes, insects, and overwhelming yin energy, a perfect playground for demonic cultivators. Zhao Wuyai sealed the deal. The extreme yin cave branch of the Wuji sect will fully merge into the Heavenly Seal sect, be provided with resources, but must clear the land themselves, and establish their own sect's base within 3,000 miles of those caves. Wan Wuying burst into delighted laughter. This deal was perfectly to his liking. Finally, his branch had a place to call its own. The ancestor ordered his disciples, including Chu Xuan, to quickly pay their respects to martial uncle Zhao Wuyai, and they all promptly complied. Zhao Wuyai adopted a condescending air, praising the disciples for their initiative in saving their master, then pointed at Li Xianyue, remarking that she had the highest cultivation and was the one who killed Hui Kong. Wan Weiying sneered, teasing that old Zhao had guessed completely wrong this time, then called Chu Xuan forward. "Xuan, come meet your master." Zhao Wuyai froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe that the Wuji sect had produced a foundation establishment stage disciple whose name he had never heard. Wan Weiying explained thoroughly. Chu Xuan was only at Qi refining stage 4 when the sect faced disaster, so he wasn't on the list. But he was the one who dealt with Hui Kong and saved me. His cultivation speed in just a few years is truly monstrous. Wan Weiying clapped Chu Xuan on the shoulder, proudly declaring to Zhao Wuyai that the Heavenly Seal sect had just acquired a treasure, then bluntly demanded a welcoming gift for his junior disciple. Zhao Wuyai was no pushover either, immediately pulling out a crystal containing bloodworm toxin, a premium item specifically for demonic cultivators, as a meeting gift. While Chu Xuan was still bewildered, Wan Weiying finalized the deal, pressing 2 more secret manuals, the bloodworm diagram and the divine divination art, into his hands, investing all his chips in his ace. Having struck it rich, Chu Xuan couldn't stop smiling, hastily thanking his master and martial uncle, having received a super VIP starter pack. Liu Zhensheng, Wu Kei, and Li Xianyue stood behind them, speechless and utterly shocked by the favoritism Chu Xuan had just received. Chu Xuan set foot in his new territory, a magnificent mountain valley, took a deep breath, and sighed that he finally had a place to settle after so many days of wandering. He used his sword Qi to open up a cave dwelling, calculating in his mind that this place still lacked a formation spirit for guarding, a fatal weakness, when he was absent. The cave dwelling's blueprint appeared, complete with a cultivation chamber, alchemy chamber, artifact forging chamber, and even a spiritual herb garden, a perfect base for his endeavors. Chu Xuan sat regally on a throne of white bones, holding a skull in his hand, his red eyes exuding the aura of a demonic overlord, and he growled, "Perfect." He summoned a glowing red blood silk thread in his hand, preparing to begin crafting or upgrading a new toy in his domain. Chu Xuan realized that Zhao Wuyai's gift, an ancient bloodworm essence crystal, was causing the bloodsteel threadworm within him to surge abnormally. The bloodsteel threadworm transformed into several dragon heads, staring covetously at the blood essence crystal. And Chu Xuan smirked, asking, "Want it?" Consulting the records, Chu Xuan discovered this was the bloodline of an ancient golden devouring blood matriarch descendant. If consumed, his bloodsteel threadworm would have a chance to shed its skin and undergo a sudden increase in power. Sitting on his white bone throne, Chu Xuan decided resolutely, "As you wish." He threw the blood essence pellet directly to the bloodsteel threadworm to devour. Immediately after swallowing, the bloodsteel threadworm erupted with a bloody light, coiling into a brilliant ring of light, beginning its evolution. Chu Xuan sensed the bloodsteel threadworm forming a cocoon within his own body, preparing for its second metamorphosis. Realizing this process would take a considerable amount of time, Chu Xuan decided this was a golden opportunity to return to Blue Sea Star, Earth, utilizing the time difference to accelerate his cultivation and surpass his fellow disciples. The goal of this trip, replenish Yin Fian Qi and blood pearls, and while he was at it, find a sufficiently powerful specimen to serve as the formation spirit for his new cave dwelling. Upon his return, the Spirit Hound Gang lackeys hastily welcomed him and reported to Chu Xuan, "Boss, you're back. Everything is fine, there's just a small incident." The small incident the lackeys mentioned was a 2-headed python over 50 meters long, rampaging through Longliu City, where the Riverby army was futilely showering it with bullets. It turned out this creature had not only wreaked havoc in Donghu City, but had also once charged into the Yin Fiend soul-snatching formation, and still managed to escape alive, forcing the Riverby army to dispatch over 100 men to hunt it down. Chu Xuan, hovering on his giant blood sword, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, if it were a petty demon beast, it would have long become fertilizer for his Yin Fiend soul-snatching formation. His face revealed a clear look of greed, judging that this python's soul was definitely a rare treasure. Once extracted, it could be used as the main formation spirit for the Grand Formation. Meanwhile, at the River B Army base, 3 commanders, Lin Qiao, Commander Zhang, and Li Tianmu, were holding a meeting, determined to stop the two-headed python before it could escape. Lin Qiao turned to question Wang Gangjian, the one in charge of Donghu City's territory, demanding he offer a suggestion. Wang Gangjian, sweating profusely, suggested inviting the cultivator currently staying at the Grand Peace Hotel to take action, guaranteeing that, with their help, eliminating the python would be a trivial matter. Lin Qiao immediately dismissed it, her face slightly flushed, sharply reiterating General Ye's words that the person was merely an extraordinary, with a few unusual tricks, and forbade further discussion. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a guard suddenly pointed frantically at the water's surface, shouting loudly, "Something is emerging from the water." Commander Xiang roared out an order, and 2 trucks immediately launched a giant electrified chain net. The two-headed python was caught in the trap as soon as it emerged, tightly bound by the electric net, while the River B Army soldiers mercilessly unleashed a barrage of bullets. Taking a ton of damage, the giant monster thrashed wildly underwater, black blood splattering everywhere. Observing from a distance, Chu Xuan looked disappointed, seeing the python lying still in the net. Died this easily? How disappointing. Let's go home. Wang Gangjian couldn't believe the battle ended so quickly, but Lin Qiao explained that the two-headed python had been severely wounded last time, which was why it was so easy to deal with this time. Just as Lin Qiao turned to order the retrieval of the corpse, one of the python's heads suddenly shot out from the water, its bloody maw wide open, aiming directly at her. Boom! The missed bite shattered the metal floor, sending Wang Gangjian and the nearby soldiers flying, spreading terror. Chu Xuan smirked. He realized this creature wasn't dead at all, but merely putting on an act, deliberately feigning death at the bottom to lure the commanders into complacency before launching a surprise counterattack. A cunning smile appeared on his face. Chu Xuan secretly calculated. Such a cunning monster, if I could subdue it. Entrusting it to guard an area would be quite reliable. Blood dripped from the mouth of the colossal two-headed python, which had just dealt with someone named Qiaoer, enraging the purple red-haired fireball user. The fireball user roared in fury, his eyes burning with hatred. "I'll kill you." Energy erupted as the fire attribute. Extraordinary gathered his strength, summoning his innate skill. Fireball. Whoosh. 2 blazing fireballs shot straight at the two-headed python, initiating a bloody revenge. Commander Xiang, seeing the tense situation, immediately roared, ordering all extraordinary forces. "Everyone charge! Take down the two-headed python at all costs." The old commander vowed not to lose another. Level 2, Extraordinary, and the entire River B army responded in unison. The Extraordinaries immediately plunged into the water, determined to fight the monster to the death in its own territory. Not content to merely give orders, Commander Xiang tore off his shirt, flexed his muscles, and activated his innate skill, body enhancement. The bald old man swung his iron staff, delivering an earth-shattering blow directly to the python's head, making it shriek in pain. From above, Chu Xuan calmly observed, realizing that this python was not foolish. It had deliberately lured the group into the water and seemed to be holding back a trump card. While watching the drama unfold from a distance, Chu Xuan suddenly paused, recognizing an incredibly familiar aura. Beneath the water, the two-headed python roared, its entire body erupting with a dense purple demonic energy, signaling a fierce reversal. Whoosh! Countless purple demonic energy tentacles shot up from the water like rockets, sweeping across the entire battlefield to the soldiers' astonishment. Wang Gangjian's face turned pale as he immediately recognized the deadly energy. "We're doomed. It's the demonic energy of that immortal cultivator from before." Then he screamed, "Run!" The Black Blade security captain hadn't even grasped what was happening before he was pierced by a surge of demonic energy, screaming tragically before perishing. The monster rampaged wildly. The River B army soldiers were swept away like trash, helplessly watching their comrades swallowed by the demonic energy. Even Commander Xiang, a true extraordinary, was bound by the demonic energy, desperately shouting, "Is this the end of the Lingjiang army?" In the midst of despair, a cold voice echoed, "How dare you steal my Yinsha Qi? You must be tired of living." Followed by a blazing blood sword descending from the sky, cleaving through the demonic energy. Chu Xuan hovered in midair, his aura domineering, his blood-colored sword exuding a terrifying pressure that left all the soldiers below gaping in astonishment. Wang Gangjian was overjoyed, pointing to the sky and shouting excitedly, "It's that mysterious immortal cultivator, Commander Zhang. It's the immortal cultivator I told you about." Chu Xuan hovered in midair, his icy gaze fixed on the two-headed python, challenging him from the river below. Without bothering to act himself, Chu Xuan coldly ordered his two formidable subordinates, Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, deal with it. As soon as the order was given, Tang Hu shot forward like a rocket, delivering a heaven-shattering punch that blew apart one of the python's heads. Commander Jiang and Wang Gangjian froze, unable to believe their eyes. That formidable python had its head blown off by a zombie's punch? How terrifying would it be if that immortal cultivator acted himself? Before they could recover, the armored corpse soldier closed in, its armor-clad hands glowing with purple energy, seizing the monster's remaining body. A colossal surge of purple demonic energy was unleashed by the armored corpse soldier, completely engulfing the python amidst its roars. Done with its task, the python's headless corpse was flung into the air like a broken toy. Immediately, a dense, pitch-black demonic energy poured out from the corpse, rushing straight towards Chu Xuan. Wang Gangjian's soldiers were in extreme panic, thinking the monster was trying to self-destruct to take Chu Xuan down with it. The demonic energy is 100 times stronger. Can he withstand it? Chu Xuan merely sneered, calmly accepting the energy. This Yinsha Qi is simply returning to its master. From the python's headless corpse, a blazing soul, identical in form to the monster, was dragged out. Chu Xuan smirked at the roaring soul, declaring coolly, "Good. You're strong enough to be the main formation spirit for my grand formation." Boom! Without any superfluous movements, he waved his hand, crushing the python's blazing soul into fragments of energy. From those fragments, an entirely new soul, pure and radiating the azure color of pristine energy, was reformed into the shape of a two-headed python. Standing afar, Wang Gangjian and his group were stunned as they watched a brilliant red light shoot straight into the sky from the monster's corpse. Commander Jiang's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down him. Is that a soul? Soul extraction and transmigration. This must be an immortal's spell. Wang Gangjian bitterly slapped himself, regretting that his arrogance had caused his comrades to die in vain. Chu Xuan landed on the rooftop of a skyscraper, planting a formation flag, officially turning the place into his playground. Taking a deep breath of the dense Yinsha Qi, Chu Xuan smiled in satisfaction. The yin energy here has been nourished quite well, truly a vibrant sight. With that, he commanded, "Manifest," and the colossal azure two-headed python spirit immediately appeared, ready to obey its master's command. Chu Xuan delightedly observed his new formation spirit, realizing this python's soul was unique. Not only could it withstand Yinsha Qi, but it could also absorb and purify it, promising to evolve into an extremely powerful demonic soul. He smirked, knowing he had just stumbled upon a huge bargain. The scene shifts to Hanhai Province, at the Yuhai shipyard, home to the Extraordinary Association headquarters. A female secretary was reporting an urgent situation. A high-level zombie capable of shooting ice spikes had appeared in Jinshan City, suspected to be a level 2 zombie, commanding over 1,000 regular zombies and 20 elite ones. A blue-haired young man with glowing eyes coldly ordered, "Ding Peng is the closest. Tell him to lead a team to clear out those zombies." The female secretary looked at her boss with admiration, thinking to herself that ever since he awakened his innate skill, enhanced intellect, all their decisions had been perfect. She continued to report the latest intelligence from Lingjiang Province, announcing that the two-headed python they had once encountered had been eliminated in Donghu City. Xiao Liang, the blue-haired young man, was stunned. He knew how powerful and cunning that monster was. According to his calculations, even if all three strongest commanders combined forces, they would only have a 72% chance of temporarily holding it back. The female secretary chuckled, teasing, "Xiao Liang, it seems you can miscalculate sometimes." While the young man was still in shock, Xiao Liang's eyes were glued to the report, his mouth agape as he read the unbelievable information. Sword-riding flight? Soul extraction? Are these immortal spells? His eyes gleaming, Xiao Liang activated his supercomputer brain, analyzing the new target. This immortal has a 52% chance of being an extraordinary, a 22% chance of being level 5, and a 55% chance of having an awakened ability related to the brain. Ji Shengyu was completely shocked, seeing her boss rate a target so highly for the first time. A level 5 extraordinary? Brain enhancement? In the middle of the military port, Xiao Liang decisively turned his back. "It seems it's time for us to leave this place." An old man in a naval uniform, smoking a pipe, blocked their path. "Ji Shengyu, Xiao Liang, you two have been with our naval organization for over a year, and now you intend to leave?" Ji Shengyu smiled and explained that they stayed for a year to repay the life-saving grace when they were chased to near death by a zombie king back then. Now that the time is up, We naturally have the freedom to decide whether to stay or leave, Ji Shengyu asserted, making the naval commander sigh. The naval commander laid his cards on the table, reminding them that their original purpose was to search for lost memories, and now their new target was the immortal who had just appeared in Lingjiang province. Despite being warned that the immortal was not easy to deal with, Xiao Liang remained resolute. We will definitely go. Even if it's difficult to befriend him, we will proactively offer a gift he absolutely cannot refuse. The scene shifts to a mountain of corpses piled high amidst a ruined city, where purple demonic energy began to gather, forming the Yin-Sha soul-snatching formation. Boom! The formation officially activated. A colossal purple energy pillar shot straight into the night sky, signaling that a great cleansing was about to begin. Purple demonic energy erupted fiercely. Chu Xuan roared as his power surged to its peak. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment Stage, 4th layer. He smirked with satisfaction, now officially entering the ranks of the Mid-Foundation Establishment Stage, confident that with his array of trump cards, he could handle even a Foundation Establishment Stage, 6th layer cultivator. After half a year of secluded cultivation, the blood pearls were depleted, and the zombies in Donghu City had been cleared out, so Chu Xuan flew off on his sword to find a new farming ground. His destination was Shuanglong City, a ruin covered in flesh and disgusting tumors, with zombies swarming everywhere like flies. Among the undead, a dog-like mutated monster was tearing apart another zombie, indicating that the deadly ecosystem here was far more complex. Amidst the deathly street, 2 faint figures appeared thanks to their invisibility ability, stealthily approaching a building. Ji Shengyu and Xiao Liang materialized after 6 months of struggle to reach Twin Dragon City, preparing for their main objective, finding the cultivator in the nearby East Lake City. Xiao Liang, with his sharp analytical eyes, reported the situation. Inside, there was a level 4 zombie mother, 9 level 3 zombies, and a pile of minions, calculating a 72% chance of victory and a 3% chance of death. Ji Shengyu smiled confidently, asserting that they would use this zombie mother as an introductory gift. Of course, only a level 4 spiritual core is worthy as a gift. Low-level goods aren't impressive enough. Xiao Liang assigned the task of clearing out the low-level zombies, and Ji Shengyu immediately accepted the order, her body radiating blue energy as she darted away like a phantom. Just as she was about to act, Ji Shengyu suddenly froze, sensing an unusual presence. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the night sky, enveloped in a crimson demonic aura. Xiao Liang gasped. It's that cultivator. While Ji Shengyu couldn't comprehend what was happening, Chu Xuan landed, wasting no words. He placed a finger on his forehead and activated his divine sense. A giant eye of energy swept across the entire city, illuminating every nook and cranny like an ultimate radar. As his divine sense swept through, Chu Xuan smirked, immediately realizing that this building was far from ordinary. He muttered, "Perfect. I was just planning to build a zombie farm here," then summoned a small tower emitting a crimson glow, intending to use these zombie minions as its foundation. Chu Xuan gave a concise order. "Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, Xiao Bao, drag that zombie mother out here for me." The 3 most formidable corpse soldiers immediately appeared, charging straight into the building with overwhelming momentum. All 3 corpse soldiers roared, shaking the entire neighborhood, their red and blue eyes flashing with killing intent, ready to crush anything in their path. From above, Xiao Liang broke out in a cold sweat, analyzing the levels of the newly appeared subordinates. The armored one, the muscular one, the assassin, they're all level 4 zombies. He realized that this cultivator's true strength far surpassed the rumors. Ji Shengyu anxiously asked about the plan, but Xiao Liang could only offer a chilling conclusion. Those 3 zombies have a 35% chance of killing the zombie mother, but there's also a risk of casualties. Deep inside the building, a fat, grotesque zombie mother sat amidst a nest of eggs, preparing to hatch a new batch of zombies. A white-haired, red-eyed zombie spawn roared from within a nest of blue eggs, looking extremely ferocious. As soon as the battle began, the Yin corpse soldier Xiao Bao was surrounded by a swarm of newly hatched zombie spawns, looking bewildered by these minions. Boom! The zombie spawns simultaneously detonated, creating a massive blue energy explosion that swept everything away. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Xiao Bao knelt on one knee, letting out an angry roar after taking the full self-detonation combo from the new recruits. From afar, Chu Xuan smirked, commenting that these extraordinary creatures also had some interesting tricks, managing to injure his level 8 corpse soldier with a self-detonating zombie. On the rooftop, Ji Shengyu felt the tremors from underground, warning Xiao Liang that the zombie mother was about to appear, and the assassin corpse soldier had a 70% chance of being severely injured if he didn't retreat. Ji Shengyu confidently asserted that the cultivator would definitely have to act, and that would be their chance to jump in and get a share. On the ground, the armored corpse soldier and Zhao Hu also turned to look at Xiao Bao, who stood firm after the explosion, seemingly surprised. Chu Xuan sneered, deciding it was time for him to stretch his muscles, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to test his new divine ability. Retreat. Chu Xuan ordered the 3 corpse soldiers, simultaneously summoning countless crimson talismans, preparing to unleash a terrifying formation array. Chu Xuan wasted no words, directly deploying a Foundation establishment-level ceiling formation, trapping all the zombie minions below. As expected, the ground cracked open, and the boss, the zombie mother, lumbered out, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Chu Xuan merely smirked, a mesmerizing purple flame erupting in his hand. The real deal. Blood-refining corpse fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple flame exploded like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire battlefield, turning the zombies into living fuel. The zombie mother shrieked in extreme agony as the demonic flame incinerated it from the inside out. The flame not only burned, but also absorbed the zombie mother's soul and energy, dragging the monster towards Chu Xuan amidst its helpless roars. "Stop struggling," Chu Xuan said condescendingly, explaining that his blood-refining corpse fire was refined from corpses, and the more corpses, the stronger the fire burned. On the rooftop, Ji Shengyu gaped, unable to believe that this man possessed elemental talent, a rare commodity rumored to only exist in the imperial capital. The purple flame was so hot it melted steel structures. Ji Shengyu broke into a cold sweat, bitterly admitting, "This guy is much stronger than I thought. He doesn't need our help." In the sea of fire, an unlucky zombie was completely devoured, vanishing without a trace of ash. The zombie mother shrieked in helplessness as Chu Xuan's purple flame tightly gripped it, its entire body burning and being dragged across the ground. With a whoosh, all of the monster's energy and soul were completely absorbed, flowing directly into Chu Xuan's body like a river of energy. After absorbing it, Chu Xuan condensed the spoils into a glowing red essence core, ordering his 3 guarding corpse soldiers, "Take it back." With that, Chu Xuan's entire team transformed into streaks of light, soaring away from the scene in a flash. Standing afar, Ji Shengyu resentfully looked at the empty battlefield. "Our gift is gone, what do we do now?" Without hesitation, Ji Shengyu immediately planned B, inviting Xiaoliang to hunt another, even more formidable zombie mother, in Phoenix Sun City. Meanwhile, at a secret location called Happy Farm, a large-scale construction project was underway under the cover of night. 2 workers reported to Chu Xuan, their master, that phase 1 of the project, a giant pit, was complete, inviting him to inspect it. Chu Xuan smiled with satisfaction, praising the workers and asserting that construction engineers still had a place in the apocalyptic era. He turned away, issuing a cold command, forbidding anyone but him from approaching the area, and the 2 workers bowed obediently. At Happy Farm, Chu Xuan hovered in the air, giving orders to a giant breeder zombie, while his 3 corpse soldier disciples stood guard like 3 deities. Chu Xuan laid out the conditions. "I will let you live, and provide enough food. Your task is to produce a weakened version of zombies, ones that don't eat, don't move, and don't think, to serve as soil for this farm." The breeder zombie immediately understood, nodding obediently and emitting whimpering sounds, surrounded by numerous glowing zombie eggs. Chu Xuan explained the plan. "Good, the eggs will hatch in 4 to 5 days, and the corpses of the zombie spawns will become fertilizer to grow spirit plants, mass-producing things like flesh spirit Ganoderma and blood demon sprout." He smirked cunningly, revealing his ultimate purpose. "Furthermore, every time a zombie dies from being drained by spirit plants, I will receive a portion of merit. This is the correct way." A month later, the farm had transformed into a giant pit, filled with purple demonic energy. At its center, a surging column of blood-red energy. Chu Xuan meditated in the eye of the energy storm. He had successfully cultivated a new technique, the Blood Demon Shadow. He muttered about his new ultimate skill. The Blood Demon Shadow is the 4th level technique of the Blood Demon scripture, creating 3 shadows hidden within one's own shadow, completely undetectable. The 3 corpse soldiers stood guard outside, roaring powerfully, their aura having soared after a month of shared benefits. The strength of his disciples had clearly upgraded. Xiao Bao and Xiao Hu became level 1 corpse generals, while the formidable Xiao Long had broken through to level 2 corpse general. Chu Xuan smirked with satisfaction. The 3 corpse generals had reached the Foundation establishment stage thanks to the Happy Farm providing abundant flesh, spiritual energy, and blood essence, an unimaginable feat in the old world. He mused that every return to Earth was a bountiful harvest. Even the blood-steel threadworm had undergone a second evolution, awakening new, more formidable blood arts. However, the Yin-Sha soul-snatching formation was showing signs of weakening. The amount of energy produced daily was barely enough for his cultivation, not enough to sustain the formation spirit. It was time to return to the Kengshuan world to upgrade his toys. Chu Xuan decided to buy a better formation array. The two-headed python formation spirit materialized, letting out a powerful roar, ready to guard the stronghold. Chu Xuan confidently flew off, declaring that with the power of the formation array and the formation spirit, even a foundation establishment cultivator attacking with full force wouldn't stand a chance. After finishing his closed-door cultivation, Chu Xuan returned, a crimson sword chi tearing through the night as he decided to patrol the surrounding area. His sword chi swept past a group of hidden Wuji sect remnants, causing them to cry out in alarm. "Be careful, a powerful aura is approaching." With a whoosh, Chu Xuan landed directly in front of them, leaving his former fellow disciples completely stunned. Wei Hua recognized him, calling out with a trembling voice, "Marshal Uncle Chu, you've only been in closed-door cultivation for less than a month, yet you're already out?" Wei Hua proudly introduced him to the Wuji sect remnants. "This is Chu Xuan, our Extreme Yin Caves Foundation Establishment cultivator, and also Marshal Uncle Chu." Wei Hua explained to Chu Xuan that these were mortal craftsmen being escorted to build a new settlement, and they all knelt down in unison, cheering, "Greetings, Grandmaster Chu." Chu Xuan directly asked if anything new had happened, and Chen Ge immediately scurried over, reporting with a serious expression, "Marshal Uncle Chu, there is indeed an urgent matter." Chen Ge urgently reported that the Heavenly Seal sect was preparing a full-scale attack on the local factions in Wuzhou, because one of their Golden Core elders had been ambushed, severely injured, and rendered unconscious. Chu Xuan sneered, knowing full well that the Heavenly Seal sect was just waiting for a reasonable excuse to mobilize their entire force, not merely because an old man had been ambushed. Chen Ge continued to spill intelligence, stating that the first wave consisted of 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators and nearly 80 Qi refinement disciples, but every single one of them looked like they were attending a funeral, clearly cannon fodder being pushed to the front lines. Chu Xuan nodded, acknowledging that war inevitably brought casualties, and it was perfectly normal for small fry without backing, or those who lost internal power struggles to be thrown out as sacrifices. Chu Xuan floated in the air, exuding an oppressive aura, sarcastically remarking that the Heavenly Seal sect had even resorted to demonic cultivation techniques to increase their strength, then glanced at Chen Ge. "You seem to have profited quite a bit from them, haven't you?" Hit where it hurt, Chen Ge scratched his head and chuckled, admitting that he had indeed gained a little from the Qi refinement cultivators, and flattering Chu Xuan that if he were to act, he would reap even greater rewards. Chu Xuan's expression darkened. He grabbed Chen Ge by the collar, lifting him up, and growled, "Not bad, quite sharp. Lead me to the black market to see the current prices." Chen Ge led Chu Xuan into a makeshift black market, explaining that it was initially where the Heavenly Seal sect disciples offloaded their goods, and then various rogue cultivators flocked there, turning it into an open-air market. Chu Xuan scanned the stalls, all filled with junk, blood pearls that required slaughtering an entire village to obtain, first-grade goo worms, yin corpse stones, truly a market for amateurs. Activating a disguise spell, Chu Xuan transformed into a youthful-faced, brown-haired cultivator, while his true self sneered contemptuously. "All trash, not worth bothering with," Chen Ge whispered to Chu Xuan, boasting that he had several regular clients who specialized in buying large quantities of ferocious beast blood pearls, hinting at a desire to act as a middleman. Chu Xuan tossed a bag of items directly to Chen Ge, making a deal. "Sell all of this, and you get a 10% commission," shocking the chubby man to his core as he sensed the high-quality goods, large blood pearls, yin sha qi, various magic tools, and all sorts of recovery pills. Chen Ge swallowed, his eyes gleaming with the image of coins, as he calculated that a 10% commission from this pile of treasures would be enough to change his life, an enormous sum of spirit stones. Realizing the problem, Chen Ge worriedly told Chu Xuan that carrying so many valuable items out in the open would surely attract the greedy eyes of those in the market. Chu Xuan remained unfazed, directly summoning his protector, Xiao Bao. "Follow him. Anyone who dares to touch Brother Chen will be killed without mercy." And Corpse General Wang Bao materialized, letting out a roar right behind Chen Jie. The aura emanating from the Corpse General silenced the entire market. Several cultivators who had been eyeing them immediately turned pale. A Corpse General. Its master must be at least a Foundation Establishment stage expert, not someone to provoke. With full protection, Chen Ge puffed out his chest, waved goodbye to Chu Xuan, who was walking away, and boldly declared that he would complete the mission. Following Chen Ju's instructions, Chu Xuan, still in disguise, sought out a tea house, wondering if this place held what he needed. As he stepped in, a muscular gatekeeper immediately blocked his path, acting self-important. The gatekeeper roughly grabbed Chu Xuan's arm, growling, "Stop, no entry without business." Without another word, Chu Xuan gently released a surge of Foundation Establishment stage aura, sending the small fry flying backward in astonishment. The gatekeeper fell, sprawling, his face drained of color, and hastily kowtowed, begging for mercy. "My apologies, Senior. I was blind. I didn't recognize you as a high-level Foundation Establishment cultivator." Chu Xuan looked down coldly, his oppressive aura making the man tremble. "It's fine. If I truly wanted to settle scores, do you think you'd still be alive to speak?" With a half-smile, Chu Xuan ordered bluntly, "Go call the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators here. I have a big business deal to discuss." The gatekeeper immediately changed his attitude, fawningly inviting him. Yes, of course. But Senior, currently there is only one here. Please, go up to the private room on the 3rd floor and wait a moment." Chu Xuan was led into a quiet private room, where a tea set had already been prepared on the table. Sitting by the window, Chu Xuan calmly waited, his sharp eyes calculating for the upcoming business deal. A purple-haired cultivator emerged, smiling warmly as he introduced himself as Old Han and asked for Chu Xuan's identity. Chu Xuan replied coldly, borrowing the name of the trader who had died by his hand. He Liang. Old Han probed the guest's purpose, while Chu Xuan immediately recognized that this man was also using a disguise spell, truly a professional. Without beating around the bush, Chu Xuan directly asked for 3 terrifying demonic formations: the Yinsha Soul Refining Formation, the Filthy Blood Demon Nurturing Formation, and the Blood Demon Rebirth Formation. After hearing the list of hot items, Old Han froze, his face changing color from severe shock. He explained that those items were being fiercely hunted by the Righteous Path, then offered a lower-grade formation plate as an alternative. Chu Xuan glanced at it contemptuously, bluntly criticizing. "A demon nurturing formation? You dare try to sell me a mid-grade Foundation Establishment item?" Old Han sneered, taunting that even the remnants of the Limitless sect probably couldn't hold on to those high-grade formations anymore. Seeing that his customer was high-level, Old Han immediately backed down, offering to include the Demon Nurturing Formation and a formation guidebook as a promotional gift. Chu Xuan flipped through the book, reluctantly nodding in acceptance. "It's acceptable. Name your price." Chu Xuan asked if he could pay with blood pearls. Old Han picked up one, sweating, and muttered, "How many cities must have been slaughtered to get such pure goods?" Seeing a big spender, Old Han immediately revealed his merchant's cunning, grinning as he quoted 50 low-grade spirit stones per pearl, and sealed the deal for the entire set of formations with the guidebook for just 10 blood pearls. Chu Xuan didn't bother to haggle. With a cold expression, he waved his hand, and a pile of top-grade blood pearls floated before them, casually remarking that ever since the Limitless sect was wiped out, this kind of item had become even rarer. Old Han's eyes lit up. He quickly finalized the order and didn't forget to offer a batch of other demonic path items, like corpse puppets, goo worms, blood arts, and even evil talismans. Chu Xuan didn't even bother to glance at the miscellaneous goods, his sharp gaze cutting straight to the main point. "Do you have second-grade goo worms?" Old Han admitted that these were rare items, but he knew someone who specialized in raising them, and promised to contact Chu Xuan as soon as that person arrived. Chu Xuan tossed out a few blood pearls as a brokerage fee along with a sound transmission jade pendant, coldly ordering, "When he arrives, crush the jade pendant, and I will know." Before leaving, Chu Xuan turned back with a half-smile, promising a generous reward if the deal succeeded, while his shadow on the wall reflected his true form with teal hair. Old Han laughed gleefully, shouting in delight, "Haha, I love doing business with generous players like you." Chu Xuan strode away, not bothering to look back, leaving Old Han behind to bid him a safe journey. From the upper floor, Old Han watched Chu Xuan's retreating figure disappear amidst the bustling crowd of the black market. Holding the blood pearl in his hand, Old Han secretly analyzed. This guy's spiritual power is incredibly stable, not a single flaw, even with a disguise spell. Throwing out 10 such choice items, he must be hiding even more, but where could he get them? Old Han clenched his fist, immediately suppressing any ill intentions. Forget it, his true strength is unfathomable. Who knows what trump cards he's hiding? As long as there's profit, that's enough. Chu Xuan, still in disguise, curled his lips into a disdainful smile as he sensed the probing gaze from behind, thinking to himself, smart move. Returning to the Hao Tai Hotel, Chu Xuan began to plan. His formation talent was only average, But after dealing with Master Hui Kong, he had looted the Foundation Establishment Formation Essentials. Back in his true form with teal hair, Chu Xuan munched on snacks while pondering the secret manual, realizing that even though they were righteous path formations, the principles remained the same. If combined with the demonic path, they would yield incredibly formidable ideas. His eyes flashed with a gleam, a crazy idea having just sparked in his mind. Chu Xuan flashed a cunning smile, calculating a profitable scheme. If I combine the Soul Gathering Formation with the Corpse Nurturing Formation, all creatures trapped within will have their souls drained, and Death Qi and Yin Qi will condense, making it 10,000 times more effective. Those souls can also be used to strengthen my 10,000 souls banner, truly killing two birds with one stone. Leaning back in his chair, he had already set his sights on the next target. He heard that south of Twin Dragon City, there was a human forbidden zone, a paradise for a swarm of killer bees. Faced with the image of a golden swarm of killer bees, Chu Xuan laughed gleefully. A large number, and there's even a queen bee. That queen bee must be a prolific breeder. Perfect. He'll use them to test the formation, hoping she lays enough bees for me to farm before she's gone. In Twin Dragon City, a swarm of giant killer bees was flying around when they were enveloped by a mysterious red great formation, trapping an entire building. Chu Xuan sneered, forming a hand seal and naming his deadly trap. The Great Soul Gathering and Sha Nurturing Formation. As soon as he commanded, "Activate," the formation immediately erupted with energy, engulfing the entire swarm of bees in a sea of pink light. A killer bee immediately froze, its entire body stiff and paralyzed under the power of the formation. Immediately after, the souls of the entire swarm of bees were directly extracted from their bodies, transforming into glowing golden specters hovering in mid-air. Chu Xuan waved the 10,000 souls banner, commanding hundreds of pitch-black, red-eyed evil spirits to surge out from the banner. The evil spirits, like sharks sensing blood, frantically lunged, tearing and devouring the souls of the killer bees. Chu Xuan was utterly delighted, calculating that allowing the bees and the demons to slaughter each other would create an endless source of Yinsha Qi for him to farm periodically. Chen Ge scurried over, presenting a chest full of spirit stones and reporting, "Uncle Chu, as per your orders, I've sold everything and brought back 2,000 low-grade spirit stones." Chu Xuan was slightly surprised by the huge profit, thinking to himself, "These cultivators are truly willing to spend lavishly for power." Chu Xuan gave Chen Ge 200 low-grade spirit stones, making the chubby man overjoyed, thinking to himself, "I've truly followed the right boss." Suddenly, the communication jade slip on Chu Xuan's person vibrated intensely. He picked up the cracked jade slip, a smirk playing on his lips as he realized Old Han had news. Truly, double happiness had arrived. In an ancient tea house, a secret meeting was underway. Old Han, in disguise, introduced Chu Xuan, also disguised as Taoist he, to a peculiar cultivator who called himself an insect Taoist. The insect Taoist looked Chu Xuan up and down, then declared that his vital energy was too strong, unlike someone who cultivated goo worms, and questioned if he was mocking him. Chu Xuan said nothing, merely flicking his hand. A blood-red, blood-steel threadworm appeared, coiling around his finger. The insect Taoist's eyes widened and his jaw dropped, utterly shocked to realize this was a second-tier blood-steel threadworm, a rare item almost unimaginable for an amateur. Immediately changing his demeanor, the insect Taoist fawned over him, his eyes gleaming with greed as he eagerly asked to buy the goo worm. Chu Xuan, still in disguise, merely offered a disdainful smile and curtly stated, "Dream on. Stop staring." Old Han burst out laughing, stepping in to mediate. He said the insect Taoist was too obsessed with goo worms and had forgotten his manners, then urged them both to sit down and talk properly. Sitting at the table, Chu Xuan directly asked if the insect Taoist had any second-tier items. The other man proudly boasted that he had 3. The insect Taoist began to show off his wares. An iron armor goo for defense, a nourishing thought worm for increasing spiritual sense, and a spirit sea seed for storing spiritual energy. Chu Xuan feigned interest and asked for the price. The insect Taoist immediately named an exorbitant price, 1,000 spirit stones for each of the first 2, and 1,800 for the last one. Chu Xuan frowned, feeling he was being ripped off. But Old Han just chuckled as he poured tea, excusing it by saying that in difficult times, rising prices were normal. Chu Xuan calculated that these items weren't much better than his own blood-steel threadworm, and would soon become obsolete, so he decided to take a big gamble. Chu Xuan slammed his teacup onto the table and asked the insect Taoist in return, "So, what's the cost for breeding goo worms?" The insect Taoist's eyes went wide, and he sneered disdainfully, unable to believe his ears. You? You want to breed goo worms? The insect Taoist began to lecture him, warning that breeding was extremely costly, with a very high risk of producing duds, advising Chu Xuan to give up and just buy ready-made items for safety. Ignoring the warning, Chu Xuan adopted the air of a magnate and coolly stated, "Just name your price. I'll bear the consequences myself. It's none of your concern." The insect Taoist quoted 50 spirit stones for each breeding attempt. Chu Xuan closed the deal without haggling, demanding to start immediately, which made Old Han chuckle with delight. Chu Xuan pulled out his bloodsteel threadworm, coaxing it not to be shy before getting to business, completely ignoring the stunned insect Taoist and his octopus pet. 3 goo worm eggs, the result of 3 breeding attempts, began to vibrate intensely, signaling an unboxing was about to occur. Returning to his true form, Chu Xuan smirked confidently, asserting that with his infinite virtue and merit, all gambles were child's play. Crack. 1 egg shattered, a failed breeding attempt, but the other 2 hatched into 2 brand new pets, a white octopus that boosted spiritual sense, and a green crab that served as a mobile spiritual energy reservoir. Chu Xuan grinned widely, showing off his 2 new spoils of war, which had the potential to evolve to Tier 3, powerful enough to contend with even Golden Core cultivators. True to his word, Chu Xuan immediately tested them, placing the octopus pet against his chest and directly boosting his spiritual sense, causing his aura to explode. Thanks to the buff, Chu Xuan now controlled 2 heavy magic treasures with effortless ease. His spiritual sense and spiritual energy surged, yet still hadn't reached their limits. He smirked calculatingly, remembering that he still had a formidable item hidden in Master Huikong's storage bag, which he hadn't been skilled enough to use before. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xuan activated a magic treasure. A colossal golden bell of merit appeared, radiating brilliant golden light, its imposing presence overwhelming all creation. With his greatly boosted spiritual sense, Chu Xuan easily controlled both the golden bell of merit and the crimson soul devourer simultaneously. The 2 formidable items now obediently floated in his palm. He smirked with satisfaction, telling himself, "The demonic cultivation path truly is top tier." Even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators struggle to control 3 magic treasures, while I, with the help of goo worms, have far surpassed them. Suddenly, a streak of sword chi tore through the air, plunging into the ground right in front of Chu Xuan. He calmly caught the communication flying sword, which was vibrating intensely, his aura completely undisturbed. Chu Xuan immediately recognized this as Liu Zhengshang's signal. It seemed something had happened at the sect again. Opening the letter, he read that Liu Zhengshang urgently invited him to the mountain cave because the second batch of disciples from the main sect had arrived, including 2 disciples of martial uncle Zhao Wuyai. Chu Xuan didn't hesitate, immediately flying straight to the extreme Yin Hall, where the core members of the Wuji sect were gathered. Upon his arrival, Liu Zhengshang warmly greeted him, explaining that their master was in secluded cultivation, and 2 disciples of martial uncle Zhao Wuyai from the Heavenly Seal sect had come to deliver orders. A man named Lu Yin, wearing glasses and with a cold expression, was perched uncomfortably on a colossal purple giant spider. Next to him was another young man named Zheng Changqing, with spiky hair and an arrogant expression, riding on a massive gray wolf mount. Clearly, they were pampered young masters from a major sect, here to show off. Chu Xuan cupped his hands in a polite greeting, but the pampered young master, Zheng Changqing, immediately recognized his aura. Lu Yin. Isn't this the insect cultivator from the market? Even disguised, that aura is unmistakable. Another envoy, with a face full of white dots and an overwhelming aura, spoke up. "Since everyone is here, allow me to explain the situation." The dotted face commander began to recount. "Some time ago, our master, along with Wan Wuying and Huang Yuanwu, infiltrated the Purple River secret realm in Wuzhou and stole a supreme treasure, igniting a war." He concluded, "Therefore, the Heavenly Seal Sect headquarters has decided that, from now on, your extreme Yin Cave branch will participate in this war." Chu Xuan's face darkened, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This day has finally come. I'm only at the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment, even with many trump cards and enough power to contend with 5th layer Foundation Establishment cultivators. Facing those old late-stage Foundation Establishment monsters might be a different story." Without another word, Lu Yin and Zheng Changqing immediately climbed onto the colossal purple spider and the gray wolf, ordering, "No time to waste, let's go." Mid-flight, Liu Zhengshang turned to explain to Chu Xuan, "Junior brother Chu, you've only joined recently, so you might not know about Wuzhao's history." Liu Zhengshang continued, Wuzhou was originally the territory of the southern barbarian tribes. They specialize in demonic cultivation arts, like goo refinement, ghost nurturing, and corpse refinement. Our Wuji sect also learned a few tricks from them, so we know just how terrifying they are. Liu Zhensheng's worry was evident as he pressed a talisman into Chu Xuan's hand. War has broken out, who knows how many will perish. Junior brother, you're only at the second layer of Foundation establishment, so you must be careful. This magic talisman contains the soul of a Foundation establishment tiger and can save your life in a crisis. Chu Xuan held the talisman, feeling a warmth in his heart. Senior brother Liu doesn't even know I've advanced, yet he still gave me a life-saving talisman. This brotherhood is truly genuine. He smiled gratefully. Many thanks, senior brother Liu. The dotted-face commander pointed forward, announcing to Chu Xuan and Liu Zhengsheng. We've arrived. This is the territory of the Myriad Insect Sect. Liu Yin looked at the map while listening to the plan. The mission is to wipe out the Myriad Insect Sect, a dominant force in the entire region. But with their numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, we will split up and attack multiple locations simultaneously. The dotted-face commander unexpectedly pointed directly at Chu Xuan, assigning a separate task. Chu Xuan, you will go to Iron Thread Mountain. The entire team flew over the mountain range, heading towards an area covered by a thick, deadly red mist. The commander explained that this was the territory of a Myriad Insect Sect branch, but recently something had happened, and 3 of their Foundation establishment cultivators were trapped inside. The commander looked at Chu Xuan with a meaningful gaze, concluding the mission. Your task is to rescue them. With your skill, it should be an easy feat, right? Chu Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He cupped his hands and accepted the order decisively. Chu Xuan accepts the order. Alone with his sword, Chu Xuan plunged straight into the gloomy forest, where thick red mist hung heavy and white bones littered the ground, signaling a true graveyard. As soon as he entered, Chu Xuan felt something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, why do I feel like I can't see through this mist? Chu Xuan decided not to waste time, concluding that retreat was the best strategy. Forget it. I have the Blood Demon Shadow. If I can't win, I'll just run. Just as Chu Xuan dashed forward, a faint black shadow suddenly appeared from thin air, launching a lightning-fast attack at his flank. The lightning-fast attack barely missed, but another cultivator had already perished, impaled through the chest by a swarm of red threadworms, pinned directly to a tree trunk. A voice rang out, identifying the deadly weapon. It's the Iron Thread Worm, the specialty goo worm of Iron Thread Mountain. 2 cultivators in green appeared from the mist. Seeing Chu Xuan, they immediately asked, Are you reinforcements? Do you want to join our team? Chu Xuan immediately agreed, introducing himself while secretly assessing that these 2 were only early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Perfect cannon fodder. The purple-haired man was Zhou Yu, and the bearded man was Zhao Luan. Suddenly, another cultivator crawled out of the mist, covered in blood, desperately calling for help from the group. Zhao Luan glanced disdainfully, realizing this man was just a low-level rogue cultivator, then coldly declared, Forget him. The iron thread worms have already burrowed into his organs. He'll die no matter where he runs. Zhao Luan confidently displayed his mission token, sneering. Completing this mission grants 300 contribution points, a golden opportunity. Just follow me. The 3 continued deeper into the deadly misty forest, ignoring the desperate cries behind them. Zhou Yu turned to flatter Chu Xuan. Fellow Taoist Chu, rest assured, senior brother Zhao is already at Foundation Establishment Stage 3, just 1 step away from Stage 4. With him leading the team, we are sure to win. As they walked, Zhao Luan suddenly felt an itch all over his body. He scratched his neck in confusion. Why am I so itchy? It's getting worse and worse. Zhao Luan's itch erupted violently, his face contorting as green parasites began to emerge from his eye sockets, nose, and mouth, making him scream and ask the other 2 if they felt the same. Chu Xuan immediately recognized this as a profound goo technique, a silent and traceless skill that even he couldn't achieve. He shouted a warning that a master was nearby and ordered a retreat. It was Zhou Yu's turn to be struck. He clutched his head, screaming hysterically as green parasitic threads burst from his face, blinding him and causing him to collapse in panic. Zhou Yu's mouth was stretched open by the parasites, regurgitating a disgusting mass of worms as he choked and coughed from the maddening itch. Before long, Zhou Yu's entire head exploded into a parasitic bush, and he officially perished on the spot. After the sycophant's tragic death, Zhao Luan seemed to have temporarily suppressed the itch, standing opposite Chu Xuan in the misty forest. Realizing the situation was dire, Zhao Luan turned to flee, but Chu Xuan was hot on his heels, growling, Trying to run? Leave your life behind. Chu Xuan swung his hand. A green slash tearing through the air, striking Zhao Luan's fleeing back and making him scream in agony. Thinking it was over, who knew Zhao Luan would unleash a desperate ultimate move, a fire attack aimed directly at Chu Xuan, but the blood demon shadow appeared and took the full brunt of the fatal blow. Chu Xuan didn't bother to argue, activating Shadow Escape, turning into a streak of red blood and vanishing from the scene, leaving behind a massive explosion caused by Zhao Luan's attack. A streak of red blood tore through the air, rushing out of the forest just before a terrifying explosion flattened everything behind it. Chu Xuan staggered to the ground, panting, admitting he had narrowly escaped death thanks to the blood demon shadow taking the fatal blow, and bitterly cursed the utterly false intelligence. He decided he had to hide for a while, cultivating the blood demon body tempering scripture to the 7th layer, reaching late-stage foundation establishment before returning to settle scores. Chu Xuan gritted his teeth, crushed his communication artifact, and roared, wondering which bastard had fed him this garbage intelligence. He broke out in a cold sweat, clearly feeling his own limits. Not enough. Still not strong enough. Although he had absorbed a large amount of Yinsha Qi, Chu Xuan still realized he needed time to slowly refine it and couldn't break through immediately. He bitterly admitted the root of the problem was his mediocre aptitude, possessing only a mid-grade wood spirit root, a shoddy item in the cultivation world. Flipping through the blood demon body tempering scripture, Chu Xuan found a way out. He couldn't change his innate spirit root, but he could reconstruct his acquired spirit body. Standing on a tall building, he muttered about his plan to cultivate the demonic wood spirit body by consuming wood attribute materials 33 times, which would accelerate his healing, physical defense, and grant him control over plants. Looking down at the city at night, Chu Xuan clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Good, this is it. Chu Xuan decided he would cultivate the demonic wood spirit body, but the problem was, where this low-level planet would have wood attribute materials, it seemed he would have to spend effort farming them. No sooner said than done, Chu Xuan launched himself straight down from the rooftop, a blazing red demonic aura enveloping his body. As he landed, he paused, a city full of glowing mushrooms catching his eye. Interesting. A mushroom city? Chu Xuan cautiously entered, observing the mutated mushrooms growing everywhere, the atmosphere eerily silent. Sensing trouble, Chu Xuan took a defensive stance, a wisp of nether flame igniting in his hand, ready to unleash at any moment. He frowned, realizing these mushroom spores could sense life, and it seemed many other anomalous creatures had appeared in this area. A mushroom suddenly exploded. Chu Xuan speculated that the origin of these creatures must be in the nearby Hanhai province, where his subordinates had once reported a force called the Ship Gang. The scene shifted to a burly man wearing a captain's hat and a gas mask, exuding an imposing aura, leading 2 armed gunmen. He didn't look like a small fry. Suddenly, a hideous mushroom monster roared piercingly, charging straight towards the group. The Ship Gang leader didn't bother with words, swinging his blazing golden battle axe in a swift arc, and the mushroom monster was instantly obliterated. The Ship Gang leader commanded his subordinates to unleash a hail of bullets on the mushroom monsters while shouting, "Everyone be careful, don't get hurt. Just a small scratch and the mushroom spores will parasitize you, turning you into monsters." No sooner had the warning ended than the leader saw a trusted subordinate, Old Six, collapse to his knees with blood on his hand. Old Six looked up, 2 red mushrooms already sprouting profusely from his throat, his voice distorted as he pleaded, "Big brother, kill me." Immediately, Old Six lost all reason, let out a wild roar, and charged straight at the leader like a mad beast. The leader gritted his teeth, swung his blazing golden battle axe, and decisively sent his brother to his final rest. After the fateful strike, a tear rolled down the leader's cheek, his pain evident despite being hidden behind the mask. The situation was getting worse. A subordinate frantically reported, "Big brother, we've lost contact with the North Sector too. I'm afraid, besides us, all our brothers are gone." The leader ripped off his mask, revealing an old face full of rage, and cursed, "Damn it. In just 1 month, these mushrooms have evolved into a disaster. Even Ye Nantian's army in Longjiang City has been wiped out." With no other options, he ordered, "Retreat. Head to the east sector, get on a ship. Escaping to sea is our only way to survive." Just as they were about to flee, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. "Trying to run? It's a little too late for that." Chu Xuan appeared out of nowhere, blocking all hope. A humanoid monster with a giant yellow mushroom head appeared, grinning widely and introducing itself. "I am the stinky yellow mushroom. Pleased to meet you." The Ship Gang leader and his subordinates froze, unable to believe that a monster could speak human language after years of fighting mindless zombies. The stinky yellow mushroom laughed maniacally, beginning its seductive speech. Your bodies are so weak. Why not join us? Become a part of the mushroom race. Suddenly, a black crow shot over like an arrow, making the stinky yellow mushroom's face change color. It frantically screamed for the ship gang to run immediately, because the immortal had arrived. The mushroom monster muttered in disbelief, thinking the immortal was only in Donghu City, but the crow had ordered it not to let those people escape. The stinky yellow mushroom immediately bowed in obedience, calling the crow Big Brother, and confirming this was an order from the demonic cultivator. The crow landed on the stinky yellow mushroom's shoulder, and instantly, countless blazing red blood chains erupted from the void, sweeping away everything in sight. Contrary to expectations, the blood chains didn't target the ship gang, but tightly bound the stinky yellow mushroom, making it scream in terror. This is the power of an immortal. A faint yellow spore mist emanated from the annihilated monster, enveloping the ship gang soldiers who stood frozen in place. When the mist cleared, the ship gang leader and his subordinates looked around blankly. The stinky yellow mushroom had vanished without a trace. The ship gang soldiers cheered for surviving, while the ship gang leader's face was pale, muttering about the legendary immortal of Longjiang City. Scene change. Chu Xuan sat regally on a chair like a demon lord, with his 3 corpse generals, Xiao Bao, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Long, standing guard behind him. The stinky yellow mushroom was tightly bound by blood chains at his feet, unable to move. Chu Xuan coldly interrogated, confirming the monster's identity, and asking directly, "The immortal you mentioned, is that me? How do you know about me?" The stinky yellow mushroom broke out in a cold sweat, its face pale, but it stubbornly refused to utter a single word. Losing patience, Chu Xuan flicked his finger, activating the blood refinement flame, threatening to roast the mushroom monster if it remained stubborn. The demonic flame flared, and the stinky yellow mushroom screamed miserably in extreme pain. The 3 corpse generals standing behind him could only inhale deeply. It seemed the smell of roasted mushrooms wasn't bad. Chu Xuan casually remarked that the roasted mushroom smelled quite good, then turned to tell his disciples they could eat it if they wished. This statement immediately shattered the monster's will, and it hastily confessed that they had known about him for a long time and deliberately avoided Donghu City. Chu Xuan immediately caught the key point in the confession. "You guys? Big Brother? So you have accomplices?" Fearing annihilation, the stinky yellow mushroom spilled everything about its gang of 4 mushroom brothers and trembled, begging for its life. Chu Xuan sneered, exposing the stinky yellow mushroom. "You want me to let you go? Then why were you secretly spreading spores, trying to both send a message and turn me into a mushroom at the same time?" Exposed, the stinky yellow mushroom roared furiously, its entire body emitting dazzling golden light in a suicidal attack. "Since you know, then go to hell." Chu Xuan remained unfazed. A blazing red hexagonal blood spirit shield appeared, completely blocking the monster's attack. Each stream of golden light sparked against the shield, but was useless. Chu Xuan curled his lips and commented, "Interesting. This level of attack is comparable to a mid-stage qi refining cultivator." Having said that, Chu Xuan acted, waving his hand to summon the blood-refining corpse fire. The blazing red demonic flame immediately engulfed the tightly bound stinky yellow mushroom. Being roasted alive, the mushroom monster screamed in despair, trying to use its last breath to threaten. "No, immortal master, you can't kill me. Otherwise, my big brothers and the entire mushroom army in the Great Dream Swamp will not spare you." Hearing about a gang, Chu Xuan was even happier than striking gold. "Oh? That's great. It saves me the trouble of looking for you all." Then he ignored its screams in the sea of fire until it burned to ashes. After the monster was eliminated, 3 corpse generals sat down on the ground, sniffing the fragrant roasted mushroom scent, lingering in the air. Tang Hu suddenly picked up an item from the ashes. It was a sparkling green soul core. Tang Hu roared once, then offered the soul core to his master. Chu Xuan glanced at it and immediately confirmed. Is this the stinky yellow mushroom soul core?" Holding the soul core in his hand, Chu Xuan realized the wood element energy within was extremely pure, far surpassing the minor creatures he had seen before, and conceived the idea of using it to upgrade his physique. However, this energy was not yet mature enough to become a true wood element spirit creature, but Chu Xuan smiled sinisterly, because his demonic cultivation technique had a way to force it to level up. Without further ado, Chu Xuan stood on his flying sword, activated the 100 Spirits Grand Formation, and a colossal green light pillar shot straight from the ground into the sky. Preparing for the refining process, Chu Xuan muttered calculations. To create a wood element spirit creature, a core and a pile of creatures of the same element as fertilizer were needed. He had the core, now he just needed to hunt for fertilizer. He curled his lips, recalling the mushroom monster's dying words. The target was clear. The mushroom army in the Great Dream Swamp. A mobile monster farm waiting for him to clear out. The scene shifted to the Great Dream Swamp. A dense forest shrouded in mist, signaling a new monster lair. Here, a short mushroom monster with a black head and white polka dots, who was the gang's big brother Ink Ghost Umbrella, was standing guard on a cliff. A colossal, one-eyed green mushroom monster named Third Brother Green Hat Fungus rushed over to report. Big brother. Fourth brother has been captured by that immortal master. We must go save him. Ink Ghost Umbrella coldly responded. No, abandon him immediately. I've already heard of that immortal master. I guess fourth brother has been eliminated long ago. Green Hat Fungus froze upon hearing that, scratching his head in confusion. Ink Ghost Umbrella added, I've already called second brother. He's on his way back. Just as Ink Ghost Umbrella ordered everyone to hide, a cold voice echoed from behind. Only now do you want to hide. It's too late. With a whoosh, Chushuan appeared like a god amidst the dust and smoke, a challenging smirk on his face. Green Hat Fungus and Ink Ghost Umbrella were startled, stammering, asking how an immortal master like him could find his way here. Green Hat Fungus roared, ordering his minions to charge, while Chushuan calmly declared, Of course, I'm here to reunite you with your brothers. A swarm of mushroom monsters of all shapes and sizes rushed out of the forest like a disturbed beehive, determined to devour the intruder alive. Chushuan laughed gleefully, seeing a pile of wood element fertilizer. He immediately summoned the trio of corpse generals Tang Hu, Wang Bao, and armored corpse soldier, ordering them to capture as many alive as possible. Green Hat Fungus threw a wind punch, but Chushuan easily dodged it as if taking a stroll. This boss's level was too low. Chushuan unleashed the Yin Fiend Demonic Heart technique, and a colossal demonic flame shot straight towards Green Hat Fungus. With a single strike, Green Hat Fungus was engulfed by the flames, screaming miserably before completely evaporating. Ink Ghost Umbrella broke out in a cold sweat, hastily trying to appease him. Immortal Master, we don't want to be your enemy, but if you push us too hard, we will fight to the death. Chushuan curled his lips provocatively. Oh? Let me see what your full power looks like. To his surprise, Ink Ghost Umbrella only dared to release a thick purple smoke to distract, and then turned to flee. It ran headlong into the forest, fleeing for its life, determined not to look back. Chushuan was speechless, muttering, Running? It seems this Ink Ghost Umbrella isn't stupid either, knowing when to retreat. But how could it escape? Chushuan unleashed a magic treasure, shouting, Huikong, go. Immediately, the soul of Master Huikong appeared from the magic treasure, capturing Ink Ghost Umbrella, who was fleeing, amidst its terrified screams. A blazing red chain tightly wrapped around Ink Ghost Umbrella, locking it in midair, with no way to escape. At the same time, two streams of flames shot up into the sky from afar, signaling that the minions had been completely dealt with. Chushuan contentedly held the two newly harvested spirit creature cores in his hand, only regretting that he couldn't clear out the entire nest, because their second brother wasn't here. In a nearby bush, there was a rustling sound from someone hiding, observing the entire event. A formidable green-haired female mushroom monster, who identified herself as second brother Spotted Mushroom, muttered that it was lucky she returned late, otherwise she would have been eliminated like her brothers, and had to flee the Great Dream Swamp immediately. Spotted Mushroom suddenly sensed something amiss, spun around and roared, Who's there? It turned out to be a small grass creature called Little Grass King, who had provided intelligence about the immortal master to the mushrooms. Spotted Mushroom was delighted, offering to ask for its help. Spotted Mushroom proposed an alliance to kill the immortal master, and Little Grass King immediately agreed, then betrayed her, using vines to tightly bind Spotted Mushroom in an instant. Trapped, Spotted Mushroom was utterly shocked, asking why. Little Grass King calmly replied, If you want to die, go die by yourself. Don't drag me along with your foolish idea of killing the immortal master. Little Grass King monologued that it never wanted to meet the immortal master, and hoped to never encounter him again, then disappeared, leaving the bound Spotted Mushroom behind. Scene change. Chushuan was standing in the middle of a colossal formation, draining all the wood element energy from the desiccated corpses. With abundant energy, Chushuan gleefully calculated that the time to create spirit creatures would be shortened to only half a year, and even a single embryo could produce multiple spirit creatures. Chushuan decided not to wipe out all the mushroom monsters, but would instead cultivate a few to the level of the 4 mushroom brothers to farm energy cores and wood element spirit creatures. But the current number of mushroom monsters was still too small. Chushuan frowned in thought. Catching them one by one himself would take too much cultivation time. A more efficient solution was needed, Chushuan muttered as he sensed the Blackblade security people coming to find him again, while corpse soldier Wang Bao growled menacingly behind him. Meanwhile, in a building, the boss of Blackblade Security, Wang Gangjin, and his chubby subordinate Pang Zi were waiting in despair, considering this their last desperate gamble. Having no other choice, Wang Gangjin cried out for help to the Immortal Master, promising to offer everything they had in exchange for help in eliminating the mushroom monsters. A mystical green aura suddenly enveloped the two men, signaling a powerful presence that had just responded to their plea. Thinking it was all in vain again, his subordinate Pang Zi sighed in dejection, thinking that the Immortal Master wouldn't bother with them today either. Immediately, Chu Xuan descended from the sky, his domineering aura utterly shocking Wang Gangjin and Pang Zi, who stammered, shouting, "Immortal Master!" Chu Xuan curled his lips. He knew full well that the remaining mushroom monsters were just small fry. But these two men were the opportunity he needed to execute his plan. And he asked directly, "You say you can provide anything I want?" Wang Gangjin hastily confirmed, ready to do anything to save the lives of his hundreds of brothers, and Pang Zi also nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Chu Xuan feigned agreement, declaring that he would act and personally deal with the mushroom monster's boss for them. Hearing the Immortal Master accept, Wang Gangjin and Pang Zi were overjoyed as if they had struck gold, grinning like two fools who had just won the lottery. Chu Xuan curled his lips, sternly warning, "Don't thank me yet. I have a task for you. Once you work for me, it's a perpetual slave contract. Betray me, and your body will be torn apart by 10,000 devils, your soul unable to reincarnate." The chilling threat made Wang Gangjin and Pang Zi break out in a cold sweat. Chu Xuan delivered a final statement. "Think carefully." Without needing much thought, both men were scared witless, immediately knelt on the ground, shouting, "We pledge to serve the Immortal Master." Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Chu Xuan sneered and made a deal. "Good. After I deal with the boss, the remaining small fry are yours. You Blackblade Security must capture as many of the mushroom monsters hiding in the Great Dream Swamp alive as possible and bring them here to me." Wang Gangjian's face twisted, lamenting that even he, the strongest level 2 extraordinary in the group, struggled with the mere foot soldiers, and the entire low-level team couldn't complete the mission. Chu Xuan remained unfazed, declared that he had made arrangements and wouldn't let them die in vain, then snapped his fingers, and 2 golden elixirs flew out. "Here, swallow this." Wang Gangjian's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the hot item. This is a level 3 spiritual energy core. He hastily explained in a panic that if an extraordinary swallowed a higher level core and failed to break through, they wouldn't just die, but could also transform into a bloodthirsty monster. Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a razor. "Did you forget what I just said?" Overwhelmed by his aura, Wang Gangjian and Pang Zi turned pale, gulping nervously, realizing they had no way out. With no retreat, Wang Gangjian gritted his teeth and swallowed the level 3 energy core. Immediately, a violent surge of energy erupted, tormenting both Wang Gangjian and Pang Zi, causing them to convulse wildly within a green light. The excruciating pain made the 2 muscular men scream miserably, their eyes rolling back in agony. Chu Xuan merely watched with a knowing expression, muttering that this was the phenomenon of qi deviation, something that could turn extraordinaries into zombies. But he calmly declared a simple solution: just use external force to inject spiritual energy and clear their meridians. With that, Chu Xuan unleashed a crimson stream of energy into their bodies, beginning the violent forced upgrade process. Under Chu Xuan's intervention, Wang Gangjian and Pang Zi's bodies began to transform, their muscles bulging and tearing through their clothes. In an instant, both were completely reborn. Wang Gangjian roared in astonishment, realizing he had broken through to level 3 extraordinary. Unable to believe the power of this immortal, Chu Xuan turned and walked away, giving orders to the 2 new soldiers in a cold tone, deeming their current strength barely sufficient before sending them on a mission. Empowered, Wang Gangjian and Pang Zi immediately swore that from now on, Blackblade Security would fully obey the immortal's commands, as Chu Xuan coldly vanished into the purple mist. 6 months later, a colossal crimson formation enveloped an entire district, operating with earth-shattering power. Boom! Chu Xuan emerged from seclusion, energy exploding as he declared his successful breakthrough to the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. The demonic cultivator frowned in thought. Breaking through to the 7th layer was an enormous hurdle, dividing the mid and late stages of the realm. Under normal cultivation, it would take at least 3 years too slow. He decided he had to accelerate his progress, as the war between the Tianyin sect and other factions was nearing its end. He needed to reach the late stage of Foundation establishment to get a piece of the pie. Chu Xuan revealed that while he was in seclusion, The Blackblade security minions had diligently captured mushroom monsters to serve as batteries for his 100-wood spirit nurturing array. The result of 6 months of hard work was a mountain of dried-up mushroom monster corpses, from which pure wood attribute spiritual energy surged. Chu Xuan hovered in the air, holding a magic treasure, coldly observing his achievement, a literal monster farm. Standing with the 2 corpse generals, Tong Hu and the armored corpse soldier, Chu Xuan smirked with satisfaction as a batch of wood attribute spiritual creatures had matured and were ready for harvest. Chu Xuan checked the spoils from his new farm, 3 mid-grade foundation establishment spiritual items, the rest being low-grade, more than enough for him to break through. The demonic cultivator smirked, outlining his easy plan to get rich. Use the mushroom people on Earth as wood attribute, spiritual item farming machines, then smuggle the goods to the profound sky realm to sell, becoming a cross-world merchant. Wasting no time, Chu Xuan ordered his 3 corpse generals to guard him, then immediately got to work. He directly threw a spiritual item into his mouth, beginning the absorption process. Green wood attribute energy erupted from his body, his meridians visible like tree roots. 99 days later, Chu Xuan had transformed the entire area into an astonishing spectacle, sitting in meditation amidst a colossal spiritual energy tree. Bang! His eyes blazed as he declared he had successfully cultivated the demonic wood body, reaching the minor accomplishment stage. From now on, he was a cultivator with a special physique, proudly declaring that his cultivation speed would far surpass even those with mid-grade spiritual roots. Reveling in his new power, Chu Xuan's expression suddenly changed as he sensed something unusual. Wait, my spiritual sea? Boom! A colossal column of red and white energy shot straight into the sky from his position, the uncontrolled power creating an earth-shattering explosion. After the explosion, Chu Xuan not only wasn't ruined, but was astonished to realize he had directly leaped to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, breaking through the realm barrier in an incredibly fantastical way. He laughed triumphantly, asserting that cultivating a special physique was a genius's decision. Now, with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was qualified enough to enter the chaotic battlefield in Wu Province and contend for a share. The scene shifted to the profound sky realm, Wu Province, a dense, gloomy forest, signaling impending trouble. A female demonic cultivator from the Tianyin sect was herding a swarm of blood bees, hunting down 2 righteous disciples, growling that she would take their lives. The junior brother's face was drained of color. He frantically screamed, urging his senior brother to run. The senior brother immediately obeyed, but didn't forget to give his junior brother a fatal push towards the swarm of bees to buy himself time. As he fled for his life, the senior brother shamelessly called back, "Junior brother, don't blame me, you told me to run." He abandoned his fellow disciple to be torn apart by the blood bees. A miserable scream echoed throughout the forest. The fleeing senior brother suddenly froze, sweat pouring down his face. What the hell? Why do I hear the scream of that demonic woman from Bloodwind Cave? The demonic cultivator who used blood bees screamed for mercy in despair as she was consumed by a ghostly flame. Chu Xuan appeared, coldly dusting off his hands as the demonic cultivator's shadow dissipated a clean finishing blow. The fleeing senior brother froze, realizing that the one who had just acted was not a low-level qi condensation cultivator, but a true foundation establishment expert. Chu Xuan smiled, gesturing for him to come closer, making the senior brother break out in a cold sweat, secretly praying that his act of betraying his junior brother wouldn't be discovered. The senior brother knelt on the ground, weeping and pleading, but Chu Xuan cut him off bluntly. "I'm not interested in your story. I only need to search your soul." With that, Chu Xuan unleashed a flame attack directly at the senior brother's face, making him scream miserably. Grabbing the heads of both unfortunate individuals, Chu Xuan began to search their memories, muttering about needing to update the situation after a month of seclusion. Chu Xuan's eyes flashed as he focused on processing the massive stream of information he had just acquired. In the memories of the 2 dead individuals, Chu Xuan saw the brutal battlefield of Wu Province. Over 30 foundation establishment cultivators had perished in the past month, and a small sect named Heaven's Strike Sect was inflicting heavy losses on the Tianyin sect. After dealing with the 2 lives, Chu Xuan, carrying their heads, calmly remarked, "I didn't expect the war to be so intense." Analyzing the memories he had just seized, Chu Xuan immediately noticed something unusual. No matter how tough the Heaven Strike sect was, they couldn't possibly be a match for the Tianyin sect's lineup of core formation experts. He immediately deduced the political game. The 4 remaining great sects of the Wu Kingdom were clearly lying in wait, letting the Tianyin sect bleed itself dry before swooping in to snatch the spoils. There was also a notable piece of information in the memories. Wan Huaying's new disciple, Chen Zhaofeng, had just stolen a powerful magic treasure from the Heaven Strike sect, but was cornered by two Goo Master experts at Iron Thread Mountain. Upon hearing about the high-grade magic treasure, Chu Xuan's eyes lit up with possessiveness, deciding that item must belong to him. The scene shifted to another battlefield, where experts were fiercely clashing, flying swords and magic spells filling the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Elsewhere, a purple-haired female cultivator was pressing a man named Zhou Yu, threatening to make him reveal all information about the Goo Masters at Iron Thread Mountain, or face death. Zhou Yu's face was drained of color, realizing he had been tricked into a disguised rescue mission, which was actually a trap to silence him. Zhou Yu tremblingly recounted that he had gone to Iron Thread Mountain with Zhao Luan and another Chu Xuan, where the fog was thick with insect eggs. Zhao Luan had been afflicted, while he had fortunately escaped with a life-saving talisman and didn't know the whereabouts of the other Chu Xuan. Zhou Yu was pressed to the ground, trying to cover up. Even if junior brother Chu met with misfortune, it's not my fault. Who knew the Goo Masters at Iron Thread Mountain were mid-stage Foundation establishment experts? Li Xianyue's face was cold as ice, calculating. Junior brother Chu has been missing for too long, and now Chen Zhaofeng is also trapped in there. As the senior disciple, I must investigate. But inwardly she thought, it's all for the high-grade magic treasure. Lu Zhengsheng flew into a rage, roaring at Zhou Yu. You bastard! Do you know your trash intelligence got two junior brothers killed? After I kill the Goo Masters, I'll chop off your head as an offering to their departed souls. The group reached the edge of the forest, where a thick red poisonous mist rose. Zhou Yu trembled. What's the plan? My cultivation is too weak. I can't withstand this mist. Li Xianyue brushed him off. You don't need to do anything. Just stand back and watch. Lu Zhongxiang said no more, rapidly forming hand seals before throwing out a talisman. Break formation talisman. Go! The talisman exploded, creating a path of brilliant golden light that tore through the poisonous mist. Li Xianyue charged forward, commanding, Follow me. All three sped through the corridor of light, with deadly poisonous mist swirling on both sides. Zhou Yu's face was ashen, gasping for breath. This is a living hell. These two demonic cultivators are completely unaffected. Their willpower is truly terrifying. Just as the words fell, a swarm of giant insects buzzed out from the forest, and a voice full of killing intent rang out. You demonic cultivators of the Heavenly Sound sect are truly bold. Anyone who steps into Iron Thread Mountain must die. Facing the swarm of black golden beetles, Liu Zhensheng sneered, scoffing that his opponent's skill was merely child's play, daring to show off before a master. Without further ado, he opened his goo worm box, releasing a terrifying green energy. A fierce swarm of green armored beetles surged out, easily tearing apart the enemy's golden beetles. Zhou Yu gaped in astonishment, while Liu Zhensheng explained that the green armored beetles were the natural predators of those insects. Liu Zhensheng patted Zhou Yu's shoulder, confidently boasting that he had prepared many different types of goo worms, and this was just the warm-up. Shocked by the power of the demonic cultivation art, Zhou Yu thought to himself that he should also learn a few moves so as not to be seen as useless. Seeing his beloved swarm of worms annihilated, the enemy Goo Master could no longer sit still. He shot out from the forest, shouting a warning. Be careful, the Goo Master is making his move. His target was Zhou Yu, the weakest in the team, making the Tianyin sect disciple turn pale with fear. Damn it, why me? The enemy Goo Master glided forward, his hand blazing with demonic energy, and growled. Humph, among the three of you, you're the weakest. If I don't kill you first, who will? Die. At that moment, Liu Zhengsheng smirked meaningfully, his hand seals already prepared. I've been waiting for you to make your move. Just as the enemy Goo Master charged in, about to finish off Zhou Yu, Liu Zhensheng blocked him, a surge of green goo power shattering his attack. Not just one strike, Liu Zhensheng unleashed a giant energy goo worm, swallowing the enemy Goo Master. The enemy Goo Master was gnawed to pieces by the green goo worm, screaming in despair. Zhou Yu then suddenly realized with a shock that Liu Zhensheng's pat on the shoulder earlier wasn't encouragement, but to plant a goo worm on him as bait. He broke out in a cold sweat. The methods of these demonic cultivators are truly terrifying. Having captured the enemy Goo Master alive, Liu Zhengsheng growled, interrogating him. Speak. Where are my junior brothers Chen Zhaofeng and Chu Xuan? The enemy Goo Master was not only unafraid but laughed maniacally, while Li Xianyue began to cast a spell emitting a pink light onto him. Li Xianyue suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong. Something's wrong. This guy isn't just a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. There are other Goo Masters hiding nearby. A voice echoed from the void, mocking her slowness. Only just realizing now? Too late. Li Xianyue suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Suddenly, a blazing golden light formation erupted, surrounding Liu Zhengxiang's entire group, and a series of figures appeared, led by a golden formation leader with an overwhelming aura. The formation activated, transforming into 3 giant golden energy wolves, roaring menacingly. Li Xianyue recognized this as the Wolf Soul Slaughter Formation, a Foundation Establishment level formation capable of resurrecting the energy wolves, while Liu Zhengxiang suspected another force was involved. Surrounded, Wei Hua roared the battle cry to fight to the death of Iron Thread Mountain and the Thousand Insect Sect, his spirit unwavering. The Wuji sect faction was forced into battle. Li Xianyue and other fellow disciples began to clash with the Golden Wolves. But weak disciples like Zhou Yu were quickly thrown back by the aftershocks of the formation, screaming miserably. An energy wolf roared powerfully, demonstrating the grand formation's unignorable strength. Losing patience, Liu Zhengxiang let out a roar, activating his black beast demonic body. His body swelled, transforming into a muscular monster. In his new form, his eyes blazed with purple demonic energy, and his entire body exuded a tyrannical aura. Without another word, Liu Zhengxiang charged straight ahead, grabbing tightly onto a roaring energy wolf with his bare hands. Seeing his opponent activate his true form, the enemy leader smirked, pulling out a purple ring-shaped magic treasure. The magic treasure shot out a bizarre purple energy, striking Liu Zhengxiang and making him cry out in pain. While in his black beast demonic body state, Liu Zhengxiang suddenly felt his power weakening, and the purple demonic energy around him began to dissipate. A golden wolf charged to attack. Liu Zhengxiang cried out in horror, blood dispersing incense. Unable to believe the enemy knew the fatal weakness of his demonic body. A Thousand Insect Sect goon, with a tribal appearance, smirked sinisterly, mocking that Liu Zhengxiang and Li Xianyue had a truly good junior brother. Hearing this, both Liu Zhengxiang and Li Xianyue were stunned, realizing there was a traitor within their own ranks. Li Xianyue flew into a rage, erupting with spiritual power, and roared, calling out the traitor's name. Chen Zhaofeng, get out here. Chen Zhaofeng leisurely walked out from the forest, looking completely unconcerned, and even sighed and complained. Sigh, senior sister, why go to such lengths? With a contemptuous smirk, Chen Zhaofeng looked at his former fellow disciples and asked sarcastically, we were once brothers and sisters after all. Must I really be the one to personally send you off? Liu Zhengxiang was enraged. He roared, questioning why Chen Zhaofeng would betray them when they had traveled all this way to save him. Chen Zhaofeng's expression remained unchanged. He declared that he was now a member of the Thousand Insect Sect, even the senior disciple of a Golden Core expert, viewing the two of them as merely a welcoming gift for his new sect. With that, Chen Zhaofeng ordered his tribal minions to continue using the Wolf Soul Slaughter Formation to wear down the strength of his 2 former fellow disciples, treating them as stubborn prey. Trapped in the Wolf Soul Slaughter Formation, Liu Zhengxiang and Li Xianyue faced 2 giant firewolves and a swarm of blazing red goo worms charging towards them. The goo worms attacked like a storm. Liu Zhengxiang and Li Xianyue resisted in vain. Li Xianyue cried out in despair. Are we truly doomed to die here today? A giant flame unexpectedly swept through, incinerating the entire swarm of goo worms in an instant. Liu Zhengxiang and Li Xianyue were stunned by the sight, not understanding what had just happened. Amidst a blazing red murderous aura, Chu Xuan appeared with a towering aura, making the traitor Chen Zhaofeng and the Thousand Insect Sect minions freeze. Liu Zhengxiang joyfully called out his junior brother's name, but Li Xianyue immediately stopped him, warning that Chu Xuan had been missing for too long and might have joined the enemy. Liu Zhengxiang stubbornly argued that it was impossible, but Li Xianyue coldly retorted, what if he saved us only to finish us off himself, to claim all the credit? Li Xianyue continued to analyze, questioning how Chu Xuan could have become so terrifyingly strong without joining the enemy, making Liu Zhengxiang waver. Chu Xuan stood there with a mysterious half-smile. Li Xianyue admitted that his aura was now completely different from before, unfathomable. Liu Zhengxiang looked at Chu Xuan's back and asked in a bewildered tone, Junior brother Chu, are you also planning to follow Chen Zhaofeng's path and slaughter your fellow disciples? Before his fellow disciples' question, Chu Xuan sneered coldly. Slaughter fellow disciples? It's common, I've done it. My principle is simple. Those who care for me, I cherish. The traitor, Chen Zhaofeng, sneered, recognizing Chu Xuan, and thought to himself, this brat is really lucky. He actually survived after I beat him up last time. Chu Xuan's eyes blazed with fire. He growled, finishing the latter half of his sentence. As for those who provoke me, they must die. Chen Jiafeng arrogantly ordered the 1,000 insect sect minions. Hess, probably just using some trick. At best, his cultivation is only at the second level of foundation establishment. You guys go deal with him. I don't have time. Liu Zhengsheng was overjoyed. He shouted, I knew it. Junior brother, Chu isn't a traitor. Then he hurriedly yelled, but you've come at the wrong time. Quickly run. 2,000 insect sect goons charged like two wild beasts, but Chu Xuan merely stood still, coldly retorted, no, I've come at precisely the right time. Whoosh! A flash of blood-red light appeared. The two minions hadn't even touched Chu Xuan before they were sent flying back by a terrifying force. Chu Xuan hovered in midair. A blazing red demonic energy in the shape of a ghostly claw enveloped his hand, making one enemy realize in panic. Damn it, he even knows Yinsha demonic arts. Not giving them time to recover, Chu Xuan waved his hand. Demonic energy condensed into a giant fire dragon, roaring as it charged towards the two small fries. The fire dragon opened its maw wide and swallowed one of them. The man's eyes were wide with horror before vanishing in a sea of flames. The remaining tribesman saw his comrade vanish in an instant. He turned pale, muttered a curse, and tried to flee. But before he could run, Tang Hu, in his corpse general form, loomed before him, muscles bulging, murderous aura surging, and let out a roar. The tribesmen panicked and quickly unleashed a swarm of iron-armored beetles, hoping to hold back this muscular monster. A small fry trying to show off. Tang Hu threw a punch using his blood slaughter art. The blazing red fist wind shattered both the man and the beetles, sending the minion to his demise. The leader of the tribesmen saw two of his subordinates dealt with in a flash. He could only scream in despair. His resentment turned into desperation. He formed hand seals, growling a vow to kill the enemy. The only response to that threat was Chu Xuan's icy gaze, as if asking, who do you think you are? Whoosh. Chu Xuan activated the Yin Demon Shadow, his body transforming into countless after-images moving at unimaginable speed, creating dazzling golden streaks of light. Liu Zhengsheng and Li Xianyue watched, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chu Xuan could execute the Yin Fiend evasion technique so quickly and wastefully of spiritual power. Chu Xuan reappeared, clutching a sharp bone whip, the newly refined soul-binding whip, ready to purge the last remaining foe. Chu Xuan sneered. The soul-binding whip in his hand roared, its crimson killing intent surging like a malevolent dragon. The tribesmen's trashy goo insects fell to the ground, utterly useless. Chu Xuan cast a disdainful glance, coldly declaring, it's my turn. Whoosh! The bone whip tore through the air, lashing straight towards the leader of the 1,000 insect sect goons. The soul-binding whip coiled tightly around the tribesman like a python strangling its prey, making him scream in agony, eyes wide. Slash! With a single strike, the bone whip crushed his body, sending him to his demise swiftly and without hesitation. The last goon collapsed like a tattered sack. Chu Xuan calmly retracted his whip while Chen Jiafeng stood frozen in the distance. Chen Jiafeng broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, utterly disbelieving the terrifying power he had just witnessed. The traitor quickly knelt on the ground, weeping and shamelessly begging, Senior brother Chu, save me. They implanted goo insects in my head. Without a word, a hand enveloped in demonic energy directly grabbed the top of Chen Jiafeng's head. Liu Zhengsheng's jaw dropped. He had to admit Chu Xuan's performance was truly shocking, while Li Xianyue could only silently observe. Chu Xuan sneered, while the traitor Chen Jiafeng behind him tensed up, planning a sneak attack. The fool Chen Jiafeng roared, die, unleashing his demonic scale soul-devouring claw, intending to stab Chu Xuan from behind. But Chu Xuan didn't even bother to turn around, standing still as the small fry flailed about uselessly. Suddenly, Chen Jiafeng's eyes widened. A hand shrouded in dark demonic energy had pierced through his chest without him realizing it. The demonic hand emitted a crimson glow, beginning to drain his life force amidst his desperate screams. Liu Zhensheng was furious, roaring that the traitorous dog must be killed immediately, while Chen Jiafeng wept and pleaded, even offering a top-grade divine artifact in exchange for his life. Chu Xuan grabbed his hair, coldly declaring there was no need for formalities. He would extract all information about that divine artifact himself. Without further ado, Chu Xuan activated the soul-searching art, a crimson stream of energy pouring directly into Chen Jiafeng's head to extract his memories. Done with his task, Chu Xuan tossed Chen Jiafeng's lifeless corpse aside like trash. After cleaning up, Chu Xuan turned and cupped his hands to his fellow disciples. Senior brothers and sisters, I apologize for making you suffer. Liu Zhengsheng grinned, overjoyed that his junior brother was not only alive but also incredibly powerful, saying that if Master knew, he would be thrilled. Li Xianyue seriously thanked Chu Xuan for saving her life a second time, secretly calculating, it's unclear what cultivation realm Chu Xuan has reached, but he's definitely superior to me. Thankfully, he's on our side. Chu Xuan calmly replied that it was only natural for fellow disciples to help each other, then announced, let's go. I've searched Chen Zhaofeng's soul. Besides us, there's no one left alive at the foot of Iron Thread Mountain. Chu Xuan suddenly remembered, pointing down the mountain. Ah, no, there's still one more. The traitor Zhao Luan is lying flat down there, muttering curses about that damned demonic cave. Chu Xuan slowly walked over, his shadow stretching long over Zhao Luan, who was sprawled on the ground, his tone full of sarcasm. Fellow Taoist, it seems I must disappoint you. Zhao Luan looked up, his face drained of all color, as he recognized the person standing before him, his voice trembling distortedly. Chu Xuan? A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the mountains, a sure sign that it was Zhao Luan's turn to experience the soul-searching art. In the extreme Yin cave, Wan Wuying was in a furious rage, roaring at the newly returned Chu Xuan. Speak. Did you kill Chen Zhaofeng out of jealousy? Chu Xuan closed his eyes, calmly replying without a trace of fear. Master, no. I killed him to clean up the sect on your behalf. Old ancestor Wan Wuying roared, his gaze sharp as daggers piercing Chu Xuan. Excuses. Did you kill Chen Zhaofeng because you coveted his supreme-grade magic treasure? Chu Xuan knelt on one knee, his expression unchanged, admitting bluntly, I won't lie to Master. I truly did desire that magic treasure. Liu Zhengsheng and Li Xianyue froze, never expecting this young man to have such guts, daring to openly admit it before Master's wrath. Hearing the straightforward answer, Wan Wuying unexpectedly burst into hearty laughter. You brat. At least you're honest. The old ancestor concluded the matter of the traitor, but then moved to a more pressing issue. Speak quickly. What have you been doing for the past month that your cultivation jumped from the second layer of foundation establishment all the way to the seventh? The surrounding disciples were also utterly shocked upon hearing this, now understanding why Chu Xuan was so dominant that he swept away 3 Gu masters as easily as eating candy. Chu Xuan stood up, beginning his classic tall tale. Master, I was originally at the 4th layer. I merely concealed my true strength to avoid scrutiny from the Tianyin sect. Wan Wuying nodded in approval, praising Chu Xuan's foresight in avoiding trouble, secretly thinking that this young man would one day surpass even him. Chu Xuan continued to fabricate a story, recounting how he was beaten senseless by a Gu master at Iron Thread Mountain and accidentally fell into an underground valley, creating a perfect scenario for a fortuitous encounter. Old ancestor Wan Wuying waved his hand, concluding, Everyone has secrets. There's no need to elaborate. Now, get out of here. Having killed so many thousand insect sect disciples, the 100 Gu elder will surely come for revenge. Hide well in the cave for a few days. After receiving the order, Chu Xuan, Li Xianyue, and Liu Zhengsheng simultaneously bid farewell to Master and prepared to retreat. The 3 left the main hall, Chu Xuan leading with an impassive face, while Liu Zhengsheng and Li Xianyue followed behind. Liu Zhensheng turned to tease Li Xianyue. Junior sister Li. It seems your position as head senior sister is about to be shaken. Li Xianyue glanced at Chu Xuan's back, concluding with a dignified remark. If junior brother Chu continues to shine like this, I am willing to yield my position. Returning to his room, Chu Xuan began to inventory his spoils of war and exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, those guys at Iron Thread Mountain are dirt poor, he muttered. The 3 Gu masters only yielded a little over 100 low-grade spirit stones. The rest were just insect eggs and junk, only fit for a flea market. Fortunately, he still had the traitor Chen Zhaofeng's storage bag. He hoped this guy wouldn't disappoint him. As soon as he opened the storage bag, a dazzling burst of light erupted, startling Chu Xuan. Jackpot. Piles of spirit stones, medicinal pills, magic treasures, and a treasure chest filled the room. He had truly hit the jackpot. Chu Xuan was ecstatic when he realized the spoils included a block of ghost demon iron, the 1,000 insect sect's secret techniques, the bloodwind scripture, and the 6 extremes Gu art. I'm rich. Chu Xuan smirked ambitiously. Finally, it was time for the best item, the supreme-grade magic treasure he had always coveted. Swish! A honeycomb-patterned orb, emitting a dazzling crimson light, appeared in his hand. It turned out to be a blood beehive, containing a 1,000-year-old queen bee egg. All he needed to do was refine it, and he would immediately have a high-grade natal Gu insect. He envisioned hordes of bloodthirsty, ferocious warrior bees tearing apart enemies without mercy. Meanwhile, the worker bees would absorb energy from flesh and blood to produce blood honey, and as the queen bee evolved, there would be even more specialized types. This item required an extremely powerful divine soul to control, something the small fry of the 1,000 insect sect lacked, which was why they let such a bargain slip away. Chu Xuan sneered. Now he understood why the traitor Chen Zhaofeng dared to betray Master Wan Huaying. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure of this caliber? Amidst a mountain of spirit stones and treasures, Chu Xuan decided not to wait any longer. He had to refine it immediately. He began the refinement process, confidently declaring that thanks to resources from Earth, he would never lack divine soul or blood essence. He could refine as many natal magic treasures as he wished. 3 days later, the egg cracked open, and a plump queen bee larva with an utterly adorable pig-like snout crawled out. Chu Xuan smiled contentedly, looking at the newly hatched queen bee larva in his hand, declaring, "Success." He began planning his farming strategy. First, he had to fatten this queen bee with blood pearls, wait for it to mature, and lay its first batch of worker bees. They would then collect flesh and blood themselves to refine into blood honey to feed the queen bee. Chu Xuan smirked cunningly, calculating that this blood nectar contained even more terrifying energy than blood pills, truly a premium item to boost his cultivation speed. Scene change. The 1,000 insect sect's 100 Gu elder was utterly furious. His plan had completely fallen apart as Iron Thread Mountain collapsed, dragging Bloodwind Cave and 100-Leg Manor down with it in just 7 days. A masked dealer reported the tense war situation. The Heavenly Sound sect had swept through over 1,000 miles, and was about to approach the 1,000 insect sect's main gate. The 100 Gu elder shot up, his face drained of color, shouting that the sect was on the verge of life and death, and demanded 10,000 beast spirit talismans to hold out. The masked dealer sneered, stating a blunt price. At most, only 300. He added a sweet deal. But to show goodwill, I will personally gift 10 Foundation Establishment grade formations and 50 magic artifacts ranging from mid to high grade. The 100 Gu elder tore at his hair, lamenting, "Didn't your side promise to pressure the Heavenly Sound sect into retreating? At this rate, our forces won't be able to hold on." The masked dealer calmly reassured him, asserting that everything was within the plan, and within 2 weeks, the Heavenly Sound sect would temporarily halt its attack and recall 2 formidable figures, Zhao Wuyai and Huang Yuanwu. Finishing his words, the masked dealer tossed out a jade slip, declaring that the investigation into the disappearance of the Elder's disciples and the cultivators at Iron Thread Mountain was complete, with all details contained within. The 100 Gu elder received the jade slip, and upon reading it, his face changed drastically, killing intent surging. Crack! The old man crushed the jade slip, veins bulging on his face, and roared bitterly. So it was those vile beasts from the extreme Yin cave. Chen Zhaofeng, I will definitely avenge you. The masked dealer sneered, whispering into his ear. Those brats deserve to die, but their master, Wan Huaying, deserves it even more. As long as 100 Gu elder is willing to put on a self-inflicted suffering scheme, we will help you send Wan Wuying on his way. Hearing the enticing offer, the 100 Gu elder's eyes lit up, and he immediately seized the opportunity. Are you serious? If you can do it, I'll give you all the magic artifacts you want. The masked dealer then leaned close to the 100 Gu elder, whispering a sinister plot. Both burst into maniacal laughter, and the 100 Gu elder nodded with delight. Excellent. Let's proceed. You righteous cultivators truly are masters at digging graves for others. Scene change. Chu Xuan appeared in a bustling black market, remarking that this place had visibly prospered since the extreme Yin cave took over its management. Chu Xuan smirked, muttering that the more intense the war became, the more righteous cultivators from the Heavenly Sound sect would cast aside their masks and dive into demonic cultivation for quick gains. A plump cultivator hurriedly ran over, cupping his hands and bowing to Chu Xuan with extreme reverence. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Chu Xuan tossed a bag to Martial Nephew Chen, ordering him to sell the goods with the usual commission, and the latter immediately complied. Chu Xuan glanced, realizing his Martial Nephew had reached the 7th layer of qi condensation, and nodded. Not bad. It seems you no longer need a bodyguard. Martial Nephew Chen grinned, flattering him that it was all thanks to his martial uncle's hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, which helped him escape death several times in the war to reach late-stage qi condensation. He suddenly lowered his voice, delivering sad news. Unfortunately, senior brother Wei Hua wasn't so lucky. He perished in the war. I heard he died a terrible death, impaled by an iron worm. Chu Xuan pondered, thinking to himself that qi condensation cultivators were still just small fry at the bottom of society. In this brutal war, one never knew whether tomorrow or disaster would arrive first. Chu Xuan patted Marshal Nephew Chen's shoulder, encouraging him, praising him for surviving, and suggesting that perhaps one day he could break through to Foundation establishment. Marshal Nephew Chen knew his place, saying he was nearly 40, his potential exhausted, and reaching late-stage qi condensation was already satisfying. He planned to return to Pingyuan City in a few years to establish a family. Chu Xuan thought to himself that qi condensation cultivators' lifespans weren't much longer than mortals, so if one couldn't reach Foundation establishment, leaving the sect to establish a family was not a bad option. He then thought about himself. If not for the blood mirror that allowed him to traverse worlds, perhaps by now he would just be a 100-year-old, rotting skeleton. Outside, an ancient structure appeared under the brilliant rainbow light. Chu Xuan decided to temporarily borrow the identity of Wei Hua, who had just been reported dead, to act more conveniently. Chu Xuan, disguised as an unknown cultivator, entered a tavern. A fiery tea-house hostess came to greet him, asking if he was there to buy or sell. He smirked, declaring bluntly, "Both. I have magic artifacts, cultivation techniques, blood pearls, and even goo worms." The tea-house hostess handed him a blue horn, explaining that it was a device for transmitting messages, advertising goods, and finding items for other cultivators. Chu Xuan took the item, realizing it was perfect for discreet transactions, then asked for its name, and the woman nonchalantly replied, "Bluetooth." Without further ado, Chu Xuan immediately transmitted a message. Trading a premium goo worm magic artifact, plus a pile of blood pearls, for top-tier Foundation establishment cultivation techniques and divine abilities. As soon as the message was sent, Bluetooth blared loudly. Two big spenders immediately messaged back, one demanding the magic artifact, the other wanting all the blood pearls, both rushing to the tavern. Chu Xuan was calmly drinking tea when Old Han, a purple-haired cultivator wearing an eye patch, burst in and roared, "Where's the seller?" Chu Xuan recognized Old Han, the unscrupulous merchant who had once sold him demonic formation books, while Old Han also glanced at the new face and judged that anyone who survived the war was likely no ordinary person. Accompanying Old Han was a goo worm Taoist, who pointed directly at Chu Xuan and shouted, demanding to see the magic artifact. But Chu Xuan had already recognized his true identity. Lu Yin, a disciple under Zhao Wuyai. Chu Xuan laid his cards on the table, placing a small glowing blue bell on the table, introducing his hot item, the Cold Toad Spirit, a top-grade offensive magic artifact. The goo worm Taoist arrogantly presented two secret manuals, Blood Rage and Bone Refinement, confidently proposing a trade for Chu Xuan's Cold Toad Spirit. Chu Xuan secretly thought they were good items, but outwardly he curled his lip in disdain, saying that these low-grade cultivation techniques were only for the weaklings of the Blood Rage sect and Bone Refinement manor. He growled, his face filled with killing intent. "You think these are worthy of my top-grade Cold Toad Spirit? Are you messing with me?" Startled, the goo worm Taoist quickly asked what he wanted, and Chu Xuan imperiously ordered, "Lay out all your goods here. I'll choose myself." The goo worm Taoist gritted his teeth and displayed a pile of cultivation techniques, secretly thinking that this time he needed to gauge his opponent's strength before naming a price. Chu Xuan pointed at a scroll, and the seller immediately praised his sharp eye, intending to boast about the excellent item. "Trash, all worthless junk to waste time, none of it is usable." Chu Xuan threw the scroll away, leaving the goo worm Taoist stunned. Chu Xuan pretended to casually grab a scroll, and the goo worm Taoist quickly seized the opportunity, introducing it as a top-grade secret manual, but still hinting that a one-for-one trade would be a bit of a loss. Chu Xuan sneered, leaning close to his opponent's face, exposing it as a blood cultivation technique, and challenging him. "How many Heavenly Sound Sect cultivators do you think are secretly practicing this, and when will the next person interested in this secret manual appear?" Hit where it hurt, the goo worm Taoist broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering who this person was to corner him like this. Cornered, Chu Xuan pretended to concede. "All right, wait." He changed his mind at the last minute, pointing directly at another secret manual. "I'm also interested in the Golden Wheel body protection art from Golden Dragon Temple. Throw that in too." Old Han, another merchant, sneered and interjected, adding fuel to the fire. "Hey, goo worm Taoist, close the deal. Besides those old masters from Golden Dragon Temple, who would want this cultivation technique that requires accumulating great merit?" Forced into a corner, the goo worm Taoist slammed his wine cup onto the table, gritting his teeth as he agreed. "Fine, take it." Bitterly, the goo worm Taoist could only swallow the bitter pill as he left, while Old Han waved goodbye mockingly. Chuxuan contentedly flipped through the 2 cultivation techniques he had just acquired, thinking to himself that these were indeed good items to supplement his own. Old Han gave a thumbs up, praising Chuxuan's skill, saying it was the first time he'd seen the goo worm Taoist get swindled so badly, then immediately proposed. It seems fellow Taoist has what he wanted. Are you interested in doing business with me? Chuxuan secretly grew wary, realizing Old Han was no simple character, and asked directly, what other goods do you have? Old Han leaned in, a meaningful smile on his face. I don't just sell demonic cultivation techniques, I also deal in intelligence. Chuxuan showed skepticism about the value of information. Old Han played his trump card, asserting that he knew clearly how the battlefield situation was about to change, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, and what their next target was, asking Chuxuan if he was interested. Chuxuan listened to the sales pitch, his true image appearing in his mind, and smirked. Interesting. Chuxuan tossed a handful of blood essence stones onto the table, making a bold offer. Tell me the first piece of information. If it's accurate, I'll pay double. Old Han laughed heartily, praising him as a true businessman. Old Han began to divulge information. In half a month, the offensive will slow down. The 2 golden core old men, Zhao Wuyai and Huang Yuanwu, will be recalled, replaced by Zhu Taiji, Guo Zhen, and Chu Qiang. Hearing the name Zhu Taiji, Chuxuan recalled information about this old man, an extremist who hated demonic cultivators and constantly called for their extermination. Chuxuan revealed a profound smile, realizing that someone didn't want his extreme yin den to have peace. Sipping his tea, Chuxuan analyzed the situation. The war between the Heavenly Sound sect and the local sects definitely has a third party involved, and their target is precisely the extreme yin den. Chuxuan recalled an important detail. Wan Wuying, Zhao Wuyai, and Huang Yuanwu had once teamed up to steal a treasure from Wu continent, and he immediately guessed that the third party was also targeting that item. Old Han saw that his prey seemed to have taken the bait, then smiled sinisterly and asked, Fellow Taoist, would you like to hear the rest? Chuxuan shot to his feet, coldly declaring, No need, the transaction is over. Old Han's jaw dropped, annoyed that the big fish had slipped away, just as he was about to extort more money. As Chuxuan turned and left, Old Han was furious, muttering that this guy could deduce everything from a single piece of information, yet acted so indifferently, completely unlike someone from the abyss of extreme yin. Patriarch Wan Huaying summoned his 4 remaining core disciples, Liu Zhensheng, Li Xianyue, Chu Xuan, and Wu Kei. The patriarch got straight to the point, announcing that this was a life-or-death meeting to pass on his legacy, as he now only had these 4 disciples left. Li Xianyue looked curious, not understanding what important matter her master intended to discuss. Wan Wuying laid out his cards, recounting the shocking incident from a few months prior. He, along with Zhao Wuyai and Huang Yuanwu, had raided and stolen a treasure from the 1,000 Insect Sect, an item hot enough to make all major powers drool. Chuxuan smirked, his mind already calculating. A treasure. Perfect. Wan Wuying growled that the war should have ended if a third party hadn't intervened, and that culprit had been identified. The Jade Spirit Mountain faction. All the disciples were deeply shocked, but Chuxuan remained calm, which made Li Xianyue wonder. Chuxuan analyzed like a strategist. After the Wuji sect's collapse, Jade Spirit Mountain seized the most advantageous geographical position, making them the easiest to manipulate and control this war. Wan Wuying nodded in approval, admitting he had anticipated someone coveting the treasure and targeting him, especially as his 2 allied elders were about to be recalled, signaling the enemy's impending action. The patriarch patted Chuxuan's shoulder, warning all 4 to be careful, as those who targeted him would surely not spare his disciples, especially Chuxuan, the sworn enemy of the 1,000 Insect Sect's Gu Masters. Wan Wuying turned and walked away, leaving his final instruction for his disciples. You must take care of yourselves. Li Xianyue and Liu Zhongsheng's faces changed color, completely shocked by their master's warning, while Chuxuan alone maintained his calm expression. Chuxuan smirked, secretly calculating, trouble is brewing. If it gets too intense, I'll just return to Blue Star. But if anyone's itching for a fight, I'm not afraid to test them. My reputation is only Foundation Establishment's 2nd layer, so they'll probably send some small fry. What a golden opportunity to make a fortune. At an unknown black market, a dark-skinned goo cultivator, holding a brand new magic treasure, sneered confidently. With this top-grade item, the assassination mission is sure to succeed. A purple-haired cultivator named Zhou Yu enthusiastically greeted him. Hello, fellow Taoist Lu. The goo cultivator waved his hand, getting straight to the point. Skip the pleasantries. Who's the target? When do we act? The goo cultivator smirked, bringing up an old matter. It's an acquaintance of yours. Remember when you were captured by the abyss of extreme yin and forced to Iron Thread Mountain? You were severely injured because of them. Hearing abyss of extreme yin, Zhou Yu's face paled, and he quickly waved his hands. Li Xianyue, Liu Zhengxiong? You're targeting them? Those two aren't easy to deal with. I'm not interested. The Gu cultivator slung an arm around Zhou Yu's shoulder, reassuring him. Not them, we're just taking out the weakest one. The target is Chu Xuan. This job is lucrative and easy. That's why I thought of you first. As soon as he heard Chu Xuan's name, Zhou Yu's soul nearly left his body, sweat pouring down him as he silently screamed. The weakest one? You're sending me to my death. Seeing Zhou Yu's face turn green with fear, the Gu cultivator inquired, but the other man stammered, bringing up his master Zhao Wuyai's relationship with Wan Wuying to find a way out. The Gu cultivator growled, his eyes sharp. My master doesn't know about this. This is an order from above. Whether he agrees or not means nothing. The Gu cultivator urged him, but Zhou Yu remained deep in thought, clearly weighing an overly risky proposition. After much deliberation, Zhou Yu cupped his hands and flatly refused, declaring that the demonic cultivators of the abyss of extreme yin were not to be trifled with, and he didn't want to get involved in this mess. Rejected, the Gu cultivator grew angry, gathering a green energy sphere in his hand, but Zhou Yu calmly explained, those demonic cultivators are reckless. Even if they die, they'll drag someone down with them. I'm not playing. To prove he wasn't a gossip, Zhou Yu raised his hand to the sky, solemnly declaring he would immediately swear a heart demon oath to keep the secret. Seeing he couldn't be swayed, the Gu cultivator turned and left, uttering a sarcastic remark. Very well, fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a wise man. Farewell. Waiting for the other man to disappear, Zhou Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, Li Xianyue, Liu Jingxiong, Wu Ke, Chu Xuan. Out of the four, they chose the strongest one. That's truly offering your life to King Yama. 2 months later, at the main gate of the 1,000 Insect Sect, countless cultivators had gathered, forming a dense encirclement around the fortified city. A golden core elder named Zhu Taiji appeared, declaring that after 2 months of siege, the 1,000 Insect Sect had reached its end. 2 formation cultivators, Guo Zhen and Chu Qiong, from the attacking side analyzed the situation, confirming that the enemy's defensive grand formation was running out of power, and that the 3 core figures of the 1,000 Insect Sect would surely try to break out. Just as predicted, the colossal energy shield enveloping the 1,000 Insect Sect began to shake violently, its golden light visibly dimming. On the verge of collapse, Zhu Taiji sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The rats have finally decided to crawl out of their hole. A figure shot out from within the city like an arrow, none other than the 100 Gu Elder, unleashing a massive wave of sword chi to clear a path. Zhu Taiji roared, offering a surrender deal. 100 Gu, if you surrender now, you can still keep your elder position in the Tianyin sect. But the 100 Gu Elder flatly refused, declaring he would never side with the demonic cultivators of the Tianyin sect, then turned back and shouted, rallying his disciples to fight to the death. Seeing the surrender offer fail, Zhu Taiji immediately ordered his 3 highest-ranking Taoists to charge and engage the ringleaders, leaving the remaining small fry for the main force to clean up. A chaotic battle erupted. Chu Xuan plunged into the midst of the 1,000 Insect Sect's minions, both sides exchanging fierce blows. A 1,000 Insect Sect disciple, with an undercut and tattooed face roared, "Die!" then unleashed a palm strike directly at Chu Xuan. Attacked by surprise, Chu Xuan cried out as the opponent's strike pierced his defenses. Chu Xuan rode the Red Soul Devourer, chasing a Tianyin sect disciple who was fleeing headlong, roaring, "You Tianyin scum, don't even think about running." The 1,000 Insect Sect disciple, junior brother Lu, landed in a forest, thinking he had shaken off his pursuer. He was smug, seeing no one around, but was unaware that Chu Xuan had silently appeared behind him. Chu Xuan gave a sinister smirk, declaring this was the perfect place for the man to rest eternally. Without another word, Chu Xuan unleashed a swift demonic art, tearing through the air. Junior brother Lu evaporated on the spot, leaving only a pool of blood, while Chu Xuan had already seized his soul. While inspecting his spoils, Chu Xuan suddenly sensed someone else approaching. 2 other Tianyin sect disciples flew over on their swords. One with spiky hair praised junior brother Lu for his righteousness in hunting demonic cultivators, then mocked Chu Xuan as a mere foundation establishment, second layer, nobody. Both landed in the forest, bewildered as they saw no sign of their comrade. The top-knot cultivator sat down to examine the bloodstain, confirming it was still warm, and confidently declared he would quickly find the enemy using his tracking goo worm. The top-knot senior brother showed the spiky-haired one his red-tracking goo worm, proudly stating he had bought this item from the treacherous bunch in the abyss of extreme yin. He explained the goo worm's mechanism. As soon as it sensed the target, it points directly. The closer we get, the straighter it stands. Suddenly, the spiky-haired one pointed. His voice panicked. Huh? Why is it standing straight up and pointing behind us like this? The top-knot cultivator froze, sweat pouring down him as the goo worm stood erect, signaling that death was right behind him. Before he could even react, he saw the world spin, wondering why he was face down on the ground. Slash. The spiky-haired disciple's head flew through the air, blood gushing like a fountain before the senior brother's horrified eyes. Scared out of his wits, the top-knot cultivator collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair, "Iron armor puppet, protect me." A puppet clad in full silver armor immediately appeared, standing before him like a final shield. Thwack! Chushuan's soul-binding rope pierced through the defensive armor like tofu, embedding itself directly into the cultivator's chest. The top-knot cultivator spat blood, impaled on the spot, while Chushuan slowly materialized in the forest and coldly uttered, "Oh, still alive?" Impaled, the cultivator coughed up blood, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Fellow Taoist, we have no enmity. Please spare my life?" Chushuan sneered, responding mockingly, "Who says we have no enmity? Didn't you come here to kill me?" The cultivator froze, realizing that the one who had just one-shotted Zheng Changqing was Chushuan, and was horrified that the intelligence was terribly wrong. Knowing there was no escape, he roared in desperation, "Chushuan, I'll stake my life against yours." Then threw out a blue bell-shaped magic treasure. The magic treasure shot forward at terrifying speed, but Chushuan merely stood still, his icy gaze not betraying a single ripple of emotion. Junior brother Lu scrambled to his feet, bitterly thinking that the cold parasite bell, originally meant for an ambush, was now his only hope of survival. He had to flee quickly to report Chushuan's true strength. Before he could run, Wang Bao materialized like a ghost behind him, his bony hand clamping tightly around junior brother Lu's throat, making him choke in terror. Demonic flames erupted from within, incinerating the cultivator's flesh in an instant, leaving only a skeleton screaming in the blazing red fire. Chushuan gently caught the falling bell, sneering, "Using something you bought from me to kill me? What a loyal dog." Standing beside Wang Bao, Chushuan muttered in thought, suspecting someone from the extreme Yin Grotto had betrayed him, taking advantage of the chaos to ambush him, and began to question senior sister Li as well. Whoosh! Having just dealt with one, Chushuan sensed new killing intent as a barrage of sharp projectiles shot towards him. Chushuan deftly dodged, a long, bony whip grazing past him and plunging into the ground. "More? Come out, all of you!" Chushuan growled, green demonic energy flaring in his hand as a new leader leaped out from the bushes. Without further ado, Chushuan summoned his two strongest fighters, Xiao Long, Xiao Bao. The ambush leader sneered, throwing out several talismans and shouting, activating the Wolf-Tiger Soul Formation. A fiery beast, a hybrid of a tiger and a wolf, roared and charged straight at the two corpse generals, who had just been summoned. Chushuan smirked, pulling out a small flag radiating malevolent energy. It was the renowned magic treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner. A sea of screaming blue vengeful spirits poured out from the flag, engulfing the entire forest and making the enemy leader's face turn pale with fright. Surrounded by the hungry ghosts, the leader formed a hand seal, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, repelling the wailing vengeful spirits. Chushuan was stunned, recognizing the ultimate technique. The golden body Dharma wheel of Golden Dragon Temple? Damn it, this cultivation method counters my vengeful spirits too strongly. Thinking he had cleared them out, another spiky-haired cultivator suddenly appeared, forming a hand seal and roaring, "Earth Beast, attack!" A colossal beast made of earth and stone emerged from nowhere, lunging down to crush Chushuan. But Chushuan reacted incredibly fast, immediately unleashing his blood demon shadow puppet, a blazing red phantom that rushed out to block the attack for its master. The collision shook the heavens and earth, sending rocks flying, and Chushuan managed to dodge the fatal blow in time. Chushuan broke out in a cold sweat, calculating, if the blood demon shadow puppet hadn't blocked it, I would have been finished. This guy isn't small fry. He's at least late-stage foundation establishment, on par with me. Across from him, the spiky-haired cultivator also realized he had met a formidable opponent and began to get serious. While Chushuan guessed that only a few top experts in the Tianyin sect would possess such strength, Chushuan pulled out his magic treasure, the soul-binding rope, its blazing red chains coiling around his hand. making his opponent freeze at the sight of the new toy. Chu Xuan's blood began to boil, and he muttered, "It seems he'll have to fight to the death today." Unexpectedly, the other guy suddenly waved his hand and chuckled, changing his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. "It's all a misunderstanding. I'm just working for money. I didn't expect to run into such a powerful big brother Chu Xuan. How about we call it even? I'll just go deal with the one who hired me, all right?" Chu Xuan was speechless at his opponent's antics, but maintained an icy expression. "Fine, but at least tell me your name." The spiky-haired cultivator introduced himself as Han Lu Yun, bluntly stating that in these chaotic times, time was money, and he had no leisure for arguments before fleeing directly. Chu Xuan mused, realizing that Han Lu Yun was indeed one of the Tianyin sect's 3 prodigies, but seemed far more reserved and unpredictable than rumored. Watching Han Lu Yun's retreating figure, Chu Xuan noticed the man's calculating nature regarding money was exactly like old Han at the black market. Truly a slippery character to be wary of. Suddenly, Chu Xuan was startled, realizing there was still another person hiding somewhere, waiting to ambush him. Chu Xuan stood still, waiting for movement, his sharp gaze sweeping across the forest. He frowned, seemingly puzzled as he no longer sensed any killing intent. Chu Xuan let out a sigh of relief, confirming that the enemy had indeed retreated. Chu Xuan smirked, thinking to himself that it was good he didn't have to fight to the death with a formidable opponent. It was time to settle accounts with the traders who had sold him out. Scene change. Liu Zhengsheng called out loudly, telling senior sister Li and senior brother Liu not to hide anymore and to come out quickly. Li Xianyue appeared with an annoyed expression, a section of her clothes torn at the chest, clearly having just taken a vicious sneak attack. A Tianyin cultivator sneered, confidently boasting that Han Lu Yun, one of the 3 prodigies, had personally gone to deal with Chu Xuan, asserting that even if the main character was at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment, he would definitely be eliminated. Wan Huaying roared, cursing Wu Kei as a traitor for daring to betray his sect and the extreme Yin Grotto. Wu Kei was not to be outdone, growling back that it was the old master who had turned his back first. If not for him stealing the sacred artifact and then forcing a marriage, he wouldn't have had to seek another path. The bearded trader's face was drained of all color as he stammered, explaining that he was forced, while another accomplice coldly activated a lightning talisman in his hand. Boom! A colossal blue lightning bolt was summoned, its earth-shattering power ready to sweep away everything in its path. The lightning strike hit Wan Weiying and Liu Zhensheng's position directly, sending both old men flying a high-quality opening move. Li Xianyue was horrified to realize the attacker was Duan Pengfei, one of the Tianyin sect's 3 prodigies, a direct disciple of Zhu Taiji, and an extremely formidable opponent. The smug Tianyin cultivator assigned, "Senior brother Duan, Li Xianyue is yours. As for old man Liu Zhengsheng, leave him to me." Without hesitation, Li Xianyue immediately made her move, summoning her innate magic treasure, the Black Wind Flag. As a surge of pitch-black demonic energy surged towards the enemy, Duan Pengfei merely smirked, uttering a single word, "Foolish," at Li Xianyue's attack, showing absolute disdain. Boom! Duan Pengfei retaliated with an even more terrifying lightning bolt, easily tearing through the Black Wind Flag's demonic energy, his power utterly overwhelming. Duan Pengfei said no more, his body flashing with lightning, and he charged straight at Li Xianyue with terrifying speed. He growled, unleashing his lightning tribulation finger, a finger gathering full of lightning striking directly at his opponent, his aura overwhelming. Crash! An earth-shattering lightning explosion erupted, blowing away a section of the forest. Li Xianyue staggered to her feet, fresh blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly having taken a significant blow. She couldn't believe her blood demon shadow puppet and her trump card were destroyed in just one move. Bitterly realizing the vast difference between mid-stage and late-stage Foundation establishment, Wu Kei suddenly appeared, shouting urgently to Li Xianyue, "Senior sister, run quickly." Seeing his prey about to flee, Duan Pengfei smirked, forming hand seals and preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Trying to run? World-ending lightning storm. He swung his twin swords, summoning a lightning storm, many times more terrifying, determined to leave no one alive. Wu Kei and Li Xianyue were stunned by the absolute power, knowing they couldn't possibly withstand this attack. In that moment of life and death, Wu Kei shouted his senior sister's name, then used all his strength to push her out of the damage range, deciding to face the full wrath of the lightning alone. Injured but maintaining an icy expression, Li Xianyue told herself, "Don't blame me. Demonic cultivators must be ruthless and heartless. As long as I survive, a small sacrifice is nothing." Wu Kei let out one last tragic scream as he was completely engulfed by Duan Pengfei's lightning storm, his body disintegrating in the destructive light. Leaving her comrade behind, Li Xianwei ran headlong towards the front lines, confident that Duan Pengfei wouldn't dare to act in broad daylight. Whoosh! Just as Li Xianyue thought she was about to escape, a sharp, bony whip suddenly whizzed past her face, making her jump in fright. The bony whip tightened around Li Xianyue's neck, yanking her backward to fall, sprawling on the ground with a choked gasp. Duan Pengfei froze, recognizing the one who had just attacked, only one question echoing in his mind. Chu Xuan? How is he still alive? Li Xianyue looked up at Chu Xuan, who was holding the whip, her voice trembling as she questioned if he was also a traitor. Chu Xuan coldly replied that he was merely cleaning house after witnessing her act, making Li Xianyue's face turn pale as she realized she had been caught red-handed. Seeing the situation was dire, Li Xianyue immediately changed her tune, trying to persuade him with sweet words. Junior brother, listen to me. One person surviving is better than both dying. That's why she continued to bargain, willing to give up her position as chief disciple, dual cultivate, or even become Chu Xuan's cultivation cauldron, as long as her life was spared. Hearing Li Xianyue propose becoming his cultivation vessel, Chu Xuan merely sneered. Too bad for you. I'm not lacking in cultivation vessels. With that, he swung his whip and flung the traitorous girl away like a sack of trash, not even sparing her a glance. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. Duan Pengfei, one of the three prodigies of the Tianyin sect, hovered in midair with an overwhelming aura. Seeing Chu Xuan still alive and well, Duan Pengfei sneered. You're still alive? It seems that Han Luyun truly is a good-for-nothing. Chu Xuan scoffed back sharply. Then what are you, someone on par with a good-for-nothing? Provoked to a furious rage, Duan Pengfei said no more and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Thunder Tribulation Finger, a destructive bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Chu Xuan. Facing a boss-level attack, Chu Xuan calmly raised his hand, summoning a black iron shield to block the blow. Boom! The lightning collided with the shield, creating a terrifying explosion. The power of the technique sent Chu Xuan flying backward. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xuan admitted that the three prodigies' skills were indeed formidable. My blood demon art can't block this. I'll have to use that thing. Utilizing the force from the explosion, Chu Xuan activated his jet mode, rocketing away like a missile to escape the range of damage. Seeing Chu Xuan charge forward, Duan Pengfei sneered, lightning crackling in his hands, and boasted loudly. You think I only know how to fight from a distance, so you want to get close? He confidently declared that close combat was his specialty, and any fool who came near would only perish sooner. Rumble! Duan Pengfei exerted all his strength, summoning a colossal thunder battle axe that descended from the sky. The lightning axe cleaved straight down towards Chu Xuan's head, its momentum as if it could split a mountain in two. Crack! Chu Xuan's black iron shield took the full force of the blow, cracking instantly. The shield shattered into countless pieces, but Chu Xuan remained standing firm, his expression unchanged. Clang! Chu Xuan calmly formed a hand seal, and a burst of golden light of merit erupted, transforming into a colossal golden bell. Boom! The thunder battle axe fiercely collided with the golden bell, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Duan Pengfei's attack was completely nullified. The lightning axe shattered before the power of the golden bell. Duan Pengfei coughed up blood, his face pale with shock, and cried out in disbelief. Merit? How can there be so much merit? Chu Xuan sneered at his opponent's naive question. So what if I'm a demonic cultivator? Who says demonic cultivators can't have merit? Cornered, Duan Pengfei roared bitterly, trying to form a hand seal to unleash his ultimate move. Damn it. Don't get cocky. I still have a trump card. Chu Xuan coldly cut him off, the brilliant golden merit aura behind him, completely overwhelming the blue lightning. You think I'll give you a chance? Without another word, Chu Xuan lunged forward and delivered a heaven-shattering punch to Duan Pengfei's face, crushing all his attempts at resistance. Thoroughly beaten, Duan Pengfei hastily begged, coughing violently, Don't kill me. I'll give you a top-tier spiritual treasure. Chu Xuan bared his teeth in a devilish grin, disdainfully replying, Fool, if I kill you, your things will still be mine. With that, Chu Xuan unleashed his soul-seizing art, directly extracting the top-grade lightning spiritual root from Duan Pengfei's convulsing body. In another dense forest, the sounds of fierce fighting echoed. The bearded traitor frantically stabbed 1,000 insect sect goon to death, screaming in despair, You shattered my natal spiritual treasure. Die. I'll tear you to shreds. Suddenly, he felt a chilling killing intent behind his neck, and froze when he realized Chu Xuan had appeared there without him noticing. The bearded traitor grinned sinisterly, thinking the newcomer was an ally. "Senior brother Duan, you're back? Have you killed Li Xianwei yet?" But when he turned around, his smile froze on his face, and his voice stammered in terror as he recognized Chu Xuan. He quickly changed his demeanor, playing the role of a good brother. "Junior brother Chu, you're still alive." While his mind panicked because the script had completely gone off track, the traitor began to shift blame, accusing Liu Zhensheng of harming him, then anxiously asked if Li Xianyue had escaped Duan Pengfei's grasp. Chu Xuan didn't bother to listen further. A crimson demonic flame erupted from his hand and shot straight towards the two-faced man. Without a chance to resist, Chu Xuan grabbed the traitor by the neck, and the demonic flame flared, incinerating him in an instant. Chu Xuan coldly looked at the corpse at his feet, uttering a sarcastic remark. "Senior brother, if you had joined the righteous path, perhaps you would have had a better end." Suddenly, Chu Xuan glanced towards the forest, his aura sharp. "Stop hiding, come out." From the shadows, the third Tianyin master stepped out, scoffing. "Haha, finally discovered. You're truly ruthless to act against a fellow disciple." Chu Xuan recognized the stranger, who immediately waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand. I don't know who killed Duan Pengfei, and I don't want to cause trouble with that person. To be honest, I should even thank them." Chu Xuan turned his back and walked away, throwing a promise of future reunion to the third prodigy of the Tianyin sect, who was bitterly lying on the ground, completely disregarding him. Having spoken, Chu Xuan vanished, leaving the traitor's corpse to spontaneously combust into ashes, neatly cleaning up the scene. Suddenly, in the distant horizon, earth-shattering energy currents flashed, colliding fiercely. Chu Xuan watched, immediately recognizing this as the battleground of true experts, Golden Core cultivators. His current level wasn't high enough to get involved. He calculated his escape route. If Wan Weiying were to perish, the Tianyin sect would surely turn the entire extreme Yin cave upside down. It would be best to flee early. The plan was laid out: head south to the Viet Nation, where demonic cultivators reigned supreme. But thinking of the desert full of monsters that even Golden Core cultivators were wary of, he felt a bit daunted. While contemplating, Chu Xuan suddenly paused as he sensed two other powerful auras tearing through the wind from afar. Two streaks of crimson light flashed past. He immediately recognized one of the familiar auras. Two Golden Core cultivators? One of them is Zhao Wuyai? Chu Xuan was stunned, his expression changing. Damn it, wasn't that old man Zhao Wuyai recalled to the sect? Could this be a trap by the Tianyin sect? Or orchestrated by that old fox Wan Weiying? Immediately, he sneered sinisterly, realizing that this chaotic mess might just be a golden opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the formation core cultivators of both sides clashed fiercely, sword chi and spells filling the sky. The last few streaks of light vanished in the sky, signaling that the battle of the experts had reached its conclusion. Both sides held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation for the result. Has the battle of the formation core cultivators ended? Who won in the end? Unexpectedly, the high-ranking leaders of the Tianyin sect appeared, led by the old man Zhu Taiji, with an overwhelming aura, signaling Zhao Wuyai to speak. Zhao Wuyai proudly declared, "The three devils of the ancient heaven sect, Hundred Gu, Chaotic Blood, and Withered Bone, have perished. Disciples of the ancient heaven sect, surrender and live." Hearing the news of victory, the Tianyin sect disciples erupted in joy, cheering and celebrating as if they had just taken first place. From afar, Chu Xuan sneered when he saw Wan Weiying was still alive. He thought to himself, "Master is still alive. Excellent. Now I don't need to run anymore." Just then, Wan Weiying's voice transmitted directly into Chu Xuan's and his subordinates' minds. "Come find me in the eastern forest." Chu Xuan met his master again, feigning innocence as he recounted, "Everything happened just like that. This disciple wouldn't dare to lie a single word." Wan Weiying slammed the table, growling angrily. "That traitor Wu Kei deserved to die. But what crime did that girl Li Xianwei commit for you to kill her?" Chu Xuan coldly admitted, "She wasn't wrong, but I couldn't take the risk, so I killed her. Moreover, keeping her around would only mean sharing resources and master's attention." Wan Weiying roared, quoting the classic saying, "If a man is not for himself, the heavens and earth will punish him," then entrusted him with the important task of guarding the extreme Yin cave mansion and not disgracing him. Chu Xuan cupped his hands in thanks, but didn't forget to ask pointedly, "This disciple still has a question. Weren't Zhao Wuyai and Huang Yuanwu recalled to the sect? Why are they back?" Wan Wuling sneered, revealing that it was just a feint to deceive the Tianyin sect, because their sect master wasn't foolish and had already guessed that Mount Wuling would act. He recounted how Zhu Taiji, for personal gain, had colluded with Mount Wuling to eliminate his fellow disciples, and since the goons who followed him were too useless, he conveniently cleaned them up as well. Wan Weiying crushed 2 streams of souls, declaring that the old geezers of the Tianyin sect were too stubborn. It would be more useful to refine that old Zhu Taiji into a corpse general instead. Chu Xuan sneered, immediately flattering with a deadly remark. The sect master and the others are all afraid of master. Wan Weiying suddenly clutched his head and coughed violently, admitting that they didn't want him to be too strong. But for now, they still had to rely on him, so they hadn't dared to make a move. Seeing master injured, Chu Xuan immediately rushed over, offering a bottle of healing pills. But Wan Weiying waved them away without hesitation. Your pills are useless to me. Take them back. Chu Xuan smirked, casually admitting that those pills were just for show. He never intended to use them. Wan Weiying waved his hand, asserting that this minor injury only required secluded cultivation to heal, and granted Chu Xuan permission to act freely, because this battle had greatly boosted the reputation of the Wuji sect. Duan Pengfei's corpse was tightly bound to a wooden cross, becoming the most valuable spoils of war, awaiting processing. Returning to the base, Chu Xuan gloated amidst a pile of glittering spoils, boasting that this battle had helped him rake in a fortune with nearly 1,000 storage bags containing spirit stones, magic treasures, and even goo worms. He picked up a secret manual, declaring that the most valuable spoils were the 3 secret cultivation techniques he had plundered. The first technique was the turtle breath art, a top-tier foundation establishment technique that completely concealed one's aura, transforming the cultivator into a true mortal, with its peak allowing one to freely increase or decrease their aura. The second item was the poison scripture, an encyclopedia of over 100 types of poisons, exactly what Chu Xuan had always craved to add to his demonic arsenal. The last technique, and also the most sinister, the perfect root plundering art, allowed the user to plunder others' spiritual roots and graft them into their own body. Chu Xuan glanced at Duan Pengfei's corpse, which was nailed to the cross. A sinister smile appeared as he realized this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to seize the man's top-grade lightning spiritual root. However, the plan encountered an obstacle when he realized that performing this art required 3 specific types of pills, including a nearly priceless, supreme-grade foundation establishment pill. Chu Xuan calculated. Fortunately, he had a zombie farm that used the undead as fertilizer to grow spirit herbs. Now he only lacked a few types of seeds, and would have to go to the market. The zombie mother was still diligently laying eggs. Chu Xuan, disguised as a strange cultivator, entered a tea house in the black market, a meeting place for cultivators. A purple-haired man, calling himself Old Han, was already seated, acting superior as he directly asked who wanted to buy spirit plant seeds. Their eyes met, and both men froze, realizing something was off with the other's aura. Old Han flinched and recoiled, his face changing color as he recognized the true identity of the person opposite him. Chu Xuan also immediately realized, this aura. Old Han is actually Han Luyun? Damn it, he recognized me too. Han Luyun broke out in a cold sweat, asking with a trembling voice, Chu Xuan, why are you here? Chu Xuan calmly replied, reminding him of their previous agreement that they might cooperate someday, and nonchalantly asked how the other party recognized him. Han Luyun laughed it off, fabricating a reason that he remembered the aura of all his opponents, while secretly thinking that revealing their identities so early was good for future business. Han Luyun asked about Chu Xuan's disciple, who had placed the order, but Chu Xuan smirked, casually implying that he himself was the one who made the request. Han Luyun questioned what a demonic cultivator like Chu Xuan needed spirit plant seeds for, but was brushed off by the main character. Stop being nosy. Hand over the goods. Chu Xuan inspected the sacks of seeds, nodded in satisfaction, then directly asked for the price. Han Luyun quoted 30 low-grade spirit stones per caddy, but Chu Xuan went big, proposing to exchange 1,000 caddies of seeds for 1 top-grade blood pearl. Chu Xuan tossed out a pile of glowing red blood pearls, declaring the remainder as payment for the previous information purchase. Han Luyun gaped, immediately realizing, what? You were the one who bought information about Wei Hua last time? Han Luyun hastily picked up the blood pearl to examine it. Sweat poured down as he recalled this quality was only seen from the one who dealt with He Liang. He stammered, asking if that was also Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan smirked, confirming with a concise word, precisely. Han Luyun was utterly shocked, unable to believe he had been dealing with Chu Xuan all this time without knowing, feeling that his own disguise skills were trash compared to a true master. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion shattered the cliff face, demonstrating absolute destructive power. In another cave, Chu Xuan, in his true form with teal hair, was cultivating. A surge of purple demonic energy billowed from the cauldron in front of him. Chu Xuan growled in frustration as his pill refinement failed again. Purple smoke billowing from the cauldron. Damn it, failed again. This is so damn hard. Standing between his two corpse general guardians, Tang Hu and Wang Bao, Chu Xuan summarized that, thanks to the zombie farm, he had farmed enough ingredients and successfully refined 2 top-grade foundation establishment pills after countless failures. He ruffled his hair in frustration, admitting that the last pill, the real heaven-mending pill, had caused his cauldron to explode hundreds of times, proving his pill refinement skills were truly trash, and it was time to hire a professional. Crack! The crescent-shaped jade pendant hanging from Chu Xuan's waist suddenly cracked open. Chu Xuan held the broken jade piece, smirking with a murderous aura. Clearly, this was a locator device. The sample stone broke? Looks like the target has been found. Han Lu-yun reported to Chu Xuan that there was a lead on the person he was looking for, and introduced a top-tier alchemist from the Miaoyin Palace for 500 low-grade spirit stones and 1 finished pill. Chu Xuan coldly stated his conditions. The price was not an issue, but there was one sole requirement. She must refine the pill right in front of me. Han Lu-yun broke out in a sweat, thinking this request was too strange and uncommon, but still promised to try asking for him. Han Lu-yun picked up a communication magic treasure, nervously awaiting the alchemist's reply, while she remained seated, not turning around. The broker grinned, announcing the deal was sealed. Great, she agreed, and added that she was currently shopping for ingredients at the market, and would arrive soon. Han Lu-yun excitedly introduced the newly arrived hot commodity, a young female alchemist from the Miaoyin Palace. The young woman introduced herself as Yan Xiao, an alchemist of the Miaoyin Palace, and confirmed the deal to refine the heaven-mending pill. Chu Xuan, without much talk, directly tossed a bag containing enough ingredients for 2 cauldrons, along with the payment. Yan Xiao received the goods, directly asked for the pill refinement location, and Han Lu-yun immediately led the way. The 3 entered a spacious stone pill refinement room, which appeared to be specially designed. Without wasting a second, Yan Xiao summoned her pill cauldron, her hands gathering fire, preparing to get to work right in front of the 2 men. Each type of medicinal ingredient was thrown into the cauldron by her with the speed and precision of a professional, her movements smooth and without any wasted effort. Chu Xuan squinted, observing, secretly acknowledging in his heart. Exquisite technique. Truly the real deal. Han Lu-yun, seeing Chu Xuan staring intently, spoke up to tease, saying that this process would take dozens of hours, and he shouldn't even dream of secretly learning, because pill refinement required innate talent, not just observation. Chu Xuan completely ignored Han Lu-yun's words, continuing to stare at the cauldron, making the broker sigh and leave first, promising to return when it was done. After a grueling 30 hours, Yan Xiao was drenched in sweat, finally about to complete the batch of pills. The pill cauldron glowed brightly, signaling that the divine medicine was about to emerge. A literal grind session. Yan Xiao glanced at Chu Xuan, panicking inwardly. This madman actually stared at me for 30 hours straight. Could he be trying to secretly learn my technique? She started to feel nervous, telling herself that her pill refinement art was exclusive, but if the other party was also a big shot in the profession, things would be different. Han Lu-yun returned just in time, patting Chu Xuan's shoulder teasingly. How was it? Did you learn anything? Chu Xuan replied curtly with a poker face. No. He declared that without a foundation, observing was useless, leaving both Yan Xiao and Han Lu-yun speechless. The transaction was complete. Yan Xiao handed the jade bottle to Chu Xuan, but didn't forget to warn him. This bottle has a formation. If I'm attacked before leaving here, the medicine will self-destruct. Chu Xuan clicked his tongue in regret at missing the chance to simply snatch it, secretly thinking that someone who could refine such top-grade pills surely had hidden bodyguards. Han Lu-yun read Chu Xuan's thoughts, smirking, warning. Don't get any ideas. This girl isn't simple. I once took a contract to kill someone like her, and she was protected by a whole group of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Han Lu-yun continued, with the face of a cunning merchant, that the target had paid him 10 times the price to back out of the deal, and of course, he chose the money. Han Lu-yun held out a jade token, saying it was a referral fee, but Chu Xuan turned and walked away, stating curtly, I'm out of here. Seeing his prey about to slip away, Han Lu-yun hastily tried to hold him back, proposing a deal to explore an ancient secret realm full of treasures, and even emphasized that a group of foundation establishment cultivators would also be participating. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan poured cold water on him. Not interested, he'd rather cultivate. Han Lu-yun. Han Lu-yun was utterly shocked, yelling, Are you even a demonic cultivator? Demonic cultivators don't go around fighting and seizing opportunities? Chu Xuan smirked, his eyes sharp, feigning profundity. I am different from ordinary demonic cultivators. I believe in laying down the butcher's knife and instantly becoming a Buddha. ID. Han Lu Yun. Han Lu Yun was speechless, his face twisted, muttering in his head. This guy's crazy. Hes too stubborn. I can't trick him. The scene shifts to Azure Star. ID. Duan Pengfei. Duan Pengfei, one of the 3 prodigies of the Heavenly Seal sect, was hanging from a giant tree in the middle of the city, his body covered in injuries. He gritted his teeth bitterly, trying to activate his jade slip to contact his master. Zhu Taiji. But it was completely futile. ID. Duan Pengfei. Duan Pengfei realized in horror that this strange place was ID. Chu Xuan's territory, where he could even grow spirit herbs from corpses, and below was a horde of ID. Zombies howling. Suddenly, a blue spatial vortex opened, and a figure calmly stepped out. ID. Chu Xuan appeared from midair, making ID. Duan Pengfei gape in astonishment. Chu Xuan? He teleported? This isn't something a Foundation establishment cultivator can do. ID. Chu Xuan sneered, his red eyes filled with killing intent. Sorry to keep you waiting. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way soon. ID. Duan Pengfei was scared out of his wits, struggling in vain and yelling, No, I don't want to die. Don't come near me. ID. Chu Xuan leaned close to his face, his voice sweet as if coaxing a child. It won't hurt too much, don't worry. He squeezed ID. Duan Pengfei's mouth shut, beginning his lecture on the art of spirit root extraction, which consisted of 3 steps: digging out the root, carrying the root, and implanting the root, corresponding to 3 types of elixirs. The first step was complete. ID. Chu Xuan forced a spirit sealing pill down ID. Duan Pengfei's throat, causing his affinity for spiritual energy to plummet, temporarily severing the connection between his body and spirit root. ID. Duan Pengfei was utterly panicked when he realized he could no longer feel his spirit root, asking himself in horror, what the hell did ID. Chu Xuan make me drink? A sharp hook suddenly plunged into ID. Duan Pengfei's hip, making him scream in pain. Chu Xuan calmly explained why he kept his dog's life. The spirit root lies 3 inches deep in the spirit sea. If you die, it'll vanish instantly. A sharp dagger sliced through, severing the thread connecting the spirit root to the body. ID. Chu Xuan raised his spoils, laughing savagely as he held the supreme-grade lightning spirit root, which glowed with a brilliant purple light. ID. Chu Xuan smirked with satisfaction at the miserable screams of ID. Duan Pengfei, who was hanging like an animal. The defeated opponent's screams annoyed ID. Chu Xuan, who growled, too noisy. With that, ID. Chu Xuan lunged forward and delivered a devastating punch to ID. Duan Pengfei's throat, cutting off his cries. He muttered that he had to use a spirit stabilizing pill immediately to reinforce the stolen spirit root, or it would vanish. Next, he took out a spirit sealing pill, preparing to isolate his own spirit root to begin the transplant process. ID. Chu Xuan gritted his teeth, pressed the knife to his abdomen, and declared decisively, to implant the new, I must first personally dig out the old. Without hesitation, he plunged the dagger straight into his own body. ID. Chu Xuan pulled out his old spirit root, a faint light compared to the supreme grade one he had just stolen. Immediately, he inserted the lightning spirit root into the wound, and a violent surge of lightning energy instantly erupted, tearing through his body. The gut-wrenching pain made ID. Chu Xuan cough up blood, but he had already prepared a heaven-mending pill to complete the final step. ID. Chu Xuan, holding the wood attribute spirit root he had just dug out of himself, called out his corpse general's name. ID. Tong Hu Xiaohu, come here. Without a word of explanation, he directly inserted his old spirit root into the energy core in ID. Tong Hu's abdomen. Exhausted after the self-surgery, ID. Chu Xuan collapsed, leaving ID. Tong Hu bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. A few days later, ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan lay motionless on the bed, the process of recovery and integration of his new power officially beginning. He slowly opened his eyes, his sharp red gaze signaling that a new level of power had been born. Sitting up abruptly, ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan declared confidently, "It's done. The supreme grade lightning spirit root has completely fused with my body." Suddenly, strange noises rang out, catching his attention. He realized the sounds were coming from ID. Tong Hu. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan smirked, explaining that it would be a waste to discard a mid-grade wood attribute spirit root, so he conveniently bestowed it upon his disciple, not expecting it to cause such a mutation. ID. Tong Hu. Tong Hu's entire body radiated a blue energy, his eyes had completely transformed, and his mouth struggled to emit sounds. Realizing his corpse general showed signs of being able to speak, Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan became extremely interested. "Come on. ID. Tong Hu. Xiao Hu. ID. Tang Hu." Tang Hu's throat made cracking sounds. His body was undergoing a painful yet powerful transformation. He threw his head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, his pale eyes flashing with a spark of intelligence, no longer those of a soulless puppet. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan rested his chin on his hand, observing and remarking, "Still can't speak human language, but that look in his eyes isn't fake." He muttered that normally, a corpse general would need to condense a corpse core before being able to babble. But Tong Hu, only a corpse general, had already begun forming syllables. His future would certainly surpass ordinary corpse beasts. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan smirked triumphantly. A corpse fused with a cultivator's spirit root could not only absorb spiritual energy but also learn skills and spells. He had truly created a branded monster. Seeing ID. Tong Hu still growling, ID. Chu Xuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Calm down, ID. Tong Hu Xiao Hu. You'll be able to speak eventually." After stabilizing his disciple, ID. Chu Xuan let out a breath and began to focus on his own matters. He sat down, pondering the change in his spirit root's attribute. If he were a righteous cultivator, he would probably have to cripple his cultivation and start over. But for a demonic cultivator, seizing a spirit root naturally came with a way to retain one's cultivation. That was the true principle of the strong. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan flipped through the secret manual, pointing directly at the target. The Blood Demon Scripture, a unique cultivation method born precisely to solve this problem. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan analyzed that his old cultivation method was wood attribute, and lightning was considered young wood, so converting to the lightning attribute turned out to be the most favorable option. To perform this cultivation method transformation, he only needed one catalyst: lightning-struck wood. Thunder and lightning were inherently unparalleled destroyers, but the first lightning strike of spring also awakened all things, containing the power of life. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan began refining, determined to hit 2 targets with 1 arrow, both transforming his spiritual energy to the lightning attribute and strengthening his demonic wood body. A day passed, the piece of wood remained silent. Crack! The lightning-struck wood split open, its internal energy completely drained. ID. Chu Xuan sighed in relief, feeling the new power surging through his body, muttering, "It's done." He tried to circulate his cultivation, and a mixed surge of wood and lightning energy violently erupted beneath his feet, shattering the floor. Blue lightning spread throughout the room, its domineering aura overwhelming everything. ID. Chu Xuan smirked confidently. From now on, all his techniques would carry lightning energy. Soloing opponents of the same level would only result in his victory. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan confidently declared with the trump cards in his hand that even peak foundation establishment cultivators were no match for him. It was time to return to the sect. As soon as he arrived, ID. Chu Xuan saw his master, ID. Wan Weiying, standing next to a guardian as massive as a mountain, with ashen skin and wearing a demon mask. ID. Chu Xuan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the terrifying aura from the guardian, muttering, "My God, he's as strong as a golden core cultivator. Master, is this a corpse general?" Ida. Wan Weiying confirmed that he had taken advantage of his recovery period to refine the corpse of 100 Gu Taoist into a branded corpse general. ID. Chu Xuan felt his blood rush to his head, boasting loudly, Master's demonic cultivation is unrivaled under heaven. One day, you will sweep through the cultivation world and revive the Wuji sect. ID. Wan Huaying. Wan Huaying poured cold water on him, saying that the Wuji sect only had a few members left and might as well close down. ID. Chushuan. Chushuan was speechless, thinking to himself why this old man was more childish than him. ID. Wan Huaying. Wan Huaying straightened his face and got straight to the point. The reason I called you back this time is to impart the method of condensing a golden core. ID. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up, and he grinned widely. He thought it was just a meeting to report, but it turned out to be a promotion. Wan Huaying began his lecture, stating that there were currently 4 methods to form a golden core. He explained the first method, also the most orthodox path, compressing spiritual liquid until it solidified into a true golden core, slow but unparalleled in power. Wan Huaying concluded the first method. Don't even dream of it without a mid-grade spiritual root, or higher, and at least a decade of cultivation. He tossed Chu Xuan another secret manual, telling him to try the 9 Revolutions core condensation art, if he was stubborn. He explained that since ancient times, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been severely nerfed, making the orthodox path impossible and forcing later cultivators to find 3 other heterodox paths to advance. The second method was presented. Using a demon core as a catalyst, compressing spiritual liquid into a demon golden core, a build specializing in physical combat power but overall only average. But the side effects were extremely painful. The user could be infected by the instincts of demonic beasts, becoming bloodthirsty, afraid of light, and excessively lustful. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan's face wrinkled like a monkey's backside, muttering that the price for this path was too steep, no different from digging his own grave. Wan Huaying threw out 2 secret manuals, offering 2 choices for the demon core path. One was to use a fire ape's demon core. The other was to use a lightning eagle's demon core. Chu Xuan remained silent, crossing his arms in contemplation, clearly disdaining this path as too trashy to bother with. Wan Huaying continued to introduce the third method, using a magic treasure as a catalyst. But he frankly admitted he had no secret manual for it, saying if one wanted to take this path, they'd have to figure it out themselves. This path would create a magic treasure golden core, which had the weakest spiritual power. But when wielding the corresponding weapon, its power would skyrocket, such as a sword core, saber core, or axe core. Finally, Wan Huaying revealed the 4th path, also the one he had chosen, plundering the spiritual seas of hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators, and refining them into a spiritual sea core. A glowing red energy sphere, reeking of the demonic path, appeared in his hand. Wan Huaying revealed the most demonic path, devouring the spiritual seas of hundreds of cultivators to refine a blood spirit core, a glowing red energy sphere floating above a sea of blood. Chu Xuan curled his lip in disdain, asserting that even though the golden age had passed, cultivators still had to forge their own tyrannical path. After introducing the 4 paths, Wan Huaying asked directly, "Now tell me, which one do you want?" While the corpse marshal stood towering behind him, Chu Xuan chuckled, his eyes flashing with extreme greed, and roared, "I want them all." Wan Huaying's jaw dropped, utterly shocked by his disciple's audacity and boundless greed. After a moment of speechlessness, the old man reluctantly threw all the secret manuals to Chu Xuan, grumbling, "Fine, take them all. You're the only one with the potential to reach golden core. If I don't invest in you, then who?" Holding the pile of secret manuals, Chu Xuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about the others?" "Master, don't tell me you've taken in more true disciples?" Wan Huaying burst into self-satisfied laughter, slapping his thigh as he declared, "Of course, my reputation precedes me. Now there's a whole bunch of new recruits lining up to join." The old man gestured, preparing to introduce the new batch of disciples to Chu Xuan. A group of cultivators, both male and female, entered, and Chu Xuan turned to glance at his future fellow disciples with a scrutinizing gaze. The new recruits obediently knelt, shouting in unison, "Greetings, old ancestor." The 2 most prominent among them, a male and a female, also bowed to Wan Huaying and Chu Xuan. "Greetings, master. Greetings, senior brother." Wan Huaying began the introductions. "This is Xu Ming, and that is Li Xiaoman. Both are already at the early Foundation establishment stage." The old man quickly explained. They were originally disciples of the now-destroyed Corpse Puppet sect, wandering as rogue cultivators. I happened to pick up some Foundation establishment cultivation methods from their sect, and I'm short on disciples of this level, so I took them in. Pointing to the group kneeling on the ground, Wan Huaying continued. And this is the new batch of sprouts, all descendants of cultivation families in Wuzhou, who have passed rigorous selection. With that, the old man patted Chushuan's shoulder, nonchalantly handing over the task. I never take qi condensation disciples. You are the senior brother, so these little shrimps are yours to teach. I have other matters to attend to. This is your responsibility. Chushuan's jaw dropped as he watched his master casually walk away, asking incredulously, Master, what do I even know about teaching them? Wan Wang spun around, his face filled with murderous intent as he hissed, You can teach them however you want, but this time, don't kill any of them. Chushuan was speechless, covering his face in helplessness, while Xu Ming and Li Xiaoman stood behind him, bewildered by what was happening. But just a second later, Chushuan lowered his hand, a sinister smile appearing on his face as he thought to himself, Oh? If the old man said I could teach them however I wanted, then… Chushuan nonchalantly waved his hand, pushing the entire group of new recruits onto Xu Ming and Li Xiaoman. These sprouts are yours, I'm busy. Xu Ming and Li Xiaoman's jaws dropped, utterly shocked by their senior brother's overbearing delegation of tasks, stammering their protests that they weren't qualified. Chushuan began to prevaricate, flattering the two that they loved their profession, while he wasn't good at teaching, all to shirk the responsibility. He concluded with a line full of fake enthusiasm, pointing directly at the two, This is a chance for you to hone your leadership skills. As soon as he turned away, Chushuan immediately revealed his cunning face with a sinister smile, thinking to himself that it definitely wasn't because he was lazy. After the delegation, Chushuan sprawled out, browsing the Blue Fang Stone tablet, a fancy tablet in the cultivation world. Intelligence information appeared. 2 major sects on the border were bleeding heavily, even losing Foundation establishment cultivators. The situation was extremely tense. Chushuan curled his lip in a sneer, mocking the so-called Peaceful Righteous Path Alliance. Clearly just a bunch of backstabbers. It turned out this tablet was a communication tool for the intelligence network established by junior brother Chen, constantly updating news. The Blue Fang Stone tablet glowed, becoming a powerful tool for a transmigrator like him to grasp the world's affairs. Chushuan narrowed his eyes, reading new intelligence. An ancient underground ruin had just been discovered in the Cloud Mist mountain range, rumored to contain ancient magic treasures and spirit treasures. He curled his lip in a sneer. The appearance of ruins meant slaughter, chaos, and death, a golden opportunity for a demonic cultivator like him to profit. But Chushuan wasn't foolish enough to rush into a death trap with golden core cultivators. He only planned to hover around the periphery to do business, because wherever there were cultivators, a black market would spring up. No sooner said than done, Chushuan sprang up, deciding he couldn't rely on just one source of information. He had to go to the market and cross-reference with Han Luyun to be sure. At a tea house in the market, Han Luyun was already waiting, his face full of confidence. Whoosh! Several blue energy flying darts were suddenly launched, tearing through the air. Chushuan was no pushover either. A glowing purple demonic energy flying dart flew out in response, blocking the attack. The man burst into laughter. Apparently the previous greeting was just a test of skill. Han Luyun puffed out his chest, boasting, What do you think? That's my newly developed mother-son flying daggers technique. Chushuan glanced at him, coldly remarking, Not bad. Han Luyun curled his lip, looking self-satisfied. To be praised so highly by you, my friend, makes me feel quite honored. But then he admitted that Chushuan's poison mastery had advanced too quickly, to the point where it made him feel a bit pressured. Chushuan nonchalantly replied that he had been researching poisons lately, conveniently using Han Luyun as a guinea pig to test them, and then added chillingly, The day I poison you to death, that will be my success. Setting aside the poison testing, Han Luyun got straight to the main topic. The underground ruin in the Cloud Mist mountain range. Han Luyun was slightly surprised that Chushuan already knew, admitting that his intelligence network was no less capable than his own. He asked directly if he intended to enter, and Chushuan confirmed with a firm yes. Han Luyun narrowed his eyes, noticing that Chushuan's aura had changed, immediately guessing that he had completely devoured Duan Pengfei's top-grade spiritual root. He began to lament that his own high-grade spiritual root only offered a 20% chance of breaking through to Golden Core, a pitifully low probability. Therefore, he couldn't miss this opportunity, certain that there must be good items in the ruin that would aid in core formation. Chushuan silently pondered the path of a cultivator. An entire life was a series of gambles, all revolving around spirit stones, magic treasures, pills, and formations to continue existing. Han Luyun clutched his throat, unable to understand why Chushuan was so indifferent to such a prime opportunity to break through to Golden Core. Chushuan waved his hand, casually spouting, I don't like killing, I just want to accumulate virtue. Then turned his back to prepare, leaving Han Lu-yun stunned. Han Lu-yun gritted his teeth, muttering, "If I believed you, I'd sell my house. If I hadn't seen your massacres with my own eyes, I might have actually fallen for it." 1 month later, Chu Xuan sat motionless like a statue in his cave abode, cultivating in seclusion, waiting for his moment. Beep! A tablet lit up. The intelligence he had been waiting for a month had finally arrived. Intelligence showed that the largest entrance to the ruins was occupied by the Shengang sect, while other entrances were guarded by major forces like the Tianyin sect, and the surroundings were a battlefield. The situation was growing tense. Golden Core elders from Miaoyin Palace, Golden Dragon Temple, and the 5 great righteous sects were all present, glaring at each other, preparing for a bloody battle over territory. The first batch of 50 or 60 people who entered the cave had emerged, each with their pockets full of treasures, but those who refused to pay tribute to the Shengang sect had all perished at the hands of experts. Chu Xuan pondered, confirming that these ruins were genuine, containing treasures capable of luring even Golden Core cultivators. He began to consider whether he should jump into these troubled waters. Wait! Chu Xuan's eyes suddenly gleamed as he discovered another piece of intelligence that had just been recorded 2 days prior. The righteous sects began opening the ruins' entrances to the small fry, but anyone who wanted to enter had to cough up 30 low-grade spirit stones as a fee. Chu Xuan sneered, knowing full well this was a trick. If there were real treasures, the righteous sects would have monopolized them. They wouldn't be so kind as to share with others. He analyzed the situation. Even a tough expert like Han Lu-yun had entered the ruins and gone silent, proving that the righteous sects were using low-level cultivators as cannon fodder to scout the path. Realizing the situation was too dangerous, Chu Xuan decided to remain inactive, temporarily not venturing to the Cloud Mist mountain range, waiting for the right moment. 2 days later, Senior Master Wan Weiying's voice suddenly transmitted to him, reporting that the ruins were actually the ghost palace of the underworld Spring Taoist sect, and he had already gone inside to search for items. Chu Xuan grumbled that his cheap senior master had finally spoken up, but the name Underworld Spring Taoist sect made him feel strangely familiar. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes. A crucial memory had just been recalled. He remembered now. The Underworld Spring Taoist sect was once a colossal demonic sect, ruling over 8 nations. It later disintegrated, and the Wuji sect was one of the branches that split off from it. Understanding the terrifying origins of this place, Chu Xuan realized why even an old expert like Wan Weiying couldn't resist the allure of the ghost palace. He clenched his fist, deciding it was time to act. Perhaps he should follow his senior master into these troubled waters for a trip. Just as he was about to set off, Chu Xuan suddenly paused. His mind began to race. He muttered. The news about the ghost palace spread unreasonably fast. In just 2 months, even small fry like old Chen's family knew about it and joined in to get a share. Furthermore, if there truly were treasures that made all the Golden Core cultivators drool, why would those formidable sects be leisurely fighting each other instead of rushing in to plunder? Chu Xuan clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. There's definitely a conspiracy afoot. Having thought it through, he decided to change his plan, declaring he wouldn't go anywhere, but would stay put and observe the changes, ready to flee at any moment. 10 days later, Chen Gei rushed to knock on the door of Chu Xuan's secluded cultivation room, shouting, "Martial uncle, Disciple Chen requests an audience." The heavy door opened, and Chu Xuan stood tall, his aura as cold as a final boss. Chen Ge hastily bowed in greeting, but Chu Xuan merely glanced at him and asked directly, "What's so urgent that you had to come here yourself?" The chubby man was sweating profusely, his voice urgent. "Marshal, uncle, something big has happened." Chu Xuan ordered concisely. "Speak." Chen Gei's face was drained of color, reporting that a dense black mist had enveloped the entire underground ruins and the Cloud Mist mountain range. Any spirit beasts that ventured near were drained of their life force, dying on the spot. Chen Gei reported the dire situation. A late Foundation establishment cultivator had perished in seconds after rushing into the black mist, drained of both blood and spiritual power. Even Chu Xuan's scouts stationed there had vanished. Chu Xuan's face was expressionless, realizing this was a truly major development. No laughing matter. He affirmed his judgment was correct. This so-called demonic palace was clearly a deadly trap, and any treasures within would not be easily obtained. Chu Xuan directly inquired about the movements of other forces, especially the northern and southern sects. Chen Gei nodded decisively, preparing to report crucial intelligence. The chubby man rattled off. A few days ago, an army from the Qiangkun sect invaded Wuzhou, occupying several strongholds and advancing directly towards the Tianyin sect's headquarters, but no Golden Core experts have been sighted yet. Chu Xuan sneered, finally understanding everything. He declared decisively, "The situation is clear. It's time for us to flee. The Tianyin sect is about to collapse." It turns out it was all just a play. Chen Ge was bewildered, hastily asking his martial uncle what they should do now, hoping for guidance. Chu Xuan looked directly at him, reminding him coldly, "You are just a mortal, with no family, no attachments." Chen Ge mumbled about having 4 wives, 6 concubines, and a dozen shops, implying that his life was paramount, and Chu Xuan merely stated coldly, "Your life, or those things, which is more important? You should know." Enlightened by his martial uncle, Chen Ge broke out in a cold sweat, hastily bowed, his voice trembling. "This disciple understands." Chen Ge hastily took his leave and ran off, while Chu Xuan watched him go with an exasperated expression. Chu Xuan stood before a new grave. On the tombstone, the inscription clearly read, "Tomb of Senior Brother Liu Zhengxiang, erected by Junior Brother Chu Xuan." He poured wine onto the grave, muttering, "Senior Brother, it's been a while since I visited, don't blame me. The situation has changed and I've decided to flee as well." Chu Xuan continued to report the situation to the deceased. "Li Xianyue was killed by me. The traitor, Wu Kei, has also been dealt with, and the 2 new disciples who followed Senior Master into the Ghost Palace are likely in grave danger." He placed his hand on the tombstone, concluding bluntly, "Among the qi refining cultivators, only Chen Ge is left. I wonder if he'll survive this calamity. By the time I return, even Senior Master might be gone." The wind blew past, and Chu Xuan looked up at the sky, reflecting on the cruel path of cultivation, where the weak would be eliminated. Only those who understood the way of survival would reach the end. Meanwhile, as expected, an army from the Burning Heaven sect, consisting of 4 nascent soul experts and 30 foundation establishment cultivators, was aggressively marching straight to the Tianyin sect's headquarters, preparing to sweep through. The Burning Heaven sect launched an all-out assault on the Tianyin sect, just as their Golden Core experts were absent, leaving only a group of small fry to face the battle at home. Cornered, the nascent soul patriarch of the Tianyin sect was forced to break seclusion and enter the battle, but was immediately intercepted by the Burning Heaven sect's patriarch of the same level. The 2 old monsters dueled for 7 days and nights, shaking heaven and earth. Ultimately, the Tianyin sect's patriarch was weaker, suffered severe injuries, and fled. Capitalizing on their victory, the Burning Heaven sect disciples roared as they shattered the mountain-protecting Grand Formation, officially leveling the Tianyin sect's headquarters. And so, just like the Wuji sect, another major force had officially vanished from the map of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, at the Hao Tai Hotel, Chu Xuan was leisurely lying with his legs crossed, eating cherries, calculating his next moves to survive the coming calamity. Suddenly, Wang Gangjian, the muscular man from Black Blade Security, poked his head out from around the corner with a smile that couldn't be more obsequious. Chu Xuan immediately sensed it, his eyes sharpening as he realized the Black Blade security personnel had arrived. Wang Gangjian stood respectfully, awaiting orders, while Chu Xuan sat cross-legged on his chair like a true overlord, stating concisely, "Report." Wang Gangjian reported with a tense expression. "Immortal. A new force called Science City has emerged. They are not to be trifled with, even suppressing the Corpse Queen." Chu Xuan closed his eyes, listening, and coldly ordered, "Continue." Wang Gangjian continued, his voice slightly fearful. "2 extraordinaries from Science City came to invite you to join them. I took the liberty of refusing on your behalf." Chu Xuan sat cross-legged, stating firmly, "You did well. There's no need to waste time with such small fry." Chu Xuan curled his lips into a sinister, disdainful sneer. "Science? Get rid of that childish game. Here, we practice cultivation." Meanwhile, in Shuanglong City, a cultivator was frantically fleeing through the forest, muttering that he had to use this information to save 2 people from Science City. The cultivator panted, full of regret. The biggest mistake was entering Science City to find a gift for the immortal. He continued to run for his life, bitterly admitting, "Even Sister Yu, who is so strong, couldn't escape their pursuit. It's all my fault that she was captured and taken away as a test subject." Just as determination surged in his eyes, the cultivator suddenly flinched as shadowy figures rushed out of nowhere to block his path. The fleeing cultivator broke out in a cold sweat as he faced the dense black mist, muttering, "This black mist is too terrifying. If I rush in, there's a 50% chance I'll perish." Explosions echoed behind him, cornering him, leaving no retreat. He gritted his teeth, realizing the cruel truth. If I don't charge in, the chance of survival is a complete 0. Suddenly, a massive armored vehicle slowly emerged from the mist, startling the fleeing cultivator but also confirming, he's in there. Outside the mist, two trackers, a man and a woman, stood beside the armored vehicle, observing the situation. The Mohawk tracker scoffed. This place looks disgusting. That brat must be dead already. Should we just report him dead and leave quickly? His red hair tracker teammate coldly refuted. No. The order is to see the person alive or the corpse dead. How can we report without a body? She seemed intrigued by this place, prompting the Mohawk tracker to ask if she was sensing dark matter energy in the fog. The red hair tracker reached out to feel the mist, confirming that she could clearly sense it without any equipment. This was the purest dark matter she had ever encountered. The red hair tracker decided to go big, declaring she would try absorbing the dark mist first, and if it was fine, she would signal her teammate to go in and capture the target. The moment she touched it, the dark energy enveloped her body, making her groan with pleasure. Feeling her power being greatly boosted, her power surged uncontrollably, and her body began to transform as her level continuously jumped from 5 to 6. Level 7. The explosive energy turned her into a pitch-black shadow, with only maniacal laughter echoing. The Mohawk tracker watched, utterly shocked, stammering speechless at the horrifying sight of his teammate. From the darkness, the red hair tracker's purple eyes coldly glanced over, her voice completely distorted. Is something wrong? Immediately, her body began to swell grotesquely, losing all human form. The red hair tracker screamed desperately for it to stop, as her body inflated like a balloon about to burst, while her teammate could only watch helplessly. Boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the night, and the red hair tracker was officially blown to bits, with only fragments scattering everywhere.